Both of you are crazy, he said, stepping over them as he left the room. Douglas kept her head buried against the silver-coated steel of Nicholas's armor, her eyes tightly shut. When Nicholas recovered himself, he looked down at her, amused. "We have arrived," he said. "Where? Are there cars outside or donkey carts?" Chuckling, he lifted her face in his hands. "We remain in your time. I said you were to stand to one side." "Well, I... She rolled off him to sit up. "I just thought it might be a wonderful experience to see Elizabethan England firsthand. I could write a book and, answer all the questions that people really want to know, like, was Elizabeth bald or not? How did you men really treat the women? What did—" Nicholas sat up and kissed her mouth most sweetly. "You cannot return with me." He put his hand to his back. "You are hard on my armor. There are scratches from when you last struck me down." "You were about to step in front of a bus." Standing, he held out his hands to lift her, but when Douglas stood up, she wouldn't release his hands. "You're still here," she breathed at last. "You know the traitor's name, and yet you're still here. Robert Sidney. Sidney? But wasn't it Arabella Sidney that you and she—" Nicholas put his arm about her shoulders and walked to the window. "He was Arabella's husband," he said softly. "But it is not easy to believe he would lie to the Queen about me. I always thought of him as a good man." "Damn you and that table," Douglas said fiercely. "If you hadn't been so overzealous and had Arabella on the table, her husband might not have hated you. And what about your wife? She must have been pretty upset too." "I was unmarried on that occasion when I took Arabella." "On that occasion," Douglas muttered. "Maybe Sidney got mad for all the other times too." She turned to look at him. "If I went back with you, maybe I could keep you out of trouble." He pushed her head down on his armored chest. "You cannot return with me." "Maybe you won't return. Maybe you're going to stay here forever." "We must go to Ashburton, where my tomb lies. Now that I know what I came to find, I needs must go there and pray." She wanted to say more, wanted to say something that would make him give up the idea of returning, but she knew there were no words that could change his mind. His family, his name, and his honor were very important to him. "We'll leave today," Douglas said softly. "I can't see that you need to see any more of Arabella." "Have you no more calculators or televisions to distract me?" he asked, smiling. "I was saving the stereo for tonight." He turned her around to face him, his hands on her shoulders. "I will pray alone," he said. "If I return, I go alone. You understand me?" She nodded. Borrowed time, she thought. We are now on borrowed time. 16. Douglas sat on the twin bed in the bed and breakfast and looked across at Nicholas in the other bed. The early morning light made his face above the light cover dim and indistinct, but it was enough for her to see him. They'd known the name of the traitor for 3 days now, and every minute of those 3 days Douglas was sure he was going to disappear. Every morning he went to the church and spent 2 hours on his knees praying before his tomb. He spent another 2 hours in the afternoon praying. And each time he went inside the church, Douglas stayed outside and held her breath. She was sure that each time he stepped inside, it would be the last time she ever saw him. At 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., she would tiptoe into the church, and when she saw that he was still there, sharp tears of relief and joy came to her eyes. She would run to him, and her heart went out to him when she saw the sweat on his face and body. He prayed so hard each day that afterward he was limp with exhaustion. Douglas would help him stand, as his knees would be painful and stiff from 2 hours of kneeling on the cold stone floor. The vicar, feeling pity for Nicholas, had put out a cushion for him, but Nicholas refused to use it, saying he needed the pain of his body to make him remember what must be done. Douglas didn't ask why he needed a reminder of his duty, because she didn't want to jinx the growing seed of hope that she was beginning to cherish. Every day when she went to him in the church and she saw that he was still with her, there seemed to be a light in his eyes. Maybe he wouldn't return, Douglas was beginning to think. She knew she, too, should pray for his return. She knew that honor and a family name and the future of many people were more important than her selfish wants. But every time she saw him still kneeling in the church, sunlight on his big body, she whispered, "Thank you, God." 3 days, she thought. 3 heavenly days. When Nicholas wasn't in church, they spent every moment together. She rented bicycles, then had a hilarious time teaching him to ride. Whenever Nicholas fell, he pulled her with him, so that they went tumbling together across the sweet English grasses. Across sweet English grasses filled with cow manure. Laughing at how awful they smelled, they ran back to the B&B to shower and shampoo. Douglas had rented a VCR machine and a tape, so they spent the rest of the afternoon in their room watching a movie. As Nicholas was insatiable for knowledge, they purchased a lending card from the little local library and went through hundreds of books. Nicholas wanted to see everything that had happened since 1564, and he wanted to hear every piece of music. He wanted to smell, taste, touch everything. "Were I to remain here," he said one afternoon, "I would make houses." It took Douglas a moment to realize that he meant he would like to design them. The beauty of Thornwick Castle showed he had talent. Before she could stop herself, a flood of words came from her mouth. "You could go to architecture school. You'd have to learn a lot about modern building materials, but I could help you. I could teach you how to read modern print better, and my uncle JT could get you a passport. He's the king of Lanconia, so we just say you're a Lanconian. That way, I could take you back to the U.S. My father could help you get into a school to study architecture, and in the summer, we could go to my hometown of Warbrook on the coast of Maine. It's beautiful there, and we could go sailing and—" He turned away. "I must return." Yes, return, she thought. To go back to his wife, the woman he loved so much. How could Douglas care so much for him and he feel nothing for her? The other men in her life had wanted something from her. Robert had wanted her submission. Do it my way or don't do it was his philosophy. A couple of men had dated her because of her family's money. A couple of men had wanted her because she was so gullible, so easy to fool. But Nicholas was different. He wasn't trying to take anything from her. There were times when Douglas looked at him and such lust filled her that she wanted to leap on him in the library or in the pub or on the street. She kept having fantasies about tearing his clothes off and ravishing him. But every time she got too close, he stepped away. It seemed that he was interested in tasting, smelling, touching everything in the world except her. She tried to interest him. Heavens, but she tried. She paid, on her credit card, £200 for a red silk peignoir set that was guaranteed to drive a man wild. When she came out of the bathroom wearing it, Nicholas had barely glanced at her. She'd bought a tiny bottle of perfume called Tigress that set her back £75. Then she'd leaned over Nicholas so that her shirt fell away from her breasts and asked if he liked the smell. He'd barely mumbled a reply. She put her jeans in scalding hot water in the bathtub to shrink them, and when they were dry, they were so tight she had to put a big safety pin on the zipper and lie on the floor to pull it up. She wore them with a thin silk blouse and no bra. Nicholas didn't look. She would have thought he was gay if he hadn't looked at every other female who passed them. Douglas bought black hose, black high heels, and a teeny tiny black skirt, and wore it with the red silk blouse. She felt ridiculous riding a bicycle wearing high heels, but she did it anyway. She rode in front of Nicholas for 4 miles, but he never once looked. 2 cars ran into ditches looking at her, but Nicholas paid no attention whatever. The videotape she rented was body heat. By the 4th day, she was desperate, and with their landlady's help, she devised an elaborate scheme to get Nicholas in bed with her. The landlady told Nicholas she needed their room, so Douglas made reservations at a nearby lovely country house hotel. She told Nicholas the only room she could get had 1 large 4-poster bed, but that they'd have to make do. He'd given her an odd look that she couldn't fathom, then walked away. So now Douglas was in the bathroom of the hotel, where she'd been for 30 minutes. She felt as nervous as a virgin bride on her wedding night. With trembling hands, she doused herself in perfume and loosened the ties down the front of her peignoir. Ready at last, she fluffed her hair and left the bathroom. The room was dark, but she could see the outline of the bed she was to share with Nicholas. Slowly, she walked toward the bed. She could see the long shape of his body under the covers, and she reached out her hand to touch him. "Nicholas," she whispered. But her hand didn't touch him. Instead, she touched pillows. When she turned on the bedside lamp, she saw that Nicholas had made a barricade of all the pillows down the middle of the bed. They reached from the head to the foot of the bed. On the far side, Nicholas lay with his back to her, and his broad back was like another barricade. Biting her lip to keep tears from coming, she climbed into bed, staying on the edge, not touching the hated pillows. She didn't turn out the light because suddenly all strength left her body. Tears, hot, hot tears began rolling down her cheeks. "Why?" she whispered. "Why?" "Douglas," Nicholas said softly, turning toward her, but not reaching over the pillows to touch her. "Why am I so undesirable to you?" she asked, and hated herself for doing so, but she had no pride left. "I see you look at other women who I know aren't built as well as I am, and I know they aren't as pretty as I am, but you never look at me. Sometimes you kiss me, but nothing more. You had your hands all over Arabella, and you've made love to so many women, but you refuse me. Why? Am I too short? Too fat? You hate redheads?" When Nicholas spoke, she could tell that the words were from deep inside him. I have never desired a woman as much as I have you, he said. My body aches with the wanting of you, but I must leave. I cannot return and know I leave you grieving. When I first saw you, you were weeping so that I heard you across 400 years. I cannot leave you to such grief again. You won't touch me because you don't want me to grieve for you. Aye, he whispered. Douglas's tears began to be replaced by laughter. She got out of bed and, standing, she looked down at him. You idiot, she said. Don't you realize that when you leave, I'm going to grieve for you every day for the rest of my life? I'm going to cry so long and loud and hard that I will be heard to the beginning of time. Oh, Nicholas, you fool. Don't you know how much I love you? Whether you touch me or not, you won't be able to stop my tears. Pausing, she smiled at him in a cocky way. While I'm grieving, why don't you let me have a memory that will knock Arabella off her table? As Douglas stood and watched, Nicholas just lay there, not moving, just looking at her across the pillows. 1 second, he was in bed. The next, he was on her and they were on the floor. Douglas never saw him move. She just felt his body against hers, felt his mouth on her skin, his hands holding her shoulders, then moving quickly and firmly out to her hands. Nicholas, she whispered. Nicholas. He was on her, his mouth and hands everywhere, as she kissed whatever part of him came near her mouth. His hands tore at her gown, and Douglas heard it ripping away. When his hot, wet mouth fastened onto her breast, she moaned in ecstasy. This was Nicholas, the man she'd wanted, desired, and craved for hundreds of hours. His big, hard hands moved down the side of her, his thumb toying with her navel as his lips and tongue played with her breasts. Her fingers buried into his hair. "Let me," she whispered. She had always chosen men who needed her, men who thought no one could give them enough. Douglas's experience with sex had been with men who expected her to give to them. "Nicholas?" she said, as his lips began moving down her belly. "Nicholas, I don't think—" His hands caressed her thighs, his thumb kneading the soft white flesh there. Then he moved downward, downward. Douglas arched her body against the carpet. No man had ever done this to her before. Passion built in her as his tongue— oh, God, his tongue— "Nicholas," she moaned, and began to pull his hair as her body moved under him. He nibbled at the inside of her thighs, caressing the back of her knees, until she didn't think she could stand it any more. Taking her left leg in his hand, he bent it up as he moved on top of her and entered her so hard and big she tried to push him away. But her body closed around him, her free leg wrapping about his leg as he pounded into her with hard, deep thrusts that pushed her across the carpet. She put up her hands to brace herself against the wall. When Nicholas released her bent leg, she clasped him about the waist, and her hips rose to meet his thrusts as his hands cupped her buttocks and lifted her to him. Higher, higher. When at last she felt him arch into her for a final, blinding thrust, Douglas felt her own body shuddering in answer. It was a while before she came to herself to remember where she was, or even who she was. Her head was almost against the wall. The bedside table and lamp loomed over her. "Nicholas," she murmured, touching his sweaty hair. "No wonder Arabella risked all for you." Lifting himself on one elbow, he looked down at her. "Do you sleep?" he asked, chuckling. "Nicholas, that was wonderful," she whispered. "No man." He didn't allow her to finish, but took her hand and lifted her to stand by him. Gently, sweetly, deeply, he kissed her, then took her hand and led her into the bathroom. He got the shower water hot, then pulled her in with him. Pinning her to the wall, he kissed her, his big, hard body pressing against hers. "I have dreamed of this," he murmured. "This water fountain was made for love." Douglas was too absorbed in the way he was moving down to her breasts to be able to answer him. With the hot water beating on them, Nicholas began kissing her body, his mouth on her breasts, on her stomach and her neck. Douglas had her head back, her hands on his shoulders so broad they nearly reached from one side to the other of the shower stall. He came up to face her. When Douglas opened her eyes, she saw he was smiling at her. "Perhaps some things in this modern world do not change," he said. "I seem to be your teacher now." "Oh?" she said, as she began kissing his neck. Then across his shoulder and down his muscular chest, her hands kneading his back muscles. Fat, she thought. She'd said he was going to get fat. But all of him was muscle, thick, hard, sculptured muscle. The hot water beat down on her head, and she went lower, her hands on his buttocks. When her mouth closed over him, it was his turn to gasp. His hands buried themselves in her wet hair as she heard his soft moans of pleasure. He nearly pulled her up by her hair as he slammed her against the slick wall, pulled her legs about his waist, and rammed into her almost brutally. Douglas held on to his passion, fastening herself to him as his mouth took hers, his tongue thrusting just as his body did. When the final moment came, Douglas would have screamed, except that Nicholas covered her mouth with his. She clung to him, trembling, her body limp. She was sure that if Nicholas hadn't been holding her, she would have gone down the drain. He kissed her neck. "Now I will wash you," he said, softly, as he set her on her own feet, then caught her when she nearly fell. As though he had an electric switch in his body, he seemed to turn his passion off as he turned her to face the showerhead and began to shampoo her hair. His big, strong hands and his big body made her feel small and fragile and protected. When he was done with her hair, he lathered his hands and began soaping her body. Douglas leaned back against the wall as Nicholas's hands slid over her, up and down, around, in and out. Before she forgot herself, she took the soap and began to caress him with her soapy hands. He had the most beautiful body she'd ever seen on a human. Heavens, she thought, even his feet were beautiful. She turned off the water and soaped him. She loved looking at him, touching him. There was a birthmark on his left hip, shaped like a figure 8. There was a scar on his right calf. "Fell off a horse," he murmured, eyes closed. There was a long scar on his left forearm. "Sword practice the day—" Douglas knew that the rest of the sentence was, "the day Kit died." There was an odd oval scar on his shoulder. Nicholas smiled, his eyes closed. "A fight with Kit, I won," he said. She came back to his head. "I'm glad to see no woman has left a mark on you. Only you, Montgomery, have marked me." he whispered. Douglas wanted to ask him about his wife. Did he care for her, Douglas, as much as he loved his beautiful wife? But she didn't ask, as she was too afraid of the answer she'd hear. Nicholas turned her around, turned the water back on, then rinsed them both. When they were clean, he pulled her out of the shower and began gently combing her hair. Douglas wanted to put on her robe, but Nicholas wouldn't allow it. "I have dreamed of you this way," he said, looking at her in the mirror. "You have fair driven me mad. The smell of you." He stopped combing and slid his hands down her arms. "The clothes you wear." Douglas smiled, her head back against his. He had noticed, she thought. He had. When her hair was combed, he toweled it dry, then held up the white terry robe the hotel furnished. "Come," he said, putting on the other robe. He led her downstairs, through the darkened hotel lobby and into the kitchen. "Nicholas," she said, "we shouldn't be here." He kissed her to silence. "I am hungry," he said, as though that were excuse enough. Being in the hotel kitchen when she knew they shouldn't be added excitement to this most wonderful night. She looked at the back of Nicholas as he opened a refrigerator door, and felt a little pang that he had learned of refrigerators from someone other than her. Now he was truly hers, she thought, hers to touch whenever she wanted. Holding his hand, she pressed her body against his and put her head in the crook of his shoulder. "Nicholas," she whispered, "I love you so much. Don't leave me." Turning, he looked into her eyes, and his face was full of longing. He looked back in the refrigerator. "Where's the ice cream?" She laughed. "In the freezer. Try that door," she said, pointing. He wouldn't let her out of his sight or touch as he pulled her toward the freezer. There were big cardboard vats of ice cream inside. Clinging together like Siamese twins, they went about the kitchen and found bowls, spoons, and a steel ladle. Nicholas scooped out an enormous amount from one vat into each bowl, then slipped the vat back into the freezer. He dribbled vanilla ice cream down the front of her, then licked it off, the ice cream travelling lower, just below his tongue. He licked the last just as it reached her red gold curls. "Strawberry," he said, making Douglas laugh. They sat facing each other, legs crossed on the 8-foot-long butcher block cutting table. "Unsanitary," Douglas said, but she didn't get down. They ate quietly for a moment, but then Nicholas dropped ice cream on Douglas's foot and licked it off. Douglas leaned forward to kiss Nicholas and, accidentally, dropped ice cream on his inner thigh. "I'll bet that's awfully cold," she said against his lips. "I cannot bear it," he whispered. She, slowly, so that her breasts raked along his bare body, made her way to the splat of ice cream on his thigh, licked it off, and when it was gone, she continued licking. The ice cream was forgotten as Nicholas leaned back against the table and pulled her up to him. As though she weighed nothing, his biceps bulging, he picked her up and set her down on top of him, his hands moving up her body to clutch her breasts as Douglas moved slowly up and down. It was a long time before they arched together, Nicholas pulling her down to him to kiss her hungrily and fiercely. "I believe, madam," he whispered in her ear, "that you have melted my ice cream." Laughing, Douglas snuggled against him. "I've wanted to touch you for so long," she said, her hand caressing his chest and shoulders inside the sleeve of the robe that he still wore. "I've never met a man like you." She lifted on one elbow and looked down at him. "Were you an unusual man in the 16th century, or were they all like you?" Nicholas grinned at her. "I am unique, which is why the women—" She kissed him to silence. "Say no more. I'd as soon hear nothing more about your women or your wife." She put her head down. "I'd like to think I'm special to you, not just one of hundreds." He lifted her chin to look at her. "You called me across centuries and I answered. Is that not enough to make you special?" "Then you do care for me, at least somewhat." "There are no words," he said, then kissed her lightly and pushed her head back down. But as he stroked her damp hair, he felt her relax against him and knew she was falling asleep. Closing her robe, he bundled her into his arms and carried her out of the kitchen and up to their room. Once they were inside their room, he removed both their robes, put her into bed, then climbed in beside her. She was already asleep as he snuggled her to him. But Nicholas wasn't sleepy at all. He tried to pull her closer to him, her bare bottom up against his half-swollen maleness, his leg over hers, but she was as close as could be. She asked if he cared for her, he thought. Cared for her? She was becoming all to him, his reason for living. He cared what she thought, what she felt, what she needed. He couldn't bear more than minutes away from her. Each morning and afternoon he went to pray for God to return him to his own time, but part of his mind thought constantly of what it would be like to never see her again, to never hear her laugh, to never see her cry again, to never hold her in his arms. He ran his hand over her shoulder and tucked the cover closer about her. Never had he met a woman like her. She had no guile, no sense of taking what she wanted, no sense of self-preservation. Smiling, he remembered her protests when he'd first met her. She'd said she would not help him, but he'd seen in her eyes how she couldn't bear leaving him alone in a strange land. He thought of the women of his own time and knew of no woman who would help some poor madman. But Douglas had, he thought. She'd helped him and taught him and loved him. She'd given her love freely and completely. Completely, he thought, smiling in memory of this night. No woman had ever responded to him with such complete abandonment as Douglas had tonight. Arabella used to demand, "Here, now," she'd say. Other women thought they were granting him a favour. Lettice, he didn't like to think of his cold wife. She lay in bed stiff-limbed, her eyes open, as though challenging him to do his husbandly duties. In 4 years of marriage, he'd not been able to get her with child. As he caressed Douglas's bare arm, in her sleep she tried to move closer to him. He kissed her temple. How could he leave her? He asked himself. How could he go back to his other life, to his other women, and leave her alone and unprotected? She was so soft that it was no wonder she was at the mercy of men like the one he'd pushed out the door. Nicholas thought of his mother and his wife. Those two women would be able to take care of themselves no matter what befell them. But not Douglas. He feared that a week after he left, she'd be back with that odious man whom she believed she loved. He stroked her hair. How could he leave her alone with no one to protect her? He did not understand the modern world. It was her father's duty to choose a husband for her, yet the man left his daughter to her own devices. Smiling, Nicholas thought of how Douglas would fare with a man of his time who a father might choose for her. All her childish talk of love would mean nothing against the joining of estates. But as Nicholas looked down at Douglas, he knew he was beginning to understand what she meant. Love. Douglas had said that perhaps he'd been sent to the modern world not for honour, but for love. At the time, Nicholas had scoffed at the idea. This cataclysmic thing had happened for love and not for honour. Not possible. But they'd found the name of the traitor, and Nicholas had not left her world. He remembered Douglas saying that everything in the past had turned out all right. All right to her, perhaps. He was remembered as a fool, but then perhaps he had been a fool. There had been many other women besides Arabella, all of whom he needed when he had a wife like Lettice. It was true that perhaps cuckolding Robert Sidney had been foolish enough to cause his own death. But if he could return, he would right the wrongs. If he returned, what then? He'd still be married to Lettice, and there would be women like Arabella to tempt him. Even if he could free himself from the accusation of treason, would his life change? He turned on his back, holding Douglas tightly to him. What if he remained in this century? What if he had misjudged God's purpose? What if he had been sent forward in time, not to return and change what had happened then, but to do something in this time? He remembered the books he and Douglas had looked at. They were books of houses from around the world, and they had intrigued him. Douglas had talked about something called architecture school, where he could learn to design houses. To learn to be a tradesman, he thought in wonder. But truthfully, having a profession, as she called it, did not seem to be something bad in this century. Instead, men like Harwood, who were mere landowners, were looked down on, by Americans anyway, Douglas had explained. America, he thought, this place that Douglas talked about constantly. She said they could go to America and set up housekeeping, and he could go to school. School at his age? He'd asked disdainfully, not letting her see how the idea intrigued him. To live with Douglas in this modern world and design buildings? Was this the reason he had been brought forward? Perhaps God saw Thornwick, liked it, and so had decided to give him another chance, Nicholas thought with a smile, laughing at the idea of God being so frivolous. But what did he know of God's purpose? Obviously, he hadn't been sent forward in time to find out who betrayed him. He'd found that out days ago, yet he was still here. So why had he been sent to the modern world? "Nicholas!" Douglas cried out, sitting up with a jolt. As he pulled her back into his arms, she clung to him. "I dreamed you were gone, that you weren't here, that you'd left me," she said, blinking back tears and holding him so tightly his ribs were close to cracking. He stroked her hair. "I will not leave you," he said softly. "I will remain with you for always." It took a moment for his words to reach Douglas. She lifted up to look at him. "Nicholas?" she said slowly, questioning. He took a breath. The words were hard for him. "I do not wish to return. I will remain here." He looked at her. "With you." Douglas buried her face in his shoulder and began to weep softly. As he stroked her body, he couldn't keep from laughing. "Are you sad that I do not leave you so that you may return to this Robert who gives diamonds to children?" "I'm just so happy." He took a tissue from a box beside the bed. "Here, stop your weeping, and tell me more of America." He gave her a sideways look. "And tell me of your uncle who is king." Douglas blew her nose, then smiled at him. "I didn't think you heard that." "What is a cowboy? What is a passport? What is the Grand Canyon? And do not move so far from me." "It's canyon," she said, moving back into his arms as she began to tell him of America, of her family, and of her uncle who'd married a princess and was now king of Lanconia. As the dawn light came into the room, they began to make plans. Douglas would call her Uncle J.T. and explain, as best she could, that she needed a passport for Nicholas so he could go to America with her. "Knowing Uncle J.T., he'll want you to go to Lanconia so he can inspect you first. But he'll like you." "And his queen?" "Aunt Aria. Well, she can be a little intimidating at times, but she used to play baseball with us kids. They have 6 kids of their own." She smiled. "And she has this weird friend named Dolly who runs around the castle wearing blue jeans and a crown." She looked at Nicholas, at his black hair and blue eyes, and thought of the way he walked, the way he sometimes had of looking at people that made them shrivel. "You'll fit in Lanconia," she said. They had breakfast served in their room, and over the table Nicholas said, "I'd rather have strawberry ice cream." In another moment they were on the floor, rolling about exuberantly as they tore at each other while they made love. Afterward, they filled the tub and sat at opposite ends as they planned more of their future life together. "We'll go to Scotland," Douglas said. "While we're waiting for the passport. We'll stay in Scotland. It's a beautiful country." Nicholas had his foot on her stomach, kneading her flesh. "Will you wear the heeled shoes to ride a bicycle?" he asked. Douglas laughed. "Don't make fun of me. Those shoes got me what I wanted." "And I too," he said, looking at her from beneath his lashes. After the bath, they dressed, and Douglas said she'd call her Uncle J.T. right away. Nicholas turned away. "I must return to the church for one last time," he said quietly. Douglas felt her entire body stiffen. "No," she whispered, then ran to face him, her hands gripping his arms. "I must," he said, smiling down at her. "I have been often and naught has happened. Douglas, look at me." She lifted her head and he smiled. "Are you onion-eyed yet again?" "I'm just frightened." "I must pray for forgiveness for not wanting to return to save my name and my honor. Do you understand?" She nodded mutely. "But I'm going with you, and I don't let go of you. Got that? I don't wait outside for you this time." He kissed her. "I mean to never again release you. Now we will go to the church for my prayers. Then you will call your uncle. Does Scotland have trains?" "Of course." "Ah, then it has changed. In my time it was a wild place." Putting his arm about her shoulders, he left the hotel with her. 17. At the church, Douglas wouldn't release Nicholas. He knelt to pray, and she knelt beside him, both her arms tightly locked around his shoulders. When he didn't push her away as she feared he might, she knew that, in spite of his pretended amusement, he was as frightened as she was. They knelt together on the cold floor for over an hour. Douglas's knees hurt from the stones, and her arms ached from holding on to Nicholas, but she never considered relaxing her grip. Twice the vicar came in and stood for a while watching them, then silently walked away. As hard as Nicholas prayed for forgiveness, Douglas prayed twice as hard for God not to take him away, but to let him stay with her forever. At long last, Nicholas opened his eyes and turned to her. "I remain," he said, smiling. Laughing, he stood up, and Douglas, almost crippled, also tried to stand, her arms still tight around him. "My arms have no blood in them," he said, chiding her gently. "I'm not letting you go until we're out of this place." He laughed. "It is finished. Can you not see that? I am still here. I have not turned into marble." "Nicholas, stop teasing me and let's get out of here. I never want to see your tomb again." Still smiling at her, he started to take a step, but his body didn't move. Puzzled, he looked down at his feet. From his knees down, there was nothing, merely space. There was floor where his feet should have been. Quickly, he pulled Douglas into his arms and held her as though to crush her. "I love you," he whispered. "With all my soul, I love you. Across time, I will love you." "Nicholas," she said, her voice betraying her fear at his words. "Let's get out of here." He held her face in his hands. "Only you have I loved, my Douglas. No other woman, only you." She felt it then. She felt that his body was no longer solid in her arms. "Nicholas!" she yelled in fear. He kissed her again, kissed her softly, but with all the yearning and wanting and desire and need he felt for her. "I'm going with you," she said. "Take me with you. God!" she screamed. "Let me go with him!" "Douglas," Nicholas said, and his voice was far away. "Douglas, my love." He was no longer in her arms, but standing before his tomb wearing his armor. He was faded, indistinct, like a movie scene in a bright room. "Come to me," he said, holding out his hand. "Come to me." Douglas ran to him, but she couldn't reach him. A streak of sunlight came through the windows and flashed off his armor. And then there was nothing. For one hideous moment, Douglas stood and stared at the tomb. Then she put her hands to her ears and screamed, a scream such as no human had ever uttered before. The old stone walls vibrated with the sound, the windows quivered, and the tomb just lay there, silent and cold. Douglas collapsed to the floor. 18. "Drink this," someone was saying. Douglas caught the hand that held the cup to her lips. "Nicholas," she said, a faint smile on her lips. Her eyes flew open and she sat up. She was stretched out on a pew in the church, just a few feet from the tomb. She swung her legs to the side, placing her feet on the floor, but she felt too dizzy to take a step. Are you feeling better?" She turned to see the vicar, his kindly face full of concern, a cup of water in his hand. "Where's Nicholas?" she whispered. "I didn't see anyone else. Should I call someone for you? I heard you scream," he said, knowing it wasn't a scream. Just remembering that sound made the hair on his body stand on end. "When I got here, you were lying on the floor. Could I call someone for you?" he asked again. On weak legs, Douglas made her way to the tomb. Slowly, memory was coming back to her, yet still she couldn't believe it. She looked at the vicar. "You didn't see him leave, did you?" she asked hoarsely. Her throat was raw. "I saw no one leave. I just saw you praying. Not many people pray with such intensity today." She looked back at the tomb. She wanted to touch it, but she knew the marble would be cold, so unlike Nicholas. "You mean you saw us praying?" she corrected. "Just you," the vicar said. Slowly, Douglas turned to look at him. "Nicholas and I were praying together. You came in and saw us. You've watched him for days." The vicar gave her a sad look. "I'll take you to a doctor." She moved away from his outstretched hand. "Nicholas, the man who prayed here every morning and every afternoon for the last 4 days. He was the man in the Elizabethan armor. Remember? He nearly walked in front of a bus." "More than a week ago, I saw you nearly step in front of a coach. Later, you asked me the date." "I?" Douglas asked. "But that was Nicholas. You told me this week you were amazed at how devout he was. I waited for him outside while he prayed. Remember?" Her voice was urgent as she stepped toward him. "Remember? Nicholas! You waved to us as we rode by on bicycles." The vicar backed away from her. "I saw you on a bicycle, but no man." "No," Douglas whispered, then stepped back from him, her eyes wide with horror. Turning, she ran out of the church, through the churchyard, down 3 streets, to the left, then the right, and into the hotel. Ignoring the greeting of the woman at the desk, she ran up the stairs. "Nicholas!" she cried as she looked about the empty room. The bathroom door was closed, and she ran to it, flung it open. Empty. She turned back to the room, but stopped in the doorway, then looked back into the bathroom. She stared at the shelf below the mirror. Her toiletries were there, but his were gone. She touched the empty half of the shelf. No razor, no shaving cream, no aftershave lotion. In the shower, his shampoo was gone. In their room, she flung open the closet door. Nicholas's clothes were gone. Only hers hung there, her suitcases and her carry-on below on the floor. In the dresser, his socks and handkerchiefs were missing. "No," she whispered, then sat down on the side of the bed. It almost made sense that Nicholas was gone, but not his clothes, not the things he had given her. For a moment she put her hand to her heart, then snatched open her blouse. The pin, the beautiful gold pin with the pearl hanging from it, was gone. Douglas didn't try to think after that. She tore the room apart looking for something, anything of his that had been left behind. The emerald ring he'd given her was gone. The note he'd left under her door was gone. She opened her notebooks. Nicholas had written in them in his bizarre handwriting, but now the pages were blank. "Think, Douglas, think," she said. There had to be some mark left by him. In the closet were the books they'd purchased. Nicholas had written his name inside them. They were blank now. There was nothing of him. She even looked on her clothes for any dark hairs. Clean. It was when she saw her red silk nightgown that Nicholas had torn from her body, and saw that it was now whole, that she became angry. "No," she said, teeth clenched. "You can't take him away from me so completely. You cannot!" People, she thought. Even if there was no physical evidence of him, there were an awful lot of people who would remember him. Just because a daffy old vicar couldn't remember him didn't mean other people didn't. Grabbing her handbag, she left the hotel. 19. Douglas opened the door to the hotel room slowly, dreading the empty room. Her body was exhausted, but unfortunately her mind was still working. She sat on the edge of the bed, then wearily turned and lay down. It was late and her body was empty of food, but she didn't consider eating. Her eyes were wide open, sandy feeling, dry, as she stared up at the underside of the bed canopy. No one remembered Nicholas. The coin merchant had no medieval coins, and he didn't remember seeing Nicholas. Vaguely, he remembered that Douglas had come into his shop to browse. He didn't remember examining Nicholas's clothes, and he said he'd never seen silver and gold armor outside a museum. The clerk in the clothing store didn't remember Nicholas pulling a sword on him. The librarian said Douglas had checked out books, but she'd always been alone. The dentist said he'd never seen a man with ridges on his teeth and a cracked jaw. He had no x-rays for a Nicholas Stafford. No one at the pubs remembered him or at the tea shops. They all remembered Douglas coming in alone. The bicycle shop showed her the receipt, which indicated she'd rented only one bike. Their sweet landlady at the bed and breakfast didn't remember Nicholas, and she said no one had played her piano since her husband had died. Like a woman possessed, Douglas went wherever she and Nicholas had been and asked anyone who might have seen him. She asked tourists in tea shops, residents on the street, clerks in stores. Nothing. Weary, numb with the dawning realization of what had happened, she went back to the hotel and now lay on the bed. She didn't dare go to sleep. Last night she'd awakened from a dream that Nicholas was lost to her. Nicholas had cradled her in his arms, gently laughed at her, and told her she was dreaming, that he was with her and always would be. Last night, she thought. He had touched her and loved her. And today he was gone, more than gone. His body, his clothes, even other people's memory of him was gone. And it was her fault. He had stayed as long as they hadn't made love, but once he'd touched her, he'd been taken away. It didn't help to know she'd been right. He'd come to her for love, not for righting a wrong. He'd stayed when he'd found out who had betrayed him, but he'd slipped away through her arms once he'd admitted he loved her. She clasped her arms about her chest. He was gone as irreversibly as death. Only she had no comfort of other people who remembered and loved him. When the telephone on the bedside table rang, she didn't at first hear it. On the fifth ring, dully, she picked it up. "Hello?" "Douglas," said Robert's voice, stern and angry. "Are you over your hysterics yet?" She felt too numb, too empty to fight. "What do you want?" "The bracelet, of course. If you aren't too wrapped up in Loverboy to find it." "What?" Douglas said, slowly at first, then, "What? Did you see him? Did you see Nicholas? Of course you did. He pushed you out the door." Douglas, are you out of your mind? No one has ever pushed me through any door, and they better not try it either. He sighed. Now you've got me acting crazy. I want that bracelet. Yes, of course, she said hurriedly. But what did you mean when you referred to lover boy? I don't have time to repeat every... Robert, Douglas said calmly, you either tell me or I flush the bracelet down the toilet, and I don't believe you have insurance on it yet. There was a pause on the other end. I was right to ditch you. You're crazy. No wonder your family won't let you have the dough until you're 35. I can't put up with you that long. I'm on my way to the bathroom now. All right! But it's hard to remember what you said that night. You were hysterical. You said something about having a job helping some guy rewrite history. That's all I remember. Rewrite history, Douglas said under her breath. Yes, that's what Nicholas had wanted to do in this century, change history. Douglas! Douglas! Robert was shouting, but she had put down the telephone. When Nicholas had come to her, he had been facing an execution. But what they had found out had saved him from that. Grabbing her big carry-on satchel from the closet, she stuffed some clothing and toiletries into it. As she closed a drawer, she glanced into the mirror and put her hand to her throat. Beheading. Today, she thought, we read about it, read that some person walked up a platform and another person struck them with an axe. But we don't think of what it really means. We saved you from that, she whispered. Once she was packed, she sat down on a chair to wait for morning. Tomorrow, she'd go to Nicholas's houses and hear how they had changed history. Perhaps hearing that Nicholas had lived to be an old man and had accomplished great things would help her feel better. She leaned back on the chair and stared at the bed. She didn't dare close her eyes, for fear she'd dream. Douglas was on the first train out of Ashburton and arrived at Bellwood before they opened the gates. She sat outside on the grass and waited for them to open, and tried not to think. When the gates opened, she bought a ticket for the first tour. Some of her misery was beginning to leave her as she thought of how much Nicholas's name had meant to him. He'd so hated being a laughingstock, and now she was going to have the comfort of hearing how he'd changed history. The tour guide was the same woman who'd led her and Nicholas the first time, and Douglas smiled at the memory of Nicholas opening and closing the alarmed door. Douglas didn't pay much attention to the first part of the tour, or listen to the guide. She just looked at the walls and furniture, and wondered what part of the design Nicholas had contributed. And now we come to our most popular room, the guide said, and there was that same little smirk in her voice as before. The guide had Douglas's full attention now, but something in her tone puzzled Douglas. Shouldn't the guide be more respectful now? This was Lord Nicholas Stafford's private chamber, and, to put it politely, he was what is known as a rake. The crowd moved forward, eager to hear of this notorious earl, but Douglas stood where she was. Things should have changed. When Nicholas went back, he meant to change history. Douglas had once said that history couldn't be changed. Had she been terribly, horribly right? With several firm "excuse me's," Douglas pushed to the front of the group. The guide's talk was word for word as it had been the first time. She talked of Nicholas's devastating charm with the ladies, and she again told the awful story of Arabella and the table. Douglas felt as though she wanted to put her hands over her ears. Between the people in Ashburton not remembering Nicholas and now history being the same, it almost made her doubt whether any of what she remembered had happened. Was she crazy, just as Robert said? When she'd so frantically asked the people of Ashburton if they'd seen Nicholas, they had looked at her as though she were insane. "Alas," the guide was saying, "poor, charming Nick was executed for treason on the 9th of September, 1564. Now, if you'll step through here, we'll see the south drawing-room." Douglas's head shot up. Executed? No. Nicholas was found dead, slumped over his mother's letter. Douglas made her way to the guide, who looked down her nose at Douglas. "Ah, the door opener," she said. "I didn't open the door, She halted. There was no use in explaining, if this woman remembered her, not Nicholas, opening and closing the alarmed door. "You said that Lord Nicholas Stafford was executed. I heard that 3 days before the execution was to take place, he was found dead, slumped over a letter he was writing to his mother." "He was not," the woman said emphatically. "He was sentenced to death, and the sentence was carried out on schedule. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a tour to conduct." Douglas stood where she was for a moment, staring up at the portrait of Nicholas hanging over the fireplace. Executed? Beheaded? Something was deeply, sincerely wrong. Turning, she started to leave, but on her way out she stopped at the door with the "No Admittance" sign on it. Behind that door, down a few corridors, was the room that held the secret cabinet, and in it the ivory box. Could she find the room and the cupboard door? She put out her hand to the knob. "I wouldn't if I were you," someone behind her said. Douglas turned to see one of the guides, an unfriendly look on her face. "A few days ago some tourists went in there. We've had to put a lock and an alarm on the door since then." "Oh," Douglas murmured. "I thought it was a restroom." Turning away, she made her way out of the house, the guides outside frowning because she once again went out the entrance door. She went to the gift shop and asked to buy anything they had on Nicholas Stafford. "There's a bit on him in the tour book, but nowhere else. He didn't live long enough to accomplish much," the cashier said. She asked if they'd yet received postcards of his portrait, but they hadn't. Douglas bought the tour book, then went outside to the gardens. Finding the place where she and Nicholas had sat down to tea on that heavenly day when he'd given her the pin, she began to read. In the fat, beautifully illustrated book, Nicholas rated only a short paragraph, and that was about the women and how he'd raised an army against the Queen and been executed for it. Douglas leaned back against the tree. Even knowing the name of the man who'd betrayed him hadn't helped. Nicholas still hadn't been able to persuade the Queen of his innocence. And he hadn't even been able to destroy the diary written by that nasty little clerk that had left Nicholas's name blotted for all time. And, too, it seemed that now no one doubted Nicholas's guilt. The guidebook description, as brief as it was, portrayed Nicholas as a power-mad womanizer, and the tour group had chuckled when they'd been told of Nicholas's execution. Douglas closed her eyes and thought of her beautiful, proud, sweet Nicholas mounting the steps to a wide platform. Would it have been like in the movies, with a muscular man dressed in black leather holding a hideous-looking axe? Her eyes flew open. She could not think of that, could not think of Nicholas's beautiful head rolling across a wooden floor. She stood up, picked up her heavy tote bag, left the grounds, and walked the 2 miles to the train station, where she bought a ticket to Thornwick. Perhaps there, in the library, in their collection of books on the Stafford family, she'd find some answers. The librarian in Thornwick welcomed her back, and, in answer to Douglas's question, said she'd never seen Douglas with a man. Dispirited, Douglas went to the Stafford books and began to read. Each and every book told of Nicholas's execution. No more did they tell of his dying before the execution and poison being suspected. And every book was as disdainful of Nicholas as it had been before. The notorious Earl, the wastrel, the man who had everything and threw it away. The librarian came to tell her the library was closing, so Douglas shut the last book and stood. She felt dizzy and swayed, catching herself against the table. "Are you all right?" the librarian asked. Douglas looked at the woman. The man she loved had just had his head cut off. No, she was far from all right. "Yes, I'm fine," Douglas murmured. "I'm just tired and maybe a little hungry." She gave the woman a weak smile, then went outside. Douglas stood in front of the library for a moment. She knew she should get a room somewhere, and she should eat something. But it didn't seem to matter. Over and over and over, she kept seeing Nicholas climbing the stairs to meet an executioner. Would his hands be tied behind his back? Would he have a priest with him? No. 1564 was after Henry VIII had abolished Catholicism. Who would have been with him? She sat down on an iron bench and put her head in her hands. He had come to her and loved her and left her. For what? He had returned to a scaffolding and a bloody axe. "Douglas, is that you?" She looked up to see Lee Nolman standing over her. "I thought that was you. Nobody else has hair that color. I thought you left town." When she stood up, she swayed against the bench. "Are you all right? You look terrible." "Just a little tired." He looked at her closely, at the circles under her eyes and the grey tinge to her skin. "And hungry, too, is my guess." Taking her arm firmly in his, he shouldered her bag. "There's a pub around the corner. Let's get something to eat." Douglas allowed him to lead her down the street. What did she care what happened to her? Inside the pub, he escorted her to a booth and ordered a couple of beers and some food. One sip of her beer and it went to her head, and Douglas realized she hadn't eaten since yesterday, when she'd had breakfast with Nicholas, and they'd made love on the floor. "So, what have you been doing since you left Thornwick last week?" Lee asked. "Nicholas and I went to Ashburton," she said, watching him. "He's somebody you met?" "Yes," she whispered. "And what about you?" He smiled in a Cheshire cat way, as though he knew something very important. "The day after you left, Lord Harwood had the wall in Lady Margaret Stafford's room repaired, and guess what we found?" "Rats," Douglas said, not caring about anything. Lee leaned across the table conspiratorially. A little iron box, and in it Lady Margaret's story of the truth of why Lord Nicholas was executed. I tell you, Douglas, what was in that box is going to establish my reputation forever. It'll be like solving a 400-year-old murder mystery. It took a while for his words to penetrate Douglas's misery. "Tell me," she whispered. Lee leaned back against the booth. "Oh, no, you don't. You coaxed Robert Sidney's name out of me, but not this story. If you want to know the whole story, you'll have to wait for the book." Douglas started to speak, but the waitress appeared with their food. She didn't look at her cottage pie, but when she and Lee were again alone, She leaned across the table toward him. With an intensity Lee had never seen before in human eyes, Douglas said softly, "I don't know if you know about my family, but the Montgomerys are one of the richest families in the world. On my 35th birthday, I will inherit millions. If you will tell me what Lady Margaret wrote, I will, this minute, sign $1 million over to you." Lee was too stunned to speak. He hadn't known about the wealth of her family, but he believed her. Nobody could have the look on her face that she did and be lying. He knew she wanted this information. Look how she'd pestered him for Robert Sidney's name, but he didn't feel like asking her why. If she was willing to offer $1 million for the story, and if her family had as much money and power as she said, then it was rather like having a genie offer you one wish. "I want a chair in the history department of an Ivy League school," he said quietly. "Done," Douglas answered, sounding like an auctioneer. She'd donate a wing or a building to a college if she had to. "All right," Lee said. "Settle back and eat. This is a great story. I may be able to sell it to the movies. The story starts years before poor old Nick was executed. Nicholas, Douglas said. He doesn't like to be called Nick." "Sure, okay, Nicholas then. What I'd never read in any book, I guess no historian thought it important, was that the Stafford family had an obscure claim to the throne through Henry VI. They were descended directly through the male line, while Queen Elizabeth was considered by some to be a bastard and, being a woman as well, therefore unfit to rule. You know that for years her throne was not exactly secure." Douglas nodded. If the historians forgot that the Staffords were related to kings, there was someone who didn't. A woman named Lettice Culpin. "Nicholas's wife?" "You do know your history," Lee said. "Yes, the beautiful Lettice. It seems that her family also had some claim to the throne of England, a claim even more obscure than the Staffords. Lady Margaret believed that Lettice was a very ambitious young woman. Her plan was to marry a Stafford, produce an heir, and put the child on the throne." Douglas considered this. "But why Nicholas? Why not the older brother? It seems like she'd want to marry the man who was Earl." Lee smiled. "I have to keep on my toes with you, don't I? You're going to have to tell me where you learned so much about the Staffords. The eldest brother, Christopher." "Yes, Christopher was engaged to marry a very rich French heiress who happened to be only 12 years old. I guess he decided he'd rather have the money from the heiress than have Lettice, no matter how beautiful she was." "But Kit died and Nicholas became the Earl," Douglas said softly. "Lady Margaret hinted that her eldest son's death might not have been an accident. He drowned, but Lady Margaret said he was a strong swimmer. Anyway, she never knew for sure. She just guessed. So Lettice married the man who was to become the Earl." "Yes," Lee said. "But things didn't go the way Lettice planned. It seems Nicholas wasn't interested in furthering himself at court, or in talking conspiracy and trying to find someone who'd back him if he tried for the throne. Nicholas was mostly interested in women." "And learning," Douglas shot at him. "He commissioned monks to copy books. He designed Thornwick Castle. She stopped. Lee's eyes widened. That's true. Lady Margaret wrote all that. But how did you know? It doesn't matter. What happened after Nicholas married her? You sound as though you're jealous. Okay. After they were married, and Lettice seems to have quickly realized Nicholas wasn't going to do what she wanted him to, she began to look around for some way to get rid of him, as she had Christopher. That was never proven. It may have been a fortunate accident. Fortunate for Lettice, anyway. Lady Margaret admitted that most of this was speculation, but after Lettice married Nicholas, he had some very close calls. A stirrup broke, And he cut his calf, Douglas whispered, when he fell from the horse. I don't know where he was hurt. Lady Margaret didn't say. Douglas, are you sure you're all right? She glared at him. Anyway, Nicholas proved much harder to kill than Christopher had been. So, Lettice began to look for someone to help her. And she found Robert Sidney. Lee smiled. I bet you're great with detective novels, always figuring out the ending. Yes, Lettice found Robert Sidney. He was Arabella Harwood's husband, and he must have been pretty mad about all of England laughing about Stafford and his wife on the table. To make matters worse, 9 months later, Arabella presented him with a black-haired son. And the child and Arabella died. Right. Lady Margaret thinks Sidney had a hand in those deaths. Douglas took a breath. So, Lettice and Robert Sidney contrived to get Nicholas accused and executed for treason. Yes. Lady Margaret thinks Lettice just waited for an opportunity to get Nicholas for something. So when Stafford started gathering men to protect his Welsh estates, she informed Sidney, who rode hell-bent for leather to the Queen. In a way, it's understandable that Elizabeth believed Sidney. Just months before, Mary, Queen of Scots, had declared herself Queen of England as well as Scotland, and here was the Earl of Thornwick raising an army. Elizabeth just clapped Stafford in chains, had a mock trial with secret evidence, then whacked off Stafford's head. Douglas winced. So, Lettice and Robert Sidney went free. Lee smiled. Sort of. Actually, what happened after Stafford's execution was one of the great ironies of life. It seems that Lettice, who had planned everything so carefully, hadn't considered Robert Sidney's ambition. Lady Margaret thought Lettice planned to marry some English duke who was Elizabeth's cousin and start all over again. But Sidney had other plans. He threatened to tell the Queen everything if Lettice didn't marry him. He wanted to put his kid on the throne. Blackmail, Douglas whispered. Right, blackmail. I told you this was like a movie. Or a bestseller. Maybe I should fictionalize this. Anyway, she was forced to marry Sidney. Lee gave a snort of laughter. What's really ironic about this whole story is that Lettice was barren. She never conceived at all, not even to miscarry. So she sent her first husband to the blade because of what she wanted for the child she planned to have. Then she couldn't have children. Unbelievable, isn't it? Yes, Douglas said through a closed throat. Unbelievable. She paused. What of Lady Margaret? Neither Lettice nor Sidney had any idea the old woman knew what they'd done. No doubt they'd have killed her if they'd known, but she was a clever old broad and kept her mouth shut. Maybe she realized she couldn't prove anything. The Queen confiscated everything she owned, so Sidney stepped in and offered her a choice between the pauper's farm or marrying his ex-father-in-law, Lord Harwood. Of course, Sidney had an ulterior motive. Since he had 3 kids of Arabella's still alive, Lady Margaret's marriage made them obscurely related. It isn't much of a relationship by our standards today, but back then it was enough that Queen Elizabeth gave Sidney 2 of the Stafford estates. He took a sip of his beer. After Lady Margaret married Harwood, she wrote everything down, put it in an iron chest, had some faithful old servant knock out part of a wall, and hid the box in there. As an afterthought, she put her letters in a chest and hid them too. Then the wall was sealed up. He paused. It was a good thing she did it when she did. According to a letter that survived, that was written by a friend of hers, 2 weeks later, Lady Margaret was found dead at the bottom of a staircase, her neck broken. I guess after Mr. and Mrs. Sidney got the 2 Stafford estates, they had all they needed from her. Douglas leaned back against the booth and was silent for a while. What happened to them? To Lettice and Robert Sidney. She could hardly bear to say the names. Roasted in hell, I imagine. But actually, I don't know. I know that since they never had any kids, their estates passed into the hands of his nephew, who was a dissolute little bastard. In one generation, the little creep managed to bankrupt the Sidney estates. It'll take more research to find out specifically what happened to Lettice and her husband. Historians haven't been too interested in them. He smiled. Up to now, that is. History will change after I write my book. To change history, Douglas whispered. That's what Nicholas had wanted to do, but all they'd managed was to make his execution happen. I have to go, she said abruptly. Where are you staying? I'll walk you there. I don't have reservations. Her head came up. But I plan to stay at Thornwick Castle. Yeah, don't we all? You have to book a year in advance to get into that place. Wait a minute, don't look so sad. I'll call. He walked away and minutes later returned, grinning. You are one lucky devil. They had a cancellation, so you can check in now. I'll walk you there. No, Douglas said. I need to be alone. Thanks for dinner and thanks for telling me, and I'll see that you get your chair at an Ivy League school. She put out her hand to shake his, then turned and left the pub. 20. At Thornwick, no one remembered Nicholas. Douglas looked back through the guest register, and where Nicholas had signed the book, an unfamiliar hand had written Miss Dougless Montgomery. Listlessly, she put her tote bag in the single room, then went outside to look at the unfinished part of the castle. This time, it had never been finished because Nicholas had been executed. As she looked at the roofless walls, at the vines hanging down them, she remembered every word of what Nicholas had told her about what he'd planned for this place. A centre of learning, he'd said. Yet all his plans had come to nothing. When he'd left her yesterday, had he gone back to his cell? She wondered. Had he gone back to the time when he'd been writing his mother and trying to find out who had betrayed him? What had he done in those 3 days before his execution? Would no one listen to him when he told them of Robert Sidney's lies? Wearily, she leaned back against a wall. Whom had he told about Robert Sidney? Lettice? Had his beloved wife come to visit him? Had he told her what he knew and asked for her help? Irony, Douglas thought. Lee had said all of it was ironic. The true irony was that Nicholas had died because he was good. He'd refused to commit treason with his wife, refused to even consider it, and he'd died for it. Not a quick, honourable death, but a death that was public and meant to ridicule him. He'd lost his life, his honour, his name, his estates, and the respect of future generations, all because he'd refused to conspire with a power-mad woman. "It is wrong," Douglas said aloud. "What happened was wrong." Slowly, she walked back to the hotel, and as though in a trance, she showered, put on her nightgown, then went to bed. She lay awake for a long time, anger not allowing her to sleep. Irony, she thought. Treason, betrayal, blackmail. The words tumbled about in her head. Toward dawn, she fell into a fitful sleep, and when she awoke, she felt worse than she had before she went to bed. Feeling 1,000 pounds heavier and very old, she dressed and went downstairs to breakfast. Nicholas had been given a second chance, and he had asked her, Douglas, for help, but she had failed him. She had been so jealous of Arabella that she'd lost sight of the true purpose of why they'd been at the Harwoods. When she should have been searching for information, she had been worrying about whether Nicholas and Arabella were touching each other. Well, no one was going to touch Nicholas now, not in the 20th century or in the 16th. She ate, checked out, then walked to the train station and boarded a train going back to Ashburton. Somewhere during that train ride, her failures stopped plaguing her, and she began to ask herself what could be done now. Would the publication of Lee's book help to clear Nicholas's name? Perhaps if she volunteered her services as his secretary and helped him research, she could somewhat make up for how she'd failed to help Nicholas when he was in the 20th century. She leaned her head against the train window. If only she had it to do over again. She wouldn't be jealous, and she wouldn't waste their precious time together. When she was at Goshawk Hall, why hadn't she asked Lee if there were any other secrets hidden behind the wall? Why hadn't she looked? Why hadn't she torn down that wall with her own bare hands? Why hadn't she... When the sign for Ashburton appeared out the window, she got off the train. As she walked, she realized that there was nothing she could do. The time to help was past. Lee could write his book himself, and she was sure he'd do a great job of it. Robert had his daughter, so he didn't need Douglas. Nicholas had been the one who needed her, but she'd failed him. There was nothing more for her to do but go home. Leaving the train station, she started toward the hotel. She would call the airlines and see if she could get a flight home immediately. Perhaps if she returned to familiar surroundings, she could begin to forgive herself. As she walked, she went past the church that contained Nicholas's tomb, and her feet seemed to turn toward the gate of their own accord. The church was empty inside, the sunlight streaming down through the stained glass windows to gently touch Nicholas's tomb. The pale white of the marble looked cold and dead. Slowly, Douglas walked toward the tomb. Perhaps if she prayed, Nicholas would return. Perhaps if she begged God, he'd let Nicholas come back to her. If she could just see him for 5 minutes, she thought. That's all she'd need to tell Nicholas of his wife's treachery. But as she touched the cold marble cheek, she knew it wouldn't work. What had happened was a once-in-a-century happening. She'd been given a chance to save a man's life, and she'd failed. "Nicholas," she whispered. And for the first time since he'd gone, tears came to her eyes. They were hot, thick tears that blurred her vision. "I am onion-eyed again," she said, almost smiling. "I'm so sorry for failing you, my darling Nicholas, but I don't seem to be much good at anything. But before now I never had anyone die because of my shortcomings." "Oh, God," she whispered, then turned around to sit on the edge of the tomb. "How do I live with your blood on my hands?" She unzipped her bag that was still hanging from her shoulder and rummaged inside for a tissue. She pulled out a soft travel pack, then took out a tissue. As she blew her nose, she saw a piece of paper fall from the tissue pack to the floor. Bending, she picked it up and looked at it. It was the note Nicholas had written and slipped under her door. "The note," she said, standing up straight. It was the note, written in Nicholas's own hand. It was something that he had touched, something that was proof, she thought. "Oh, Nicholas," she said, and the tears began in earnest then, real tears, deep, deep tears of grief. Her legs gave way beneath her, and she slid slowly to the stone floor, the note held to her cheek. "I'm sorry, Nicholas," she cried. "Very, very sorry that I failed you." She leaned her forehead against the cold marble tomb, her body huddled in a knot. "Dear God," she whispered, "please help me to forgive myself." Douglas, in her grief, was unaware of the way the light came in through the stained glass and touched her hair. The window depicted an angel kneeling and praying, and the light came through the angel's halo to touch Douglas's hair, and as a cloud moved, the sunlight touched Nicholas's marble hand. "Please," Douglas whispered. "Please." It was at that moment that Douglas heard laughter. Not just any laughter, but Nicholas's laughter. "Nicholas?" she whispered, then lifted her head, blinking to clear her vision. There was no one in the church. Awkwardly, she rose. "Nicholas?" she said louder, then turned abruptly when she heard the laughter again, this time behind her. She reached out her hand, but there was no one, nothing there. "Yes," she said, standing up straight, then louder, "Yes." She raised her face to the sunlight and to the angel in the window. Closing her eyes, she put her head back. "Yes," she whispered. Suddenly, Douglas felt as though someone had punched her in the stomach. Doubled over in pain, she fell forward onto her knees on the stone floor. When she tried to get up, she felt dizzy and as though she were going to throw up. She had to get to a restroom, she thought. She couldn't befoul the church. But when she tried to move, nothing happened. It was as though her body were no longer obeying her brain. "Nicholas," she whispered, reaching out her hand toward his tomb. But the next moment, everything went black, and she collapsed to the floor. 21. When she awoke, she felt dizzy and weak and wasn't sure where she was. She opened her eyes to see blue sky overhead and a leafy tree nearby. "Now what?" she whispered. Had she wandered out of the church? But the sight of the sky and the tree had calmed her. For the first time in days, she didn't feel frantic. She closed her eyes again. She was so weak she felt like staying where she was and taking a nap. She would figure out where she was later. As she began to doze, she was vaguely aware of a feminine giggle nearby. Kids, she thought. Children playing. But at the sound of a male's responding laughter, her eyes opened. Nicholas? Slowly, still feeling disoriented, she sat up and looked around. She was sitting on the grass under a tree in a pretty part of the English countryside. Turning about, she tried to get her bearings. When had she left the church? Douglas stopped turning when she saw a man in a field. He was far away and difficult to distinguish, but he seemed to be wearing a sort of short brown robe, and he was ploughing a field with an ox. Douglas blinked her eyes, but the vision didn't change. Rural England was indeed rural. Behind her came the woman's giggle again. "Sir Nicholas?" the woman said, in a dreamy sort of way. Douglas didn't think about what she did. She merely reacted. Leaping to her feet, she went to the bushes behind her and shoved her way through them. There on the ground, rolling about, was Nicholas. Her Nicholas. His shirt was half off, and his strong arms were about a plump girl whose top half was coming out of an odd-looking dress. "Nicholas!" Douglas said loudly. "How could you? How could you do this to me?" Tears were starting again. "I've been crazy with worry about you, and here you are with this. Oh, Nicholas, how could you?" She took a tissue from her pocket and blew her nose loudly. On the ground, Nicholas and the girl stopped moving. The girl, with frightened movements, hastily tied the front of her dress, scurried out from under Nicholas, then ran off through the hedges. Nicholas, a scowl on his handsome face, turned over, leaned back on one elbow, and looked up at Douglas. "What mean you by this?" he demanded. Douglas's first reaction of anger left her. For a moment she stood staring down at him. Nicholas was here with her. Here! She leaped on him, her arms fastening about his neck as she began kissing his face. His arms went around her as they fell back against the ground. "Nicholas, it is you. It is. Oh, my darling, it was awful after you left. No one remembered you. Nobody remembered us together." She kissed his neck. "You've grown your beard back, but that's okay. I kind of like it." He was kissing her neck. His hand was on her shirt front, and her blouse easily parted as his lips moved down her throat. "Nicholas, I have so much to tell you. I saw Lee after you left, and he told me all about Lettice and Robert Sidney, and— Oh, that's nice. That's very nice." "No," she said abruptly, then pushed him to arm's length. "We mustn't do this. You remember what happened the last time, don't you? We have to talk. I have so many things to tell you. Did you know that you were executed after all?" Nicholas stopped trying to pull her back into his arms. "I? Executed? Pray, madam, for what?" "For treason, of course, and for raising the army. For— Nicholas, don't you lose your memory too. I've had all the amnesia I can take lately. Listen to me. I don't know how long you'll stay here before you go back. Your wife planned everything. I know you love her, but she only married you because you're related to Queen Elizabeth. Or is it the Queen's father? Anyway, Lettice wants you out of the picture because you won't play along with her and put her kid on the throne. Of course, she can't have any kids, but she doesn't know that." She paused. Why are you looking at me like that? Where are you going?" "I make for my home, away from your collie westernwood talk." He stood up, then began to tuck his shirt into his balloon shorts. Douglas rose too. "Collie westernward? That's a new one on me. Nicholas, wait! You can't leave!" He turned back to face her. "If you desire to finish what you began," he nodded toward the ground, "I will remain, and I will pay you well, but I cannot abide this debauched manner of speaking." Douglas stood there blinking at him, trying to understand what he was saying. "Pay me?" she whispered. "Nicholas, what's wrong with you? You act as though you've never seen me before." "Nay, madam, I have not," he said, then turned his back to her and left the clearing. Douglas was too stunned to move. Never seen her before. What was he talking about? She pushed through the bushes. Nicholas was dressed in the most extraordinary clothes. His black satin jacket seemed to be decorated with— "Are those diamonds?" she gasped. Nicholas narrowed his eyes at her. "I do not deal kindly with thieves." "I wasn't planning to rob you. It's just that I've never seen anyone who had diamonds on his clothes before." Stepping back, she looked at him. Really looked at him, and she saw that he was different. It wasn't just the clothes, or that he was again wearing his beard and moustache, but there was a seriousness missing from his face. This was Nicholas, but he somehow seemed younger. How could he have grown his beard back so soon? "Nicholas," she asked, "when you were last home, not the first time you came to me, but this time, what year was it?" Nicholas slipped a short cloak of black satin that was trimmed in ermine about his shoulders, and from behind the bushes he pulled a horse, an animal as wild-looking as the rented sugar had been. Easily he vaulted into a saddle that was as big as an American cowboy's saddle, but it had tall wooden uprights in front of and in back of the seat. "When last I was home this morn, it was the year of our Lord 1560. Now you, witch, get from my sight." Douglas had to step back against the bushes to keep from being run down by the horse. "Nicholas, wait!" she called, but he was gone. Disbelieving, Douglas stared after him until he was little more than a speck on the horizon. Then she sat down on a big rock, her head in her hands. Now what? She thought. Did she have to start all over again and explain to him yet again all about the 20th century? The last time she'd seen him, he'd come from 1564. But this time it was 4 years earlier. What had happened hadn't happened yet. Her head came up. Of course, that was it. When he'd found out about Robert Sidney, he'd been in jail, or the medieval equivalent thereof, and he couldn't do much about saving himself. But this time he'd come forward 4 years earlier. Now there was time to prevent what had caused his execution. Feeling a great deal more cheerful, she stood up. She had to go find him before he did something dumb, like walk in front of a bus again. Picking up her heavy tote bag from the ground, she slung it over her shoulder, then started walking in the direction Nicholas had gone. The road was the worst she'd ever seen. Deep ruts, rocks sticking up, narrow and weed-choked. The roads in rural America weren't this bad, and she'd never seen anything like this before in England. She stepped to the side of the road when she heard a vehicle coming around a corner. A tired-looking donkey was pulling a cart that had 2 big wooden wheels. Beside the cart walked a man wearing a short dress that looked as though it had been made from a burlap bag. His legs, bare from mid-calf down, had great ugly sores on them. Douglas stared at him in open-mouthed astonishment, and the man turned and gaped at her in the same way. His face was like leather, and when he opened his mouth, Douglas could see rotten teeth. He looked her up and down, his eyes fastening on her stocking-clad legs. He leered at her, grinning and showing off his hideous teeth. Quickly, Douglas turned away and started walking rapidly. The road got worse, the ruts deeper, and there was manure everywhere. "England's using manure to fill the ruts now," she muttered. At the top of a little hill, she stopped and looked down. Below her were 3 little houses, tiny places with thatched roofs and bare ground in front of them where chickens and ducks and children scratched about. A woman wearing a long skirt came out the front door of one hut and emptied a round container beside the door. Douglas started down the hill. Perhaps she could ask directions of the woman. But as she neared the houses, she slowed. She could smell the place. Animals, people, rotting food, piles of manure, all of it reeked. Douglas put her hand to her nose and breathed through her mouth. Really, she thought, the English government should do something about this place. People shouldn't live like this. She went to the first house, trying to keep her shoes clean, but not succeeding very well. A child about 3, wearing a filthy nightgown, looked up at her. The poor thing looked as though it hadn't been washed in a year, and it obviously wasn't wearing a diaper. Douglas vowed that when she got Nicholas straightened out, she was going to complain about this place to the English government. It was a health hazard. "Excuse me," she called into the dark interior of the house. It didn't seem to smell much better inside than out. "Hello? Is anybody home?" No one answered, but Douglas felt as though she were being watched. When she turned, she saw 3 women and a couple of children behind her. The women weren't any cleaner than the child she'd seen, their long dresses encrusted with food and no telling what else. Douglas tried smiling. "Excuse me, but I'm looking for the Ashburton Church. I seem to have lost my way." The women didn't speak, but one woman stepped toward Douglas. It was difficult to keep smiling, for the woman reeked of body odor. "Do you know the way to Ashburton?" Douglas repeated. The woman just walked around Douglas, staring at her, looking at her clothes, her hair, her face. "A bunch of Looney Tunes," Douglas muttered. Living in filth as they did, they probably weren't too bright. She stepped away from the stinking woman and unzipped her tote bag. The woman jumped back at the sound. Douglas took out her map of southern England and looked at it. But it didn't help any because she didn't know where she was, so she couldn't figure out how to get where she was going. She lowered the map when she realized one of the women was very near, her head almost inside Douglas's bag. "I beg your pardon," she said sharply. The woman's head was covered with a cloth that was caked with dirt and grease. The woman jumped away, but not before she'd snatched Douglas's sunglasses from her bag. She ran back to the other women, and the 3 of them examined the glasses. "This is too much." Douglas strode toward the women, her foot slipping in something, but she didn't look down. "May I have those back?" The women looked at her with hard faces. One of them had deep pitted scars on her neck, and she held the sunglasses behind her back. Douglas put her hands to her sides. "Would you please return my property?" "Be gone with you," one of the women said, and Douglas saw that 3 upper teeth were missing and 2 others were rotten. It was then that she began to understand. She looked at the house before her, saw the firewood stacked outside, saw the onions hanging from the roof. the dirt, the carts, the people who had never heard of a dentist. "Who is your queen?" she whispered.
"Elizabeth,"
one woman said in an odd accent.
"Right,"
Douglas whispered. "And who was her mother?"
"The witch Anne Boleyn."
The women were gathering around her now, but Douglas was too stunned to notice. Nicholas had said that this morning it had been 1560. Then he'd ridden off on a horse with a funny saddle. He hadn't seemed disoriented or unsure of where he was going. He hadn't acted as he had when he'd first arrived in the 20th century. Instead, he'd acted as though he were right at home.
"Ow!"
Douglas said, for one of the women had pulled her hair.
"Be ye a witch?"
one of the women asked, standing very close to Douglas. Suddenly, Douglas was afraid. It was one thing to laugh at a man in the 20th century for calling someone a witch, but in the 16th century, people were burned for being witches. "Of course I'm not a witch," Douglas said, backing away, but there was a woman behind her. A woman pulled on Douglas's sleeve.
"Witches' clothes?"
"No, of course they aren't. I live, in another village, that's all. Next year, you'll all be wearing this." She couldn't go back or forward, for the surrounding women were blocking her. "You'd better think fast, Douglas," she thought, "or you just might be this evening's barbecue." While keeping an eye on the women, she put her hand into her tote bag, digging for she knew not what. Her hand lit on a book of matches she'd taken from a hotel somewhere. She pulled out the matches, tore off one, and struck it. With a gasp, the women moved back. "In the house," she said, holding the lit match at arm's length. "Go on, get in the house." The women backed up and stepped inside the doorway just as the match burned down to Douglas's fingertips. She dropped the match and began to run. Leaving the stinking houses and the rutted road behind, she ran into the woods. When she was out of breath, she sat down on the ground and leaned back against a tree. It appeared that when she'd passed out in the church, she'd awakened in the 16th century. So here she was, alone, Nicholas didn't know her, in a time before soap was invented, or at least before it was used much, and the people seemed to regard her as something evil. "So how am I to tell Nicholas all he needs to know if I don't even see him?" she whispered. The first drops of rain were cold on Douglas. She pulled an umbrella from her travel bag and opened it. It was at that moment that she really looked at her beat-up old carry-on. She'd had the thing for years. It had travelled with her wherever she'd gone, and she'd gradually filled it with everything anyone could need while travelling. Inside were cosmetics, medicines, toiletries, a sewing kit, an office kit, magazines, a nightgown, airline nut packages, felt-tip pens, and there was no telling what was in the very bottom. She pulled the bag under the umbrella with her, feeling as though the bag were her only friend. "Think, Douglas, think," she told herself. She had to tell Nicholas what he must know. Then she had to get back to her own time. Already she knew that she didn't want to stay in this backward place with its filthy, ignorant people. In just this short time she was already missing hot showers and electric blankets. She huddled under the umbrella as the rain started coming down harder. The ground under her was getting wet, and she thought of sitting on a magazine, but who knows? She might end up selling the magazines in order to live. She put her head down on her knees. "Oh, Nicholas, where are you?" she whispered. She remembered the evening of the first day she'd met him, and how she'd been in that tool shed crying. He'd come to her then, and later he'd said he'd heard her calling. If it worked then, maybe it would work now. With her head down, she concentrated on asking Nicholas to come to her. She visualized his riding up to her. She thought of all their time together. She smiled, remembering a dinner chosen by her that their landlady had cooked for them. Corn on the cob, avocados, barbecued spare ribs, and a mango for dessert. Nicholas had laughed like a small boy. She remembered the music he'd played, his delight over the books, how critical he had been of modern clothes. "Come to me, Nicholas," she whispered. "Come to me." It was dusk, and the rain was coming down hard and cold when Nicholas appeared, sitting atop his big black horse. She grinned up at him. "I knew you'd come." He did not smile, but instead glared down at her in anger. "Lady Margaret would see you," he said. Your mother wants to see me." She couldn't be sure because of the rain, but he seemed to be momentarily shocked at her words. "All right," Douglas said, rising, then handing him her umbrella and raising her hand for him to help her onto his horse. To her disbelief, he took the umbrella, examined it with interest, then held it over his own head and rode off, leaving Douglas standing with rain pelting down on her. "Of all the—" she began. Was she supposed to walk while he rode? She moved back to the relative dryness under the tree, and after a while Nicholas returned, the umbrella held over him. "You are to come with me," he said. "Am I supposed to go on foot?" she yelled up at him. "You ride while I slog along in the mud and muck behind you? And you use my umbrella? Is that what you had in mind?" He seemed confused for a moment. "Your speech is most strange." "Not as strange as your outdated ideas. Nicholas, I am cold and hungry and getting wetter by the minute. Help me on your horse and let's go see your mother." Nicholas gave a bit of a smile at her insolent attitude, then held down his hand for her. Douglas took it, put her foot on his, and swung onto the back of the horse, not into the saddle with him, but onto the hard, unsteady rump of the horse. Douglas put her arms around Nicholas's waist, but he pried her loose and pushed her hands down to the high back of the saddle, then handed her the umbrella. "Hold this over me," he said, and kicked the horse forward. Douglas wanted to make a retort, but all her attention was on holding on to the horse. She had to use 2 hands to hold on, so the umbrella hung uselessly to the side as they sped along. Through the rain she saw more hovels, more people working in the rain, apparently oblivious of it. "Maybe it'll wash them," she muttered, hanging on as best she could. Because she was behind Nicholas and he was too tall to see over, she didn't see the house until they were in front of it. There was a tall stone wall before them, and behind it stood a 3-story stone house. A man wearing clothes somewhat like Nicholas's, no burlap dress, but no diamonds either, came running to take the horse's reins. Nicholas dismounted, then stood impatiently by, slapping his gloves against his palm, while Douglas struggled down by herself, lugging her heavy bag and the umbrella. When she was down, the servant opened the gate and Nicholas went through it, seeming to expect Douglas to follow him. She hurried after him, down a brick path, up a flight of stairs, across a brick terrace, and into the house. A solemn-faced servant stood inside, waiting to take Nicholas's cloak and wet hat. When Douglas closed the umbrella, Nicholas took it from her and looked inside, obviously trying to figure out how it worked. After the way he'd been treating her, she wasn't about to tell him. She snatched the umbrella from his hands and gave it to the wide-eyed servant.
"This is mine," she said to the servant. "Remember that, and don't let anyone else have it."
Looking at her, Nicholas snorted. Douglas hitched her bag onto her shoulder and glared back at him. She was beginning to believe that he was not the man she'd fallen in love with. Her Nicholas wouldn't have made a woman ride on the back of a horse. Turning away, he started up the stairs, and Douglas, dripping and cold, followed him. She had only a brief glimpse of the house, but it didn't look like the Elizabethan houses she'd seen on guided tours. For one thing, the wood wasn't darkened from being 400 years old. The walls were panelled in golden oak, and everywhere there was colour. The plaster above the panels was painted with scenes of people in a meadow. There were bright, pretty new tapestries and painted cloths hanging on the walls. There were silver plates gleaming from tabletops, and under her feet, oddly enough, there seemed to be straw. Upstairs, there were carved pieces of furniture in the hall, looking as new as though they'd been made last week. On one table was a tall pitcher that had beautiful, deep fluting on it. It was of a yellow metal that could only be gold. Before Douglas could ask about the pitcher, Nicholas opened a door and strode inside. "I have brought the witch," she heard Nicholas say.
"Now just a minute,"
Douglas said. Then, hurrying into the room behind him, she stopped. She had entered a beautiful room. It was large, with tall ceilings, the walls panelled with more of the beautiful oak, the plaster above painted with colourful birds, butterflies, and animals. The furniture, the window seat, and the enormous bed were draped with hangings of brilliant silk, and dotted with cushions, all of it embroidered in gold and silver and brightly coloured thread. Everything in the room, from cups and pitchers to a mirror and comb, seemed to be a precious object, made of gold or silver, encrusted with jewels. The whole room glittered beautifully.
"My goodness,"
Douglas said in awe.
"Bring her to me,"
said an imperious voice. Douglas pulled her eyes away from the room to look at the bed. Behind its exquisitely carved posts, behind scarlet silk hangings that twinkled with flowers embroidered in gold thread, lay a stern-looking woman wearing a white nightgown with black embroidery on the cuffs and ruffled neck. About her eyes, Douglas could see a resemblance to Nicholas.
"Come here,"
she commanded, and Douglas moved closer. The woman's voice, for all its command, sounded tired and stuffy, as though she had a cold. It was when Douglas was closer to the foot of the bed that she saw that the woman had her left arm stretched across a pillow, and a man, wearing a long, voluminous robe of black velvet, was bending over her and tending to—
"Are those leeches?"
Douglas gasped. Slimy little black worms seemed to be stuck on the woman's arm. Douglas didn't see Lady Margaret exchange looks with her son.
"I have been told you are a witch, that you make fire from your fingertips."
Douglas couldn't take her eyes off the leeches.
"Doesn't that hurt?"
"Aye, it hurts," the woman said in dismissal. "I would see this magic of fire."
The distaste Douglas felt at seeing the leeches on the woman's arm overrode her fear of being called a witch. She walked to the side of the bed and put her tote bag on top of a table, pushing aside a pretty silver box that had emeralds across the top.
"You shouldn't let that man do that to you. It sounds to me like you just have a bad cold. Headache? Sneezing? Tired?"
Wide-eyed, the woman stared at her and nodded.
"That's what I thought." She rummaged in her bag. "If you'll make that man take those nasty things away, I'll fix your cold. Here they are. Cold tablets. She held up the package.
Mother, Nicholas said, stepping forward, you cannot.
Be still, Nicholas, Lady Margaret said. And remove those from my arm, she ordered the physician.
The man pulled the leeches from Lady Margaret's arm, dropped them into a little leather-bound box, then stepped away from the bed.
You'll need a glass of water.
Wine,
Lady Margaret commanded, and Nicholas handed her a tall silver goblet studded with rough-cut jewels. Douglas was aware of the unnatural hush in the room, and suddenly she realized how brave Lady Margaret was. Or how dumb, she couldn't help thinking, since she was taking medicine from a stranger. Douglas handed her a cold tablet.
Swallow it, and in about 20 minutes it should work.
Mother, Nicholas began, but Lady Margaret waved him away as she swallowed the capsule.
If she is harmed, you will pay, Nicholas said into Douglas's ear, and Douglas swallowed. What if the Elizabethan body wasn't ready for cold tablets? What if Lady Margaret was allergic?
Douglas stood where she was, still dripping water and beginning to shiver from cold. Her hair was plastered to her head, but no one had offered her a towel. No one in the room seemed to breathe as they looked at Lady Margaret lying against the embroidered pillows. Shifting nervously, Douglas became aware of another person in the room. Near the bed curtains was another woman. Douglas could just see the shape of her in a dress with a tight bodice above a full skirt. When Douglas coughed, Nicholas, at the foot of the bed, gave her a sharp look. It was the longest 20 minutes of Douglas's life, as she stood there, cold and nervous, and waited for the pill to take effect. When it did work, it worked quickly. Lady Margaret's sinuses cleared, and she lost that awful stuffy feeling of having a cold. Lady Margaret sat up straighter, her eyes wide.
I am cured, she said.
Not really,
Douglas answered.
The pills just mask the symptoms. You should stay in bed and drink lots of orange juice. Or whatever.
The woman behind Douglas came bustling from the shadows, leaned over Lady Margaret, and tucked the covers around her.
I am well, I tell you,
Lady Margaret said.
You, go,
she said to the physician, and he backed out of the room.
Nicholas, take her, feed her, dry her, clothe her, and bring her to me on the morrow, early.
I, Nicholas said haughtily.
I? You have found her. You are responsible for her. Now go.
When Nicholas looked at Douglas, he curled his upper lip. Come, he said, and there was anger as well as distaste in his voice. She followed him out of the room, and once they were in the hall, she said,
Nicholas, we must talk.
He turned on her, still wearing that expression of distaste. Nay, madam, we do not talk. He arched one eyebrow. And I am Sir Nicholas, Knight of the Realm. Turning on his heel, he walked away.
Sir Nicholas? She asked. Not Lord Nicholas?
I am but a knight. My brother is lord. Douglas stopped walking.
Brother? You mean Kit? Kit is alive.
When Nicholas turned toward her, his face was distorted with rage.
I do not know who you are or how you come to know of my family. But I warn you, witch, you harm one person, should a hair on my mother's head change colour, and you will forfeit your life in payment, and do not think to use your witchcraft on my brother.
He turned again and started walking. Douglas followed, but she didn't say anything. Great, just great, she thought.
She'd come all the way back across 400 years to save Nicholas's head, and all he could do was threaten to kill her. How was she going to make him listen?
They went upstairs to the top floor, and Nicholas threw open a door. "You sleep here." She stepped inside. This was no pretty room filled with treasures. It was a cell with one tiny window high up on the wall and little more than a lumpy mattress in a corner with a filthy wool blanket on top.
"I can't stay here,"
Douglas said, horrified. But when she turned, she saw that Nicholas had left the room and shut the door behind him. She heard a key turn in a lock. She yelled and pounded on the heavy door, but he didn't open it.
"You bastard!"
she shouted, then slid down the door to the floor.
"You rotten bastard,"
she whispered, alone in the dark room. 22. No one came to release Douglas that night or the next morning. She had no water, no food, and very little light. There was an old wooden bucket in a corner, and she assumed this was to relieve herself in. She tried lying on the mattress, but within minutes she felt little things crawling on her skin. Clawing herself, she jumped out of the bed and pressed herself against the cold stone wall. She could tell when morning came only because the room changed to a lighter shade of gloom. During the long night she'd scratched at whatever was on her skin so much that places were bleeding. Expectantly, she waited for someone to release her. Lady Margaret had said she wanted to see Douglas early, but no one came. By holding her arm up to a narrow ray of light coming in through the window, she could see her wristwatch, and, if it was set correctly for Elizabethan time, at noon still no one had come to release her. She tried to keep her mind active and not give in to despair, so she repeatedly went over everything Lee had told her about the events leading up to Nicholas's execution. Somehow she had to warn Nicholas. Somehow she had to prevent Lettice and Robert Sidney from using Nicholas. But how could she do anything when she was locked away in a dark, flea-ridden room? And not only wouldn't Nicholas listen to her, he seemed to hate her. She tried to remember what she'd said when she'd first seen him yesterday that had so offended him. Was it her references to his beloved Lettice? It was cold in the room, and Douglas shivered as she scratched at her itching scalp. In the 20th century, she'd always had the Montgomery name and money to fall back on. Even though she was years from inheriting, she'd always known the money was there, that she could offer $1 million for information she desperately needed. But here in the 16th century, she had nothing. Was nothing. All she had was a travel bag full of modern wonders, and she had a knowledge of what was to come, and somehow she had to persuade these people that they couldn't just toss her into a prison and leave her to rot. The first time Nicholas had come to her, she'd failed to find the information needed to stop his execution, but this time she would not fail. This time she was going to succeed no matter what she had to do. As she thought of these things, energy began to replace her lethargy. Her father loved to tell his daughters stories of their ancestors, of the Montgomerys in Scotland, in England, and in early America. There was one story after another of heroic deeds and near escapes.
"If they can do it, so can I," Douglas said aloud. "Nicholas," she said firmly, "come release me from this hideous place."
Closing her eyes, she concentrated, imagining Nicholas coming to her. It didn't seem to take long for him to hear her. When he flung open the door, his face was dark with anger.
"Nicholas, I want to talk to you," she said.
He turned away from her. "My mother asks for you." She stumbled after him, her legs weak from lack of use, her eyes not adjusted to the light in the hall.
"You came because I called you," she said. "There is a bond between us, and if you'd let me explain—"
Halting, he glared at her. "I wish to hear naught that you say."
"Will you tell me what you're so angry at me about? What have I done?"
He looked her up and down in an insolent way. "You accuse me of treason. You frighten the villagers. You besmirch the name of the woman I am to marry. You bewitch my mother. You—" His voice lowered. "You come into my head." Reaching out, she put her hand on his arm.
"Nicholas, I know I must seem strange to you, but if you just listen to me and let me explain—"
"Nay," he said, moving away from her touch. "I have petitioned my brother to cast you out. The villagers will see to you."
"See to me?"
she whispered, then shuddered as she remembered those filthy women in that little clump of houses. No doubt those rotten-toothed hags would stone her if given the chance.
"You would do that to me? After the way I helped you when you came to me?"
Her voice was rising.
"After all I did for you when you came forward, you'd throw me out? After the way I've come back across 400 years to save you, you'd just throw me into the streets?"
He glared at her. "My brother decides." Turning, he started down the stairs. Douglas stayed close behind him and tried to control her anger enough to think. First, she had to figure out a way to keep from being tossed out of the relative safety of the house and into the muck of the streets, and Lady Margaret seemed to be the answer to that problem. Lady Margaret was again in bed, and Douglas could see that the 12-hour cold capsule had worn off. "You will give me another of the magic tablets," she said, leaning back against the pillows. In spite of being hungry, tired, filthy, and frightened, Douglas knew that now was the moment when she had to use her wits.
"Lady Margaret, I am not a witch. I am merely a poor, humble princess set upon by thieves, and I must appeal to you for help until my uncle, the king, can come to me."
"Princess?" Lady Margaret said. "King?" Nicholas half shouted. "Mother, Lady Margaret put up her hand to silence him. "Who is your uncle?" Douglas took a deep breath.
"He is the King of Lanconia."
"I have heard of this place," Lady Margaret said thoughtfully. "She is no princess," Nicholas said. "Look you at her."
"This happens to be the style of dress in my country," she snapped at him. "Are you going to throw me in the street and risk a king's wrath?"
She looked back at Lady Margaret.
"My uncle would be very generous to anyone who protected me."
Douglas could see that Lady Margaret was considering this.
"I can be very useful,"
Douglas said quickly.
"I have lots of cold tablets, and I have all sorts of interesting things in my bag, and
What could she do?
I can tell stories. I know lots of stories."
"Mother, you cannot consider keeping her here," Nicholas said. "She is no better than a flirt gill." Douglas guessed that that was a woman of ill repute. She turned angry eyes on him.
"Look who's talking. You and Arabella Sidney can't keep your hands off one another."
Nicholas's face turned purple, and he took a step toward her. Lady Margaret coughed to cover laughter. "Nicholas, fetch Honoria to me. Go, now!" With one more look of anger at Douglas, he obediently left the room. Lady Margaret looked at Douglas. "You amuse me.
You may remain in my care until a messenger can be sent to Lanconia to ask after your uncle."
Douglas swallowed.
"How long will that take?"
"A month or more."
Lady Margaret's eyes were shrewd.
"Do you recant your story?"
"No, of course not. My uncle is King of Lanconia."
Or will be, Douglas amended to herself.
"Now the tablet,"
Lady Margaret said, leaning back on the pillows.
"Then you may go."
Douglas got a cold tablet from her bag, but hesitated.
"Where am I supposed to sleep?"
"My son will tend to you."
"Your son locked me in a hideous little room, and there were bugs in the bed."
Judging from the look on Lady Margaret's face, she didn't seem to see anything wrong with what her son had done.
"I want a proper room, and some clothes that won't make people stare at me, and I want to be treated with the respect due to my station in life, and I want a bath."
Lady Margaret looked at her with cold, dark eyes, and Douglas saw where Nicholas got his imperious manner.
"Beware you do not amuse me too much."
Douglas tried to keep her knees from knocking. Once, as a child, she'd seen a wax museum that showed a medieval torture chamber. Now she remembered the instruments of torture too well. The rack, the Iron Maiden.
"I mean no disrespect, my lady," she said softly. "I will earn my keep. I will do my best to continue to amuse you."
Like Scheherazade, she thought. If I don't amuse this woman, tomorrow it's off with my head. As Lady Margaret studied her, Douglas knew her fate. Her very life was being decided in this single moment.
"You shall attend me. Honoria will—"
"That means I can stay. Oh, Lady Margaret, you won't regret this, I promise. I'll show you how to play poker. I'll tell you stories. I'll tell you all of Shakespeare's stories. No, I better not do that. It might upset things. I'll tell you about, The Wizard of Oz and My Fair Lady. Maybe I can remember some of the words and music."
Douglas, who had always refused to sing out loud, began to sing, "I Could Have Danced All Night." Funny what the threat of being burned alive could make one do.
"Honoria,"
Lady Margaret said sharply.
"Take her, clothe her."
"And food and a bath,"
Douglas added.
"The tablet."
"Oh, sure."
Douglas handed the cold tablet to Lady Margaret.
"Let me rest now. Honoria will see to you. She will stay with you, Honoria."
Douglas hadn't heard the other woman enter. She looked to be the same woman who had been in the room last night, but Douglas couldn't see her face as she kept it turned away. Douglas followed Honoria from the room. She felt better now, knowing that she had some time before Lady Margaret found out she wasn't a princess. Was lying to a lady punished by death, or merely torture? Or torture then death? But perhaps if Douglas could entertain Lady Margaret well enough, she wouldn't care whether she was a princess or not. And, too, perhaps a month was long enough to do what she must. Clasping her travel bag tightly to her, Douglas followed Honoria to her room, which was next to Lady Margaret's. It was about half the size of Lady Margaret's room, but, still, it was large and very pretty. There was a white marble fireplace on one wall, a big four-poster bed, some stools, 2 carved chairs, and a chest at the foot of the bed. Sun came in through a window that had small diamond-shaped panes of glass. Looking about the pretty room, Douglas was beginning to relax somewhat. She had managed to keep herself from being thrown into the streets.
"Is there a bathroom around here?"
she asked the back of Honoria. Turning, the pretty woman gave Douglas a blank look.
"A privy?"
Douglas explained. Nodding in understanding, she pointed to a small door in the panelling. When Douglas opened the door, she saw a stone seat with a hole cut in it. The little room was the equivalent of an outhouse indoors, and it stunk to high heaven. Beside the seat was a stack of paper, thick, hard paper that had writing all over it. She held one piece of paper up.
"So that's what happened to all the medieval documents," she murmured.
Quickly, she used the privy and left it. When she went back into the room, she watched as Honoria opened a chest, pulled clothes out, laid them on the bed, then left the room. When she was alone, Douglas walked about, exploring. This room had no silver or gold ornaments as Lady Margaret's had, but everywhere were embroidered fabrics. Douglas had seen a few examples of Elizabethan embroidery in museums, but they had been old and faded. Here, the cushions were brilliant, undimmed by time or use, and the colours were wondrous. She walked around the room touching everything, marvelling at the brightness of all of it. New antiques, she thought, as she scratched furiously at bites on her back. After a while, the door opened, and two men came in bearing a big, deep wooden tub. The men wore red, tight-fitting wool jackets, puffy shorts like those Nicholas wore, and black knitted hose. Both men had strong, muscular legs.
"There are things to be said for the Elizabethan age,"
Douglas thought, as she admired the men's legs. Behind the men came 4 women bearing buckets of steaming hot water. They wore simple, long wool skirts, tight bodices, and little caps on their heads. 2 of the women had smallpox scars on their faces. When the tub was half full of steaming water, Douglas began to undress, and Honoria held out her hands to help, but then stepped back, her eyes wide, when she saw Douglas needed no help in undressing. In other circumstances, Douglas would have been modest, but not when she was as filthy as she was. When she was down to her bra and panties, and Honoria was staring at her in speechlessness, Douglas held out her hand.
"Hi, I'm Dougless Montgomery."
Honoria didn't seem to know what to do, so Douglas picked up her hand and clasped it.
"So, we're to be roommates?"
Honoria gave Douglas a puzzled look.
"Lady Margaret has requested that you remain with me, yes."
She had a soft, pleasant voice, and Douglas could see that she was quite young, maybe only 21 or 2. Douglas stripped off her undergarments and stepped into the tub, while Honoria picked up the modern clothes, examining each carefully, unabashedly curious. Douglas took the soap the servants had left beside the tub, but it felt like a harsh version of lava, and it lathered about as well as a stone.
"Would you hand me my bag, please?"
she asked Honoria. Looking quite hard at the nylon of the bag, Honoria set it on the floor by Douglas, then watched as she unzipped it. Douglas withdrew a cake of soap — she was always saving the pretty scented bars from hotels — and began to wash herself. Honoria was making no attempt to hide her curiosity as she watched Douglas wash.
"Would you tell me about this place?"
Douglas asked.
"Who lives here? Tell me about Kit and Nicholas. And is he engaged to Lettice? And is John Wilfred here? And what about Arabella Sidney?"
Honoria sat on a chair and tried to answer questions as she watched in awe as Douglas used the marvellous soap, then shampooed her hair. As far as Douglas could tell from Honoria's words, she'd been transported back in time early enough that only Nicholas's engagement had taken place. Nicholas had not yet made a fool of himself on the table with Arabella, and John Wilfred was insignificant enough that Honoria didn't know who he was. Honoria would give Douglas any facts she wanted, but would not give an opinion, and she absolutely refused to gossip. After Douglas had bathed and washed her hair, Honoria handed her a coarse, rough towel of linen, and when she was damp-dry and her hair combed, Honoria began to help her dress. First went on a long nightgown-like garment, very plain, made of finely woven linen.
"What about underpants?"
Douglas asked. Honoria looked blank.
"Knickers, you know."
Douglas picked up her own pink lacy briefs from the chest top where Honoria had put them, but Honoria still looked blank.
"There is nothing below,"
Honoria said.
"My goodness,"
Douglas said, wide-eyed.
"Who would have thought that underpants were a recent invention?"
"When in Rome," she murmured, and tossed her briefs aside. Douglas wasn't prepared for the next layer of clothing. Honoria held up a corset. Douglas's experience of corsets was seeing Gone with the Wind and Mammy pulling Scarlett's laces. But this corset was...
"Steel?"
Douglas whispered, holding the thing up to look at it. The corset was made of thin, flexible strips of steel, covered with fine silk, with steel hooks down one side, and since the corset wasn't new, rust was showing through the silk. When Honoria buckled her into it, Douglas thought she might faint. Her ribcage could not expand, her waist was about 3 inches smaller than it was naturally, and her breasts were pressed flat. Douglas steadied herself against the bedpost.
"And to think that I used to complain that pantyhose were uncomfortable," she murmured.
Over the corset went a voluminous, long-sleeved linen shirt, the ruffled collar and sleeves embroidered prettily with black silk thread. Around her waist was tied a half-slip of linen that had wire sewn inside it so that it stood out in a perfect bell shape.
"A farthingale,"
Honoria said when asked, giving Douglas an odd look for not knowing this simple fact.
"This is getting heavy. Is there more?"
Douglas asked. Honoria next put a half-slip of lightweight wool over the wired farthingale. Over this petticoat went another one, this one of emerald green taffeta. Douglas began to cheer up. The taffeta rustled when she moved, and the fabric was beautiful. Honoria picked up a dress of rust-coloured brocade with a huge abstract design of black flowers. The dress was not easy to get into. Over Douglas's shoulders was a crisscross network of silk cords, a pearl at every joint. The front of the bodice was fastened with hooks and eyes that looked strong enough to hold army tanks together. An embroidered band concealed the closure. There were no sleeves on the dress, but Honoria attached them separately, pulling them up over the long sleeves of the linen shirt underneath. At the shoulder, the sleeves were big and puffy, then they tapered to the small wrists. The sleeves weren't solid fabric, but strips of hemmed emerald taffeta, fastened every few inches by a gold square set with a pearl. Douglas touched the pearls while Honoria hurriedly and efficiently went around Douglas with a long hatpin type of instrument, pulling bits of the white linen out the cuts in the sleeves. By now, it had taken Honoria an hour and a half to put these garments on Douglas, and she wasn't finished yet. Next came the jewels. A belt of gold links with rough-cut square emeralds went around Douglas's now tiny waist. An enamelled brooch with pearls around it was pinned in the middle of the bodice, and 2 gold-linked chains went off to either side, fastening under her arms. Honoria picked up a collar that was a limp ruffle of linen, put it around Douglas's neck, and tied it in back. Later, Douglas found out that in 1564, Nicholas's ruff had been stiff with yellow starch, but now, a mere 4 years earlier, no one had heard of starch. To conceal where the ruff joined the dress, Honoria slipped a third belt of square gold links about her neck.
"You may sit,"
Honoria said softly. Douglas tried to walk, but she was wearing somewhere around 40 to 50 pounds of clothing, and the steel corset was preventing her from breathing. Stiffly, her head up off the scratchy ruff, Douglas made her way to a stool and collapsed. She did not, however, slump. One does not slump when wearing a steel corset. Douglas sat rigidly while Honoria combed Douglas's thick auburn hair, then pulled it back from her face and braided it. Then, using bone pins, she fastened the braids up. Over the braids, on the back of Douglas's head, she fastened a little cap that was like a hairnet, but, again, pearls were at each joint. Honoria helped Douglas stand up.
"Yes," she said, smiling. "You are most beautiful."
"As pretty as Lettice?" Douglas asked without thinking.
"Lady Lettice is most beautiful also,"
Honoria said, her eyes cast downward. Douglas smiled. Tactful. Very tactful. Honoria had Douglas sit on the edge of the bed, then put out her leg, and Honoria slipped fine hand-knit wool stockings up to Douglas's knees, then tied them with pretty ribbon garters embroidered with bumblebees. She slipped cork-soled soft leather shoes on Douglas's feet, and helped Douglas to again stand up. Slowly, Douglas walked toward the window, then back. The clothes were ridiculous, of course. They were heavy, unwieldy, terrible for your lungs, and yet... She put her hands to her waist. She could practically encircle it with her hands. She was wearing pearls, gold, emeralds, satin, and brocade. And in spite of the fact that she could barely breathe and her shoulders were already aching from the weight, she'd never felt so beautiful in her life. When she twirled about, the skirts belled out from her prettily. She looked up at Honoria.
"Whose dress is this?" "Mine own," Honoria said softly. "We are near the same size."
Douglas went to her and put her hands on her shoulders.
"Thank you very much for lending it to me. It was very generous of you."
She kissed Honoria on the cheek. Confused and blushing, Honoria turned away.
"Lady Margaret wishes you to play for her tonight."
"Play?" Douglas was looking at the sleeves of her gown. Real gold, not fake. How she wished she had a full-length mirror.
"Play what?"
Her head came up.
"You mean, like, play an instrument? I can't play anything."
Honoria was obviously shocked.
"They do not teach music in your country?" "They teach it, but I didn't take any." "What does a woman learn in your country if not sewing and music?"
"Algebra, literature, history, things like that. Can you play an instrument? Sing?"
"Most certainly." "Then how about if I teach you some songs and you play and sing them?" "But Lady Margaret..." "Won't mind. I'll be the band leader."
From the way Honoria smiled, Douglas guessed that she'd like introducing new songs to the household.
"We shall go to the orchard," she said.
When Honoria left the room, Douglas took a few minutes to apply cosmetics very lightly. She didn't want to look like a painted hussy, but it would not hurt her cause to look as appealing as she could. Moments later, Honoria returned with a lute, and a man handed Douglas a basket that she saw contained bread and cheese and wine. Then they were on their way outside. Now that Douglas wasn't afraid that any minute she was going to be thrown into a dungeon, she looked about her. There were people everywhere. There were children running up and down stairs carrying things. Men and women scurried hither and yon. Some people wore coarse linen or wool, some dressed in silks, some had jewels, some not. Some people wore fur. Some men wore shorts like Nicholas, and some men wore long gowns. Nearly all the people seemed young, and what surprised Douglas the most was that the people seemed to be as tall as 20th-century people. She'd always heard that people of the Elizabethan age were much smaller than modern people, but she found that, at 5 feet 3 inches, she was short in the 20th century and short in the Elizabethan age as well. The people did seem to be a lot slimmer, though. From all the moving about they did, plus the poundage of their clothes, they probably couldn't put on weight.
"Where is Nicholas's room?"
Douglas asked, and, moments later, Honoria pointed to a closed door. Douglas had to watch her step as she descended the staircase in her long skirts, but the brocade in her hand made her feel elegant. As they made their way toward the back of the house, Douglas had glimpses of lovely rooms with gorgeously dressed women bent over embroidery frames. Outside, she and Honoria stopped on a brick terrace that had a low wall around it and a stone balustrade on top, and she had her first look at an Elizabethan garden. Before her, down some steps, was a maze of low, deep green hedges. To her right was another walled garden of vegetables and herbs set in perfectly arranged squares. A pretty little octagonal building stood in the middle. To her left she could see another garden of fruit trees with an odd sort of hill in the middle. On top of the hill was a wooden rail.
"What is that?"
she asked.
"A mound,"
Honoria replied.
"Come, we will go to the orchard."
They walked briskly down brick stairs, then across a raised walk beside a rose-covered wall, where Honoria opened an oak door and they entered the orchard. Douglas found that although the gown she wore very much constricted her upper body, from the waist down she was free. The farthingale held the weight of the skirts off her legs, and not wearing any underpants gave her the oddest feeling of being naked. The orchard was lovely, and it struck Douglas how perfectly in order it was. Everything was planted symmetrically, and all of it was perfectly clean. She could see at least 4 men and 2 children using wooden rakes to clean and to generally make the garden beautiful. Now she could see why Nicholas had been so upset by the garden at Bellwood. But to keep a garden like this took the services of many, many people. Honoria walked along the gravel path on the edge of the orchard to a grape arbor. As far as Douglas could see, there wasn't a dead leaf or twig on the vines, and the unripe grapes hung down abundantly.
"This is very pretty,"
Douglas whispered.
"In fact, I've never seen a garden as pretty as this one."
Smiling, Honoria sat on a bench in front of a pear tree that was perfectly espaliered against the wall and pulled her lute onto her lap.
"You will teach me your songs now?"
Sitting beside her, Douglas pulled aside the cloth inside the basket she carried. Inside was a big piece of bread, white bread, but not like modern white bread. It was heavier and very fresh, but there were odd holes in the crust. It was delicious. The cheese was tangy and fresh. Inside a hard leather bottle was a sour-tasting wine. There was also a little silver goblet.
"Does no one drink water?"
"The water is bad,"
Honoria said, tuning her fat-bellied lute.
"Bad? You mean undrinkable?"
She thought of the little houses she'd seen yesterday. If those people had access to the water, it was sure to be dirty. How odd. She'd always thought that water pollution was a 20th-century problem. Douglas spent a lovely 2 hours with Honoria in the orchard, eating the cheese and bread, sipping the cool wine from a silver goblet, watching the jewels on her own dress and on Honoria's twinkling in the sunlight, and watching the gardeners go about their work. She didn't know many songs, but she'd always loved Broadway musicals and had seen most of them on video. So when she began to think about it, she knew more than she thought. Besides I Could Have Danced All Night, She knew Get Me to the Church on Time from My Fair Lady. She made Honoria laugh at the title song from Hair, and she knew They Call the Wind Maria from Paint Your Wagon. She also knew the theme song from Gilligan's Island, but she didn't sing that. After the fifth song, Honoria put up her hand to halt. "I must write these," she said, then went back to the house to get paper and pen. Douglas was content to sit where she was, like a lazy cat in the sun. Unlike her usual life, she felt no urgency to be somewhere else or do something else. On the far side of the orchard, a little door opened and she saw Nicholas enter. Immediately, Douglas was alert and her heart began to race. Would he like her dress? Would he like her better now that she looked like the other women of his century? She started to get up, but then she saw a pretty young woman she'd never seen before enter behind him. Nicholas was holding her hand as the two of them went running down the path toward the grape arbor in the opposite corner of the garden. It wasn't difficult to see that they were lovers slipping away to somewhere private. Douglas stood up, her fists clenched at her sides. Damn him, she thought. This is just the sort of thing that had gained him such an awful reputation in the 20th century. No wonder the history books had nothing good to say about him. Douglas's first impulse was to run after them and tear the woman's hair out. Nicholas might not remember her, but that didn't change the fact that Douglas was the woman he loved. But, Douglas told herself, that was neither here nor there. She owed it to the future memory of Nicholas to put an end to this cavorting. Feeling saintly, telling herself she was doing this for Nicholas's own good, she swiftly walked toward the arbor. She was aware that every gardener in the orchard had stopped work and was watching her. In the secret shade of the arbor, Nicholas already had the woman's skirt up her bare thigh, his hand disappearing underneath. His jacket and shirt were open, the woman's hand was inside, and they were kissing each other with a great deal of enthusiasm. "Well," Douglas said loudly, somehow controlling her urge to spring at the two of them. "Nicholas, I don't believe this is the behavior of a gentleman." The woman pulled away first and looked at Douglas in surprise. She started to push Nicholas away, but he didn't seem able to stop kissing her. "Nicholas!" Douglas said sharply in her schoolteacher voice. When Nicholas turned to look at her, she saw that his eyelids were lowered, and he had that sleepy look she'd seen only when he'd made love to her. Douglas drew in her breath. When he saw her, Nicholas's expression changed to anger, and he dropped the woman's skirt. "I think you'd better leave," Douglas, her body shaking with anger, said to the woman. The woman, looking from Nicholas to Douglas as they glared at each other, hurried out of the arbor. Nicholas looked Douglas up and down, and the anger on his face almost made her retreat, but she held her ground. "Nicholas, we have to talk. I have to explain to you who I am and why I'm here." When he stepped toward her, this time she did step back. "You have charmed my mother," he said in a low voice, "but you do not charm me. If you come between me and my actions again, I will take a batlet to you." He shoved past her so hard that Douglas nearly fell against the wall, and she watched with a heavy heart as he strode angrily down the path and out through the door in the wall. How was she supposed to accomplish anything if he wouldn't listen to her? He wouldn't even spend 10 minutes in her company. What was she supposed to do? Lasso him? Right, she thought. Tie him up and tell him she was from the future and she'd come back through time to save his neck, literally. "And I'm sure he'll believe me," she whispered. Honoria returned with a wooden lap desk, big feathers that she expertly trimmed into pens, ink, and 3 sheets of paper. She plucked out the notes of the songs and asked Douglas to write the music. Her opinion of Douglas's education was further lowered when she found out that Douglas could neither read nor write music.
"What is a batlet?"
Douglas asked.
"It is used to beat the dust from the clothes,"
Honoria answered, writing the notes down.
"Does Nicholas, fool around with all the women?"
Honoria stopped playing and looked at Douglas.
"You should not lose your heart to Sir Nicholas. A woman should give her heart only to God. People die, but God does not."
Douglas sighed.
"True, but while we're alive, people can make living worthwhile or not."
Douglas started to say more, but she glanced up and, standing on the terrace of the house, she saw someone's head, and it looked like...
"Who is that girl?"
Douglas asked, pointing.
"She is to marry Lord Christopher when she is of age, if she lives. She is a sickly child and not often out."
The girl, from this distance, looked just like Gloria, just as fat, just as petulant. Douglas remembered Lee saying that Nicholas's older brother was to marry a French heiress, and that was why he'd refused Lettice's offer of marriage.
"So, Nicholas is to marry Lettice, and Christopher is engaged to a child,"
Douglas said.
"Tell me, if that girl were to die, would Kit consider marrying Lettice?"
Honoria looked taken aback at Douglas's casual use of Christian names.
"Lord Christopher is heir to an earldom, and he is related to the Queen. Lady Lettice is not of his rank."
"But Nicholas is."
"Sir Nicholas is a younger son. He does not inherit the estates or the title. For him, Lady Lettice is a good match. She also is related to the Queen, but distantly. Her dowry, though, is not large." "But if Lettice married Nicholas, then say Christopher died, Nicholas would be the Earl, right?"
"Aye," Honoria said, and stopped writing notes. Looking up at the terrace, she saw the fat, spotty, sickly French heiress go back into the house.
"Sir Nicholas would become the Earl,"
she said thoughtfully. 23. By the time Douglas climbed into bed beside Honoria that night, she was exhausted. No wonder she'd seen so few fat people, and the women had such tiny waists. Between the steel corset and the constant activity, fat didn't have a chance to settle on a person's body. She and Honoria had left the garden to attend a service in the pretty little chapel on the ground floor of the house. They'd listened to a richly dressed minister, and they'd spent a great deal of time on their knees. Douglas couldn't pay attention to what the minister was saying for looking at the stunning clothes of the men and women around her. Silk, satin, brocade, fur, jewels. It was in the chapel that she had her first glimpse of Christopher. He looked like Nicholas, but not so young or handsome. But there was a quiet strength coming from him that made Douglas stare at him. When he glanced across at her, there was so much interest in his eyes that Douglas looked away, blushing. She didn't see Nicholas watching the two of them and frowning. After chapel was supper, which Douglas took in the presence chamber with Lady Margaret, Honoria, and 4 other women. There was vegetable beef soup, a nasty bitter beer, and fried rabbit. A man, who Honoria said was the butler, had to chip cinders from the crust of a loaf of bread before he served it to them, and thereby explained the holes in the crust of Douglas's earlier loaf. The other women, Douglas learned, were Lady Margaret's gentlewomen and chamberers. As far as Douglas could tell, everyone in the household had a specific rank, and servants had servants who had servants, and, to her surprise, they also had specific duty hours. Her knowledge of servants was based on what she'd read of Victorian households, where the servants worked from very early to very late. But she learned from questioning Honoria there were so many servants in the Stafford household that no one worked longer than about 6 hours at a time. At supper, Douglas was introduced, and the ladies eagerly asked about her country of Lanconia and her uncle the king. Douglas, squirming with the lie, muttered replies, then asked the ladies about their clothes. She received some fascinating information on the Spanish style of dress, the French, the English, and the Italian fashions. Douglas became very involved in this, and soon found herself planning a gown in the Italian style that had something called a bum roll under the skirt instead of a farthingale. After supper, servants cleared the tables, then moved them against the wall, and Lady Margaret asked to hear Douglas's songs. What followed was an energetic and laugh-filled evening. With no TV or professional performances ever seen, no one was shy about singing or dancing. Douglas knew she was terrible compared to the people she'd heard on the radio and on records, but before the evening was over, she found herself singing solos. Christopher came to join them, and Honoria taught him They Call the Wind Maria, which he played on the lute. Everyone seemed to play an instrument, and before long Lady Margaret and all 5 of her ladies were playing the melodies on oddly shaped, strange-sounding instruments. There was a guitar of sorts, but shaped like a violin, a 3-stringed violin, a tiny piano, an enormous lute, several kinds of flutes, and a couple of horns. Douglas found herself drawn to Kit. He was so much like Nicholas, the Nicholas she'd known in the 20th century, certainly not this 16th-century Nicholas who went from one woman to another. She sang, "Get Me to the Church on Time," and Kit quickly picked up the melody. In no time they were all singing the funny song. At one point she saw Nicholas standing in the doorway, glowering. He refused to enter, even when Lady Margaret motioned to him. It was only about 9 o'clock when Lady Margaret said it was time to retire. Kit kissed Douglas's hand. She smiled at him. Then she followed Honoria off to bed. Honoria's maid came to help the 2 women undress. Douglas took several lovely, deep breaths after the steel corset was removed. Then, wearing the long linen undergarment she'd worn under her dress all day, and a little cap to protect her hair, she climbed into bed beside Honoria. The sheets were linen and scratchy, and not too clean, but the mattress was of goose down and as soft as a whisper. She was asleep before she'd pulled the coverlet over her. She didn't know how long she'd been asleep when she awoke. She felt as though someone was calling her, but when she lifted her head and listened, she heard no one, so she lay back down. But the feeling that someone wanted her would not go away. Although the room was silent, she couldn't get rid of the feeling that she was needed by someone. "Nicholas," she said, coming bolt upright. After a glance at the sleeping back of Honoria, Douglas crept out of bed. She put on a heavy brocade robe that was at the foot of the bed and slipped her feet into the soft, wide shoes. Elizabethan corsets might be murder, but the shoes were heaven. Silently, she left the room, then stood outside the closed door and listened. There was no sound, and what with the straw on the floor, she'd have been able to hear any footsteps. She started walking to the right, for she felt the call strongest there. She went to one closed door, put her hand on it, but felt nothing. The same at the second door. It was at the third door that she could feel the call the strongest. When she opened the door, she wasn't surprised to see Nicholas sitting on a chair wearing his tight hose, the baggy shorts, and a big linen shirt open to the waist. A fire burned in the fireplace, and he held a silver tankard. He looked as though he'd been drinking for a while.
"What do you want of me?"
she asked. She was more than a little afraid of this Nicholas, as he didn't seem remotely like the man who had come to her own century. He didn't look at her, just stared at the fire.
"Nicholas, I'm willing to talk, but if you're just going to give me the silent treatment, then I'd like to go back to bed."
"Who are you?" he asked softly. "How do I know of you?" She sat on the chair next to him, facing the fire.
"We are bonded somehow. I can't explain it. I cried for help and you came to me. I needed you and you heard my call. You gave me—"
"Love," she almost said. Somehow that seemed long ago, and this man was a stranger to her.
"It seems to be my turn now. I've come to warn you."
He looked at her. "Warn me? Ah, yes, I must not commit treason."
"You don't have to sound so cynical. If I can come all this way back here, the least you can do is listen. That is, if you can keep your hands from under some woman's skirt long enough."
She could see his face turning red with rage.
"Callot,"
he said under his breath.
"You who use your witchcraft to befuddle my mother, who exhibit yourself to my brother, dare to speak ill of me?"
"I am not a witch. I've told you that 1,000 times. All I've done is what I've had to do to get myself inside your house so I can warn you."
Standing up, she tried to calm herself.
"Nicholas, we have to stop arguing. I've been sent back to warn you, but unless you listen to me, everything's going to happen the same way it did before. Kit will—"
He stood up, cutting her off, then leaned over her threateningly. "When you came to me this night, did you come from my brother's bed?" Douglas didn't think about what she did. She just slapped him across the face. He grabbed her against him, his body forcing hers backward as he put his mouth on hers, hard, angry. Douglas wasn't going to allow a man to use force to kiss her. She pushed at him with all her strength, but he didn't release her. One of his hands was on the back of her head, forcing her head sideways, while the other hand slipped to the small of her back and pushed her body intimately to his. When his lips touched hers, Douglas stopped fighting him. This was Nicholas, the Nicholas she'd come to love, the man that even time couldn't separate her from. Her arms went about his neck, and she opened her mouth under his. As she kissed him in return, her body began to melt into his. Her legs were weak, trembling. His lips moved to her neck.
"Colin," she whispered. "My beloved Colin."
He pulled his face away from her, looking puzzled. She touched the hair at his temples, ran her fingertips down his cheeks.
"I thought I had lost you," she whispered. "I thought I'd never see you again."
"You may see all of me that you wish," he said, smiling. Then he put his hand under her knees and carried her to his bed. He stretched out beside her, and Douglas closed her eyes as his hand went under her robe, then untied the neck of her gown. He kissed her ear, nibbling at her lobe, then ran his tongue down the sensitive cord of her neck while his hand slipped inside her gown to touch her breast. As his thumb rubbed the peak of her breast, as his breath was on her ear, he whispered, "Who has sent you to me?"
Douglas murmured. "God, I suppose."
"What is the name of the god you worship?" Douglas could barely hear him as he slipped one leg over hers.
"God, Jehovah, Allah, whoever."
What man worships this god? Douglas was beginning to hear him. She opened her eyes.
Man? God? What are you talking about?
Nicholas squeezed her breast. What man has sent you to my house? She was beginning to understand his motive in making love to her. She pushed away from him, and, sitting up, she tied her gown and robe.
I see,
she said, trying to control her anger.
This is how you always get what you want from women, isn't it? At Thornwick, all you had to do was kiss my arm and I'd agree to do whatever you wanted. So now you've decided that I'm up to no good. So you're going to seduce a confession out of me.
She got off the bed and stood glaring at him. But Nicholas lounged on the bed, not at all upset by the revelation of his devious actions.
Let me tell you something, Nicholas Stafford. You're not the man I thought you were. The Nicholas I knew was a man who cared about honor and justice. All you care about is the number of women you can bed.
She stood up straighter.
All right. I'm going to tell you who sent me and why I'm here.
She took a deep breath.
I'm from the future. The 20th century, actually. And you came to me there. We spent several lovely days together.
His mouth dropped open and he started to speak, but Douglas put up her hand.
Hear me out. When you came to me, the time here was September of 1564, 4 years from now, and you were sitting in a prison awaiting your execution for treason.
Nicholas's eyes began to twinkle in amusement as he rolled off the bed and picked up his tankard. I see why my mother has taken you to amuse her. Tell me more. What treason had I committed? Douglas clenched her fists at her sides. It was difficult to be caring toward a man who was smirking in derision.
You hadn't. You were innocent.
Ah, yes, he said patronizingly. I would be.
You were gathering an army to protect your lands in Wales, but in your haste you didn't petition the Queen for permission to raise the army. Someone told her you were planning to use the army to take her throne.
Nicholas sat down and looked at her, his eyes filled with amazement. Pray tell me, who lied to the Queen about these lands I do not own and this army I do not possess? She was so angry at his attitude that she wanted to leave the room. Why bother to try to save him? Let the history books record that he was a wastrel. He was a wastrel.
They were your lands and your army, because Kit was dead, and Robert Sidney and your beloved Lettice had lied to the Queen.
Nicholas's face changed to cold rage. He advanced on her. Do you enter this household to threaten my brother's life? Do you think to cast your spells on me so that I feel all that you do in the hopes that I will take you to wife and make you a countess? Do you stop at nothing? You besmirch the name of my betrothed as well as my cater cousin to gain your desires? She backed away from him, afraid of him now.
I can't marry you because my life doesn't belong in this century. I certainly can't go to bed with you because if I did, I'd probably disappear. And if I disappeared now, I'm sure nothing would be changed. And besides that, I don't want to marry you. Okay? So I came back to give you a message, and that's it. So now maybe I'll get lucky and disappear. I hope I do. Truthfully, I hope I never have to see you again.
She grabbed the door handle, but he slammed the door shut and wouldn't let her leave. I will watch you. If my brother has one pain, I will know it is caused by you, and you will pay.
I left my voodoo doll on the plane. Now, Will you let me out, or do I scream?"
"Heed me, woman."
"I understand you perfectly, but since I'm not a witch, I don't have any fears, do I? Now open the door and let me out of here."
He stepped back, and Douglas, with her head high, left the room. She was all the way down the corridor to the room she shared with Honoria before she started crying. She thought she'd lost Nicholas when he'd returned to the 16th century, but that hadn't been as complete as this. Now he wasn't even the same man she'd known and loved such a short time ago. She didn't return to Honoria's bedroom, but went to the presence chamber to curl up on a window seat. The tiny diamond-shaped panes of glass were too thick and rippled to see out of, but Douglas didn't care about seeing out. How many times was she going to lose the man she loved? Was the Nicholas who came to her in the 20th century the man who'd just kissed her? Other than looks, the two seemed to have nothing in common. Once again, Douglas, she told herself, you've fallen for the wrong man. If he wasn't a man with one foot in jail, then he was a man who chased after every woman around. One minute Nicholas was cursing Douglas for being a witch, and the next he was kissing her. When Nicholas had gone back before, he'd been executed because they'd not had enough information. Afterward, she'd felt that they might have found the information they needed if she hadn't spent so much time being jealous of Arabella. If Douglas had spent more time researching and asking questions, she might have saved Nicholas's life. So now she'd been given a second chance, yet she was repeating the same mistakes. She was letting emotion blind her to what must be done. This extraordinary, unbelievable thing of switching two people back and forth through time had been done to her and Nicholas so that lives and fortunes could be saved. But all Douglas could think of was whether Nicholas still loved her or not. She threw jealous fits like a junior high school girl because a grown man was fooling around with some woman in a grape arbor. Douglas stood up. She had a job to do, and she had to do it without allowing petty emotion to get in her way. She went back into Honoria's bedroom and slipped into bed beside her. Today she would start finding out what she could do to prevent the treachery of Lettice Culpin. Douglas had merely closed her eyes when the bedroom door was flung open and Honoria's maid entered. She pulled back the hangings to the four-poster bed, opened the shutters to the windows, took Honoria's and Douglas's gowns and the layers of underwear from the chest at the foot of the bed and shook them. Minutes later, Douglas was caught up in the bustle of the day, of dressing again in Honoria's second-best gown and eating a breakfast of beef and beer and bread. Honoria started to clean her teeth with a linen cloth and some soap, but Douglas didn't want to try the flavour, so she gave Honoria one of the several hotel giveaway toothbrushes she had in her bag. After a demonstration of its use and some exclamations over the toothpaste, she and Honoria companionably brushed their teeth, spitting into a lovely hammered copper basin. After breakfast in their chamber, Douglas followed Honoria into a bustle of activity as she attended Lady Margaret in directing the large household. There was a morning church service to attend, then the servants to see to. Douglas stood by and watched in awe as Lady Margaret went over every problem, talked and listened to every complaint. Douglas asked Honoria 1,000 questions, as Lady Margaret competently and efficiently dealt with what seemed to be hundreds of servants, marshals of the hall, yeomen of the chamber, yeoman waiters. Honoria explained that these were only the household heads, and that each of these men had many servants under him. She said that Lady Margaret was unusual in that she dealt personally with the household servants.
"There are more servants than these?"
Douglas asked.
Many more, but Sir Nicholas deals with them.
There is no mention in your history books that I was chamberlain to my brother. Douglas remembered Nicholas asking. After an exhausting morning, at about 11 a.m., the servants were dismissed, and Douglas followed Lady Margaret, Honoria, and the other ladies downstairs to what Honoria said was the winter parlour. Here, a long table was beautifully laid with a snowy white linen cloth, and each place setting consisted of a large plate, a spoon, and a big napkin. In the centre of the table, the plates were— Douglas could hardly believe her eyes. The plates were gold. The plates further down the table were silver, then came pewter plates, until a couple on the end were made of wood. There were chairs behind the gold plates and stools for the other diners. There was no disguising who was considered of higher rank than someone else. Obviously, equality was not something these people pursued. Douglas was happy to see that Honoria led her to a silver plate, and Douglas was further pleased to find herself sitting across from Kit.
"What amusement do you plan for us this even?"
he asked. Douglas looked into his deep blue eyes and thought,
"How about spin the bottle?"
She had been so involved with the problem of Nicholas, she had given her job little thought.
"Waltzing," she said. "It's the national dance of my country."
When he smiled at her, Douglas smiled back warmly. Her concentration was broken when a servant brought a ewer and basin and towel for each guest to wash his hands. Douglas saw that 3 seats down from Kit was Nicholas, and he was in serious conversation with a tall, dark-haired woman who wasn't beautiful exactly, but very handsome. For a moment, Douglas stared at the woman, thinking that she'd seen her before, but she couldn't place her. Turning away, she looked at the other people and thought how odd it was to see women without makeup. But the women obviously took care of their skin. They didn't just get up, wash their faces and go. On the other side of Nicholas was the French heiress who was to marry Kit. The girl sat quietly, her lower lip stuck out, a frown on her plain face. No one spoke to her, but she didn't seem to mind. Behind her hovered a fierce-looking older woman who, when the girl knocked her napkin askew, straightened it. Douglas caught the girl's eye and smiled, but the girl glowered back, and the hovering woman looked as though Douglas had threatened her charge. Douglas turned away. When the food arrived, Douglas saw that it was presented with great ceremony, and cooking like this deserved ceremony. The first course of meat was brought in on enormous silver trays: roast beef, veal, mutton, salted beef. Wine, which was kept cool in copper tubs of cold water, was poured into jewel-coloured translucent goblets of Venetian glass. The next course was fowl: turkey, boiled capon, chicken stewed with leeks, partridge, pheasant, quail, woodcock. Next came fish: sole, turbot, whiting, lobster, crayfish, eels. Everything seemed to be cooked in a sauce, all of it highly spiced and delicious. Vegetables came next: turnips, green peas, cucumbers, carrots, spinach. Douglas did not find the vegetables as good as the other courses because they had been cooked to a pulp. When she asked, she was told that vegetables must be cooked thoroughly to remove the poisons from them. With every course, a different wine was served, and servants rinsed the glasses before filling them with the next wine. Salads came after the vegetables. Not salads as she knew them, but cooked lettuce and even cooked violet buds. When Douglas was so full she felt like lying down and sleeping the afternoon away, dessert was brought in. There were almond tarts and pies of nearly every fruit imaginable, and there were cheeses that ranged from creamy to hard. The fat, sun-warmed strawberries were more flavourful than any Douglas had ever tasted in the modern world. For once, Douglas was thankful for her steel corset, which kept her from gorging herself. After the meal, the ewer of water was brought around again, because the food had been eaten with spoons and fingers. At last, after 3 hours, the group broke up, and Douglas waddled up the stairs to Honoria's room and flopped on the bed.
"I am dying," she said woefully. "I'll never be able to walk again. And to think I expected Nicholas to be happy with a club sandwich for lunch."
Honoria laughed at her.
"Now we must attend Lady Margaret."
Douglas soon found out that the Elizabethan people worked as hard as they ate. With her hand on her full belly, Douglas followed Honoria downstairs, through a beautiful knot garden, and out to the stables. Douglas was helped onto a horse with a side saddle, which she had a great deal of trouble holding on to. Then Lady Margaret, her 5 women and 4 male guards, wearing swords and daggers, set off at a mad pace. Douglas had a hard time keeping up, because she was so unbalanced, with one leg hooked over a tall wooden pommel and the other in a short stirrup. Douglas knew her Colorado cousins wouldn't be very proud of her, because she used both hands to hold on to the reins.
"They have no horses in Lanconia?"
one of the men asked her.
"Horses, yes. Side saddles, no,"
she answered, as she held on fearfully. After about an hour, she began to feel less like she was going to fall off at any second, so she could look around her. Going from the beautiful Stafford house to the English countryside was like going from a fairy castle to a slum, or maybe from Beverly Hills to Calcutta. Cleanliness was not part of the villagers' lives. Animals and people lived in the same buildings and on the same sanitary level. Kitchen and privy slops were thrown outside the doors of the dark little houses. The people were as dirty as only years' worth of dirt and sweat could make them. Their clothes were coarse and stiff with grease and use. And diseases. Douglas stared at the people they passed. They were marked with smallpox. They had neck goiter, ringworm, running sores on their faces. Many times she saw crippled and maimed people, and no one over the age of 10 seemed to have all his teeth, and the ones they did have were usually black. Douglas's huge lunch threatened to come up. What made her feel worse than the sights and smells was the fact that most of the illnesses could be cured with modern medicine. As she rode, holding on to the saddle, she could see that there were very few people past the age of 30, and it occurred to Douglas that had she been born in the 16th century, she wouldn't have lived past 10 years old. At 10, her appendix had ruptured, and she'd required emergency surgery. There was no surgery in the 16th century. But then she probably wouldn't even have survived birth, because Douglas had been a breech birth and her mother had hemorrhaged. As she thought about this, she looked at these people with new eyes. These people were the survivors, the healthiest of the healthy. As Lady Margaret's group rode by, the villagers came out of their huts or stopped working in the fields to stare at the procession of beautifully dressed people on their sleek horses. Lady Margaret and her attendants waved to the villagers, and the villagers grinned back. We're rock stars, movie stars, and royalty all rolled into one, Douglas thought, and she waved at the people too. They rode for what seemed to be hours to Douglas's sore backside and cramped legs, before they halted in a pretty little meadow that overlooked a field full of grazing sheep. One of the grooms helped Douglas from her horse, and she limped to where Honoria sat on a cloth on the damp ground.
"You have enjoyed the ride?"
Honoria asked.
About as much as measles and whooping cough, Douglas murmured. I take it Lady Margaret is over her flu. She is a most lively woman. I can see that.
They sat in companionable silence for a while, Douglas looking at the pretty view and trying not to think of her encounter with Nicholas the night before. She asked Honoria what a callet was, and found out it was a lewd woman. Douglas bit her tongue on renewed anger.
And a cater cousin?
She asked Honoria.
A friend of the heart.
Douglas sighed. So Nicholas and Robert Sidney were friends of the heart. No wonder Nicholas would believe nothing bad about the man. Some friendship, she thought. Nicholas rolls about on a table with Robert's wife, and Robert plots to have his friend executed.
Robert Sidney is a pillicock,
Douglas muttered. Honoria looked shocked.
You know him? You care for him? I don't know him, and I certainly don't care for him.
Honoria looked so puzzled that Douglas asked what a pillicock was.
It is a term of endearment. It means a pretty rogue.
Endearment? But... She broke off.
When Nicholas had asked her to return to the 16th century to cook for him, and she'd been so angry, she'd called him rotten names, and Nicholas had supplied pillicock to the list. He must have loved hearing an angry woman call him a term of endearment. She smiled in memory. He could indeed be a pillicock. One of the women, who was a maid to Lady Margaret, passed about little cookies made of crushed almonds. Munching, Douglas asked,
Who was the handsome, dark-haired woman sitting next to Nicholas at dinner today? Lady Arabella Sidney.
Douglas choked and coughed, sputtering crumbs.
Lady Arabella? Has she been here long? When did she come? When will she leave? The postcard, Douglas thought. That's where she'd seen the woman, in the portrait on the postcard she'd bought at Bellwood.
Honoria smiled.
She arrived yester eve and leaves early on the morrow. She journeys with her husband to France. They will not return for years, so she came to bid my Lady Margaret farewell.
Douglas's mind raced. If Nicholas hadn't had Arabella on the table yet, and tomorrow Arabella left, then this had to be the day. She had to stop it. Suddenly she doubled over, her hands on her stomach, and began to groan.
What ails you?
Honoria asked, concerned.
Something I ate. I must return to the house. But,
Honoria began.
I must.
Douglas gave a few more groans. Quickly, Honoria went to Lady Margaret and returned in a few minutes.
We have permission. I will accompany you with one groom. Great. Let's just go fast.
Honoria looked confused as Douglas hurried toward the horses. As a groom helped her onto the saddle, Douglas didn't look at all ill. Douglas would have thrown her leg over the idiot's side saddle, but there was no stirrup on one side, so she tightened her leg around the big protrusion in the front, took a little riding crop, and applied it to the horse's flanks. Leaning forward, she hung on as the horse thundered down the rutted, dirty road. Behind her came the groom and Honoria, doing their best to keep up with her. Twice Douglas had to make the horse jump, once over a wagon tongue, once over a small wooden wheelbarrow. She reined in sharply as a child ran across the road and managed to miss him. She ran through a flock of geese that set up a terrible clatter. When she reached the house, she leapt from the saddle, tripped on the heavy skirts, and fell face forward. But she didn't waste a moment as she got up and began running, flinging open the gate, then running down the brick walk and up the stairs, across the terrace and in through the front door. Once she was inside the house, she stopped and stared up at the staircase.
Where was Nicholas, Arabella, the table?
To her left came voices, and when she heard Kit, she ran to him.
Do you know where there's a table, about 6 feet long, 3 feet wide? The legs are turned in a spiral.
Kit smiled at the urgency in her voice, and at the wild look of her. Her face was running with perspiration, her cap was half off, and her auburn hair was falling about her shoulders.
We have many such tables. This one is special.
She was trying to remain calm, but she couldn't quite do it, and she was trying to breathe, but the corset was constricting her lungs.
It's in a room Nicholas uses, and there's a closet in the room, a place big enough that 2 people can hide in it.
Closet? Kit said, puzzled, and Douglas realized that a closet in Elizabethan England wasn't a place to hang clothes. An older man behind Kit whispered something to him, and Kit smiled.
The chamber next to Nicholas's bedchamber has such a table. He often...
Douglas didn't hear the rest. Tossing her skirt and petticoats over her arm, she ran up the stairs. Nicholas's bedroom was 2 rooms down on the right, and next to it was a door. She tried the handle, but it was locked. She ran into his bedroom and through it, but the connecting door was also locked. She banged on the door with her open palms.
Nicholas, if you're in there, let me in. Nicholas, do you hear me?
She could swear she heard sounds inside the room.
Nicholas!
She screamed. She pounded and kicked the door.
Nicholas!
When he opened the door, he had a lethal-looking dagger in his hand. "Is my mother well?" he asked. Douglas pushed past him. There, against the wall, was the table she'd seen in the Harwood's library. It was 400 years younger, but it was the same table, and sitting on a chair, trying to look innocent, was Lady Arabella. "I will have your—" Nicholas began, but Douglas cut him off when she flung open a little door to the left of the window. There, huddled against the shelves, were 2 servants.
This is why I wanted you to open the door, she said to Nicholas. These 2 spies would have seen everything you 2 were about to do.
Nicholas and Arabella were gaping at her, speechless. Douglas looked at the 2 servants.
If one word of this gets out, we'll know who told. Do you understand me?
In spite of Douglas's odd speech pattern, they did indeed understand her.
Now get out of here, she said.
As quickly as mice, they scurried from the room.
"You,"
Nicholas began. Ignoring him, Douglas turned to Arabella.
I've saved your life, because your husband would have heard of this, and eventually he would have...
Douglas took a deep breath.
I think you'd better go.
Arabella, not used to being spoken to like this, started to protest, but then she thought of her husband's temper. She hurried from the room. When Douglas turned to Nicholas, she saw the rage on his face, which was nothing new, since he'd hardly looked at her any other way since she'd arrived. She gave him a hard glare, then started to leave. She didn't make it out the door because Nicholas slammed it in her face.
"Do you spy on me?" he asked. "Do you enjoy watching what I do with other women?"
Count to 10, Douglas thought, or better yet, 20. She drew a deep breath.
I do not get my kicks from watching you make a fool of yourself with women, she said calmly. I've told you why I'm here. I knew you were about to have Arabella on the table because you'd already done so. The servants told everybody. John Wilfred wrote the story. Arabella had your kid, and Robert Sidney did her in. Now, may I go?
She watched the emotions running across Nicholas's face. the anger, the confusion, and Douglas felt sympathy for him.
I know that what I'm saying is impossible to believe. When you came to me, I didn't believe you either. But, Nicholas, I'm from the future, and I've been sent back in time to try to prevent the ruin of your entire family. Lettice—
His look cut her off. Do you accuse an innocent woman? Or are you jealous of all women I touch? Douglas's vow to control her emotions flew out the window.
You vain peacock! I couldn't care less how many women you bed. It's nothing to me. You aren't the man I once knew. In fact, you're half the man your brother is. I was sent back in time to right a wrong, and I'm going to do the best I can, no matter how hard you try to thwart me. Maybe if I can prevent Kit's death. That will save the Stafford estates. Then nobody will have to try to change you from being a randy satyr. Now, let me out of here.
Nicholas didn't move from in front of the door. You speak of my brother's death. Do you mean to cast— Douglas threw up her hands and turned away.
I am not a witch. Can't you understand that? I'm a regular, ordinary person who's been caught in very strange circumstances.
She turned back to him.
I don't know all of what happened when Kit died. You said you were at sword practice and you cut your arm, so you couldn't go riding with him. He saw some girl in a lake and went after her. He drowned. That's all I know.
Except that Lettice might have been responsible, Douglas thought. But she didn't add that. He was staring at her, his eyes hostile. Her voice softened.
When you came to me, I didn't believe you either, she repeated. You told me several things that weren't in the history books, but I still didn't believe you. Finally, you took me to Bellwood and showed me a secret door that held a little ivory box. No one, in all the years of the many different owners of the castle, had found the door. You said Kit showed you the door the week before he died.
She didn't like to think of Kit dying. Nicholas gaped at her. She was a witch. For just recently, Kit mentioned a hidden door at Bellwood, a door he had not yet shown his younger brother. What had she done to Kit to persuade him to tell her of this door that by rights should be known only to family members? In truth, what was she doing to his family and his household? Yesterday he'd heard a stableman singing some absurdity of a song called Zippity-Doo-Dah. 3 of his mother's women now applied paint to their eyelids that they said came from Lady Douglas. His mother, his sane, level-headed, wise mother, took medicine from her hand with the trust of a child, and Kit watched the red-haired wench with the intensity of a bird of prey. In the few days she had been in the Stafford house, she had upset everything. Her songs, her outrageous dances, the stories she told. Lately the castle folk had been talking about some people named Scarlet and Rhett. Even how she painted her face was affecting everyone. She was a sorceress, and she was gradually putting everyone under her spell. Nicholas was the only person who made any attempt to resist her. When he tried to talk to Kit of the power the woman was gaining, Kit had laughed. Of what consequence are a few stories and songs? Kit had said. Nicholas didn't know what the woman wanted, but he did not mean to so easily fall under her spell as the others had. He meant to resist her no matter how difficult that might be. Now, glaring at her, he knew that resisting her would never be easy. Her auburn hair was about her shoulders, and she held the little pearl cap in her hands. Never had he seen a woman as beautiful as she. Lettice, perhaps, was more perfect-featured, But this woman, this Douglas, who enraged him, had something more, something he could not name. From the first moment he'd seen her, it had been as though she had some secret hold over him. He liked being in control with women, like kissing them and feeling them melt against him. He liked the challenge of winning a difficult woman, and he liked the sense of power it gave him when he walked away from her. But from the first, this woman had been different. He watched her far more than she did him. He was aware of every time she looked at Kit, of every glance she gave some handsome servant, of every time she smiled or laughed. Last night in his room, his awareness of her had been to the point of pain, and this awareness had made him so angry he could barely speak or think coherently. Her effect on him enraged him. After she left, he had not slept because he knew she wept. The tears of women had never bothered him before. Women always cried. They wept when you left them, when you would not do what they wanted, when you told them you did not love them. He liked women like Arabella and Lettice, who never cried for any reason. But last night this woman had spent the night weeping, and even though he could neither hear nor see her, he had felt her tears. 3 times he had almost gone to her, but he'd managed to restrain himself. He had no intention of letting her know she had power over him. As for her story of past and future, he did not so much as consider it. But something about her was strange. He did not for a moment believe she was a Lanconian princess, nor did he think his mother believed her. But Lady Margaret liked the odd songs and the woman's strange manner of speaking. His mother liked the way this woman acted as though everything were new to her, from the food to the clothes to the servants.
"You'll tell me, won't you?"
Nicholas stared at her. He had no idea what she'd been saying. But suddenly a wave of such desire for her flooded his veins that he stepped back against the door. "You will not bewitch me as you have my family," he said, as though he meant to convince himself. Douglas saw the lust in his eyes, saw the way his lids lowered. In spite of herself, her heart began to pound. "You touch him and you return," she told herself. "But you can't leave until Kit is safe and Lettice's treachery is exposed."
"Nicholas, I don't mean to bewitch you, and I haven't done anything with your family that I haven't needed to do to survive."
She put out her hand to touch him.
"If you would only listen to me."
"Listen to your talk of past and future?" he said with a sneer. He leaned his face close to hers. "Beware of what you do, woman, for I watch you. When word comes that you have no uncle who is king, I myself will toss you from my home. Now get you from me, and do not spy on me again." Turning, he stormed from the room, leaving Douglas alone and feeling helpless. She looked through his bedroom toward his retreating back.
"Please, God," she prayed, "show me how I am to help Nicholas. Let me do what I failed to do the first time. Please show me the way."
Feeling older than she had when she entered, she left the room. 24. In the morning, Douglas saw Arabella just as she was stepping on a block to mount her beautiful black horse. Near her was a man who Douglas assumed was her husband, Robert Sidney. Douglas wanted to see him, wanted to see the face of the man whom Nicholas considered his friend, yet had sent his friend to be executed. Sidney turned, and Douglas drew in her breath. Robert Sidney looked very, very much like Dr. Robert Whitley, the man she had once hoped to marry. Douglas turned away, her hands shaking. Coincidence, she told herself. Nothing more than coincidence. But later that day, she remembered how, in the 20th century, Nicholas, when he'd first seen Robert, had looked as though he'd seen a ghost. And Robert had looked at Nicholas with hatred in his eyes. Coincidence, she told herself again. It could be nothing more. During the next 2 days, Douglas rarely saw Nicholas. When she did see him, he was glowering at her from a doorway or frowning at her across a table. Douglas was kept very busy by the household because they had come to regard her as TV, movies, carnival, and concert all in one. They wanted games, songs, stories. Their demand to be entertained was insatiable. Douglas could not walk in the garden or in the house without someone stopping her and asking for one more bit of entertainment. She was kept busy for long hours trying to remember everything she'd ever read or heard. With Honoria's help, she devised a crude version of Monopoly. They played Pictionary with slate tablets. When she ran out of fiction stories she'd read, she started telling them history stories about America. Lady Margaret especially loved these. Nathan Hale became a favourite hero of the household, and Lady Margaret kept Douglas up half of one night asking questions about Abraham Lincoln. Douglas tried her best to stay in the entertainment field and not talk about religion or politics. After all, just a few years before, Queen Mary had been burning people for being of the wrong religion. Twice Kit asked her questions about farming in her country, and, despite knowing little, she was able to make a few suggestions about compost and how it could be used with the crops. Douglas knew that Lady Margaret's ladies were appalled at Douglas's poor education, at her speaking only one language, and at her not being able to play a musical instrument, and they could not read her handwriting. But, for the most part, they forgave her. While Douglas was teaching, she was also learning. These women did not have the pressure on them that 20th-century American women did, to be everything to everyone. The 16th-century woman was not supposed to be a corporate executive, an adoring mother, a gourmet cook and hostess, as well as a creative lover with the body of an athlete. If the woman was rich, she was to sew, look after her household, and enjoy herself. Of course, she didn't expect to live past about 40, but, at least during her few years on Earth, she wasn't under society's constant pressure to do more and be more. As the days in 16th-century England accumulated, Douglas remembered her time of living with Robert. The alarm went off at 6 a.m., and she hit the floor running. She had to run to get a day's work done in a day. There were meals to prepare, groceries to buy, the house to be straightened. Robert had a cleaning woman once a week, and the kitchen to be cleaned again and again and again. And in her spare time, she had a full-time job. Sometimes she'd wished she could stay in bed for 3 days and read murder mysteries, but there was always too much to do to consider being lazy. Besides, there was the guilt. If she was resting, she felt she should be at the gym trying to keep her thighs from spreading, or she should be planning some scrumptious dinner party for Robert's colleagues. She felt guilty when, exhausted, she served a pizza from the freezer for dinner. But now, here in the 16th century, the modern-day pressures seemed far away. People didn't live alone and isolated. This wasn't one house with one woman to do 20 jobs. This was one house with 140-some people to do maybe 70 jobs. One tired, lonely woman didn't have to cook, clean, wash, and so on, plus hold an outside job. Here, one person had one job. Modern women had their own self-made guilt to make them miserable, but the 16th century people had diseases, their fear of the unknown, their ignorance of medicine, and constant and ever-present death to haunt them. People in the 16th century died frequently, and death was always nearby for the Elizabethans. There had been 4 deaths in the household since Douglas had arrived, and all of them could have been avoided with decent emergency room care. One man died when a wagon fell on him, internal bleeding. When Douglas saw the man, she would have given anything to have been a doctor and able to stop the bleeding. People died from pneumonia, flu, or a blister that became infected. Douglas passed out aspirin, dabbed wounds with neosporin ointment, gave out spoonfuls of Pepto-Bismol. She might help people temporarily, but she could do nothing about decaying teeth, about torn ligaments that left people crippled for life, or about appendixes that burst and killed children. Nor could she do anything about the poverty. Once she tried to talk to Honoria about the vast difference between the way the Stafford family lived and the way the villagers lived. It was then that Douglas learned about sumptuary laws. In America, everyone pretended to be equal, saying that a man who was worth millions was no better than some guy who sweated for a living. But no one believed that. Rich criminals got off with light sentences. Poor men got maximum sentences. In the 16th century, Douglas had found that the idea of equality was a concept that was met with laughter. People were not equal, and by law they were not even allowed to dress equally. In disbelief, Douglas had asked Honoria to explain these sumptuary laws. Earls could wear sable, but barons could wear only the Arctic fox. If a man had an income of £100 a year or less, he could wear velvet in his doublet, but not in his gown. If he made £20 a year, he could wear only satin or damask doublets and silk gowns. A man making £10 or less a year could not wear cloth costing more than 2 shillings a yard. Servants could not wear a gown that reached below their calves, and apprentices constantly wore blue, which is why the upper classes rarely wore the colour. On and on the rules went. They covered income, furs, colours, cloth, cut. Douglas was allowed to wear whatever a countess did, because she was one of Lady Margaret's ladies. Laughing at it all, Honoria said that everyone wore what he could afford, but if a person was found out, he had to pay a fine to the city coffers. Then he returned to wearing whatever he wanted to. In the 20th century, Douglas had never cared much about clothes. She liked them to be comfortable and long-wearing, but other than that she paid little attention to them. But these beautiful Elizabethan gowns were another matter. In the few days she'd been in the 16th century, she'd found the people to be obsessed with clothes. Lady Margaret's ladies spent hours planning gowns. One day a merchant arrived from Italy, and he and his 2 cartloads of fabrics had been welcomed into the presence chamber as though he'd discovered a cure for flea bites. Douglas had found herself joining in the frenzy of pulling out bolts of narrow fabrics and holding them up to herself and the other women. Both Nicholas and Kit had joined them. Like most men, they loved being surrounded by laughing, excited, pretty women. To Douglas's embarrassment, but also her delight, Kit had chosen fabric for 2 gowns for her, saying that it was time she wore her own clothes. That night in bed, Douglas had lain awake for a while and thought how different, yet how much alike these Elizabethans were from people of her own time. From reading novels set in Elizabethan times, Douglas had thought the people did nothing but discuss politics. Even with TV, radio, and weekly news magazines, the American people weren't half as well informed as the players in medieval novels seemed to be. But Douglas found these people, like ordinary Americans, were much more concerned with clothes and gossip, and the smooth running of the enormous and complicated household than in what the Queen was doing. In the end, Douglas decided to do what she could to help, but she didn't believe her job was to change 16th-century life. She had been sent back through time to save Nicholas, and that was what she planned to concentrate on. She was an observer, not a missionary. However, there was one aspect of medieval life Douglas could not tolerate, and that was the lack of bathing. The people washed their faces and hands and feet, but a full bath was a rare occurrence. Honoria kept warning Douglas against her frequent bathing, 3 baths a week, and Douglas hated that the servants had to haul the tub into the bedroom, then lug in buckets of hot water. The ordeal of preparing a bath was so enormous that after Douglas bathed, 2 more people would use the water. Once, Douglas was the 3rd bather, and she saw lice floating on top of the water. Bathing was close to becoming an obsession with her until Honoria showed her a fountain in the knot garden. The knots were hedges that had been planted into intricate designs, with bright flowers in the loops. In the centre of the 4 knots was a tall stone fountain set in a little pool. When Honoria motioned to a child weeding the garden, he ran out of sight behind a wall. Then, to Douglas's delight, water came from the top of the fountain and flowed down into the pool. The child had been sent to turn a wheel. "How lovely," Douglas had said. "Just like a waterfall, or a—" Her eyes began to gleam. "Or like a shower." It was at that moment that a plan began to form in her mind. Privately, she talked to the child who had turned the wheel and arranged to pay him a penny if he'd meet her at 4 a.m. the next morning. So, at 4 a.m. the next morning, Douglas tiptoed out of Honoria's room, down the stairs, and out to the knot garden. She carried her shampoo and rinse, a towel, and a washcloth. The child, sleepy-eyed but smiling, took the penny, which Honoria had given Douglas, and went to turn the wheel. Douglas hesitated for a moment about whether to remove all her clothes or not, but it was still quite dark, and it would be a while before the rest of the household woke. So, she slipped off her borrowed robe and the long linen shirt and stepped, naked, under the fountain. Never has anyone in history enjoyed a shower more. Douglas felt as though years of dirt and oil and sweat were washing off of her. She'd never been able to feel clean using a bathtub, and after weeks of not showering, she felt grimy. She shampooed her hair 3 times, then conditioned it, shaved her legs and underarms, then rinsed. Heaven, sheer, perfect heaven. At long last she stepped out of the fountain, gave a whistle to the boy to stop turning the wheel, then dried and put on her robe. She was smiling broadly as she started back down the path toward the house. Perhaps she was grinning too broadly to be able to see properly, or maybe it was still too dark yet to see well, because she ran into someone. "Gloria," she said, before she realized it was the French heiress. "I mean," she said, stumbling, "I guess you're not Gloria, are you? Where's the lioness?" Douglas gasped at what she'd said. She'd rarely seen this girl, but when she had, she'd always been accompanied by her tall, overbearing guardian of a nurse. "I didn't mean—" Douglas began, apologizing. The heiress didn't reply, but sailed past Douglas with her nose in the air. "I am of an age to care for myself. I need no nurse." Douglas smiled at the girl's plump back. She sounded just like Douglas's 5th graders. They, too, thought they were old enough to take care of themselves. "Sneaked out, did you?" Douglas said, smiling. The girl turned quickly and glared at Douglas. Then her face softened.
"She does snore,"
she said with a bit of a smile. Then she looked back at the fountain.
"What do you hear?"
When Douglas looked at the fountain, to her horror, she saw that the little pool was full of soap bubbles. To Douglas, the bubbles were pollution, but the heiress seemed to think they were wonderful. The girl lifted a handful of suds.
"I took a bath,"
Douglas said.
"Want one?"
The girl gave a delicate shudder.
"Nay, my health is most delicate." "Bathing won't hurt,"
Douglas began, but stopped.
"No missionary work, remember?"
she reminded herself. Moving to stand by the girl, Douglas looked at her closely in the early light.
"Who told you you were delicate?" "Lady Hallett."
She looked at Douglas.
"My lioness."
There were tiny dimples in her cheeks. Douglas considered what she was about to say, and she knew she was taking a chance, but the child looked as though she needed a friend.
"Lady Hallett says you're delicate, so she gets to tell you what to eat, and where you can and cannot go, and who may be your friend and who not. In fact, she gets to keep you under her thumb so much that you have to sneak out before daylight just to see the gardens. Is that about right?"
For a moment, the girl's mouth dropped open, but then she stiffened and gave Douglas a haughty look.
"Lady Hallett guards me from the lower classes."
She looked Douglas up and down.
"Such as me?"
Douglas asked, suppressing a smile.
"You are not a princess. Lady Hallett says a princess would not make a spectacle of herself as you do. She says you are not educated. You do not even speak French."
"That's what Lady Hallett says."
"But what do you think of me?" "That you are not a princess, or you would not—"
"No," Douglas cut her off.
"Not what Lady Hallett says. What do you think?"
The girl gaped at Douglas, obviously not knowing what to say. Douglas smiled at her.
"Do you like Kit?"
The girl looked down at her hands, and Douglas thought her face turned red.
"As bad as that?" "He does not notice me,"
the girl whispered, tears in her voice. When her head came up and she glared in hate at Douglas, at that moment she looked so much like Gloria that it was eerie.
"He looks at you."
"Me?" Douglas gasped.
"Kit isn't interested in me." "All the men like you. Lady Hallett says you are close to being a...
Douglas grimaced.
"Don't tell me. I've already been called that. Look, what's your name?" "Lady Allegra Lucinda Nicoletta de Corret," she said proudly.
"But what do your friends call you?" The girl looked puzzled for a moment, then smiled.
"My first nurse called me Lucy."
"Lucy," Douglas said, smiling. But then she looked at the lightening sky.
"I guess we better get back. People will be searching for... us."
Lucy looked startled, then gathered her heavy, expensive skirt and started to run. She was obviously terrified of being found missing.
"Tomorrow morning,"
Douglas called after her.
"Same time."
She wasn't sure Lucy heard or not. Douglas went back to the house, ignoring the servants' looks at her wet hair and her robe. When she opened the door to Honoria's bedroom, she sighed. Now began the long, painful process of dressing, and she wished just now for the ease and comfort of jeans and a sweatshirt. After breakfast, she sneaked away from the other women to look for Nicholas. The women were demanding new songs, and already Douglas's small store was depleted. She was down to humming tunes and persuading the women to make up their own words. But today she had to talk to Nicholas. Nothing was going to be changed about his execution if she didn't talk to him. She found him in a room that could only be an office, sitting at a table surrounded by papers. He appeared to be adding a column of figures. He looked up at her, raised one eyebrow, then looked back down at his paper.
Nicholas, you can't ignore me. We must talk. Sometime you're going to have to listen to me.
I am occupied. Do not plague me with your nonsensical chatter.
Chatter? Nonsense, she said in anger. What I need to say means more than that.
He gave her another look to be quiet, then returned to his column of numbers. Douglas glanced at the paper, but the numbers made no sense to her. Some were Roman numerals, some written with a J instead of an I, and some numbers were Arabic. No wonder he had a difficult time adding them, she thought. Opening the little embroidered pouch that hung at her waist, she took out her solar calculator. She carried it with her because Honoria and the other ladies were always counting stitches in their embroidery, so Douglas often added and subtracted for them so their patterns would be accurate. But she had more important things to do than help him add, she thought as she set the calculator down beside Nicholas's hand.
You and Kit were gone for a few days. Did you go to Bellwood? Did he show you the secret door?
She asked. Lord Kit, he said emphatically, is not your concern. Nor am I. Nor, for that matter, is my mother's household. Madam, you are not wanted here. She was standing over him, looking down at him and trying to think of what to say to make him listen to her. Then, as she watched, in his anger, Nicholas snatched up the calculator and began punching the buttons. He punched in the numbers, hit the plus key between them, then the equal at the end. Still speaking, obviously not even noticing what he'd done, he wrote down the total on his piece of paper. And furthermore, he said as he started to add the second column.
Nicholas,
she whispered.
You remember.
She drew in her breath. Then louder she said,
You remember.
I remember naught, he said angrily, but even as he spoke, he stared down at the calculator in his hands. He realized he'd been using it. But now the knowledge of what it was and how it was used fled him. He dropped the thing as though it were evil. Seeing him use the calculator was a revelation to Douglas. Somehow, what he'd experienced in the 20th century was buried in his memory. It was 4 years before it happened, but now also happened to be 400 years before Douglas's birth. So many strange experiences were happening to her that she couldn't question his knowledge of a calculator. But if he remembered that little machine, then he remembered her. She went to her knees beside him and put her hands on his arm.
Nicholas, you do remember.
Nicholas wanted to pull away from her, but he couldn't. What was it about the woman? He asked himself. She was pretty, yes, but he'd seen women more beautiful. He'd certainly been around women more pleasing than she was. But this woman never left his mind.
Please, she whispered, don't close your mind to me. Don't fight me. You might remember more if you'd allow yourself.
I remember naught, he said firmly, looking down into her eyes. He'd like to take her hair out of the little cap, out of its braid.
You do remember. How else would you know how to use the calculator?
I did not, he began, then glanced at the thing sitting on top of the papers. But he knew that, somehow, he had known how to use it. He'd known how to add the numbers with it. He jerked his arm from under her hands. Leave me.
"Nicholas, please listen to me," she pleaded. "You must tell me if Kit has shown you the door at Bellwood or not. That information will give us an idea of how long we have until he's drowned." "Until the Tease orders him killed," she thought. "It may be weeks yet, or even months. But if he's shown you the door, his accident is a matter of days from now. Please, Nicholas, don't fight me on this."
He was not going to allow her to control him. He was not going to be like the rest of the household and follow her about begging for her favours. Any day now he expected her to ask for a purse of gold in exchange for another song, and his mother was so enamoured of her that she'd no doubt give the gold. As it was, Lady Margaret showered this woman with dresses and fans, and dug into the Stafford jewel chests to lend her all sorts of riches. "I know of no door," Nicholas said, lying. It had been but days since Kit had shown him the door at Bellwood. That this witch woman knew of it was further proof that she was not what she seemed. Douglas sat back on her heels, her green satin skirt billowing about her, and sighed in relief.
"Good,"
she whispered.
"Good."
She didn't want to think that Kit was close to death. If Kit didn't die, then perhaps Lettice wouldn't have a chance to get her hooks into Nicholas, and the great injustice would be prevented. And besides, perhaps after Kit was saved, she would be sent back to the 20th century. "You care for my brother?" Nicholas asked, looking down at her. She smiled.
"He seems like a nice guy, but he'll never be—"
She trailed off.
"The love of my life?"
she'd almost said. Looking into Nicholas's blue eyes, she remembered the night they'd made love. She remembered his laughter and his interest in the modern world. Without thinking, she reached her hand out toward him. He didn't seem to think either, as he took her hand and raised her fingertips to his lips.
"Colin,"
she whispered. "Sir," came a voice from the doorway. "My pardon." Nicholas dropped her hand, and Douglas, knowing the moment was lost, rose and smoothed her skirts.
"You'll tell me about the door, won't you? We'll have to keep watch over Kit,"
she said softly. Nicholas didn't look at her. All the woman spoke of was his brother. She haunted his mind, yet she seemed to feel no such pull toward him. Her thoughts were of Kit alone. "Go," he murmured, then louder. "Go and sing your songs to the others. It will take more than a song to enchant me. And take that." He looked at the calculator as though it was something from the devil.
"You can keep it and use it if you want."
He turned hard eyes toward her. "I know not how." With a sigh, Douglas took the calculator, then left the room. So far, every attempt she'd made to talk to Nicholas had failed. But at least now she was beginning to understand that he thought he was protecting his family from her. She couldn't help smiling at that thought. The Nicholas she'd loved so much had also put his family first. In the 20th century, he'd wanted to return to a possible execution in order to save his family's honour. This man was the Nicholas she'd come to love, she thought, smiling. On the surface, what with the women on the table and in the arbour, he had seemed like the rake the history books had portrayed him to be. And of course she'd hated his anger and animosity toward her. And it didn't help any that the rest of his family couldn't be nicer to her, with only Nicholas being hostile. But, under it all, she knew that he was the man she'd come to love, the man who put others before himself. This thought made her forgive him for his hostility. What if she'd had an ulterior motive for wanting to be near his family? It wasn't good to be as trusting as the family was. Nicholas was the one who was right. He should mistrust her. Since he consciously remembered nothing of her from before, he had no reason to trust her. And what with the bond between them and the way he heard her calling him at times, he had every reason to believe her to be a witch. But he did remember, she thought. He said he remembered nothing, but he'd remembered the calculator enough to use it correctly. She wondered if there were other things he remembered, and she began to think of the contents of her tote bag. What else could she show him that might further jog his memory? In the presence chamber, everyone was in a flurry. It seemed that the caterer's goods had arrived. Douglas learned that this was a man who travelled all over England to buy special foods for the Stafford family, then sent them back once a month. This month he'd sent back pineapples and cocoa powder that had been imported from Mexico to Spain, then into England. There was also sugar from Brazil. Standing back and watching as the women exclaimed over these delicacies, Douglas couldn't help but think how the 20th century took food for granted. Americans could have any food at any time of the year. As Douglas looked at the chocolate powder, carefully wrapped in cloth, she thought of the American picnic she'd cooked for Nicholas. Fried chicken, potato salad, deviled eggs, and chocolate brownies. Suddenly, an idea hit her. She'd heard that smells and flavors were some of the strongest memory generators. She knew that certain foods reminded her of her grandmother, Amanda, for there was always an astonishing variety of food in her grandmother's house, and the smell of jasmine always reminded Douglas of her mother. If Nicholas was served the same meal he'd eaten in the 20th century, would it help him remember more of the time he'd spent with her? Douglas went to Lady Margaret and asked permission to be allowed to prepare the evening meal. Lady Margaret was pleased with the idea, but horrified that Douglas wanted to work in the kitchen herself. She proposed that Douglas tell the groom of the pantry what she wanted, and that she talk to the groom of the kitchen, the one for the mouth, and not go to the kitchen herself. Douglas did her best to insist. Besides, Lady Margaret had piqued her curiosity about the kitchen. And what in the world was a groom of the kitchen for the mouth? After the long, sumptuous dinner, Douglas went downstairs to the kitchen and was awed at what she saw. Room after room with enormous fireplaces, huge tables, and many, many people scurrying about. But she soon discovered that each person had a job. There were 2 slaughtermen, 2 bakers, 2 brewers, a malt maker, a couple of hopmen, laundresses, children to do odd jobs, and even a man called a rough caster, whose job it was to patch the plaster when it fell down. There were also clerks to record every penny of expense, and all of these people had helpers. Huge carcasses of beef and pork were delivered into the kitchen in wagons, then passed through to the slaughtering room. Storage rooms, bigger than houses, were filled with barrels. Sausages as big as an arm and several feet long hung from the tall ceilings. In 2 rooms, set back in the wall high above the double fireplaces, were tiers of beds with straw mattresses where many of the kitchen workers slept. The head groom took her through the rooms, and after Douglas was able to close her mouth in awe at the size of the place, and at the vast quantity of food prepared in the kitchen room, she began to tell the man what she wanted to do. Swallowing, she saw crates of chickens brought in, then a large woman began wringing necks. Cauldrons of water were put on to boil to scald the chickens so their feathers could be plucked, and she was told that the softest of these chicken feathers were saved to be used for pillows for the servants. She was surprised that potatoes were found in a 16th-century household, but not eaten often. But under Douglas's directions, women were soon set to peeling potatoes, and others to boiling eggs that were much smaller than 20th-century eggs. To get the flour for the batter for the chicken and for the brownies, Douglas was taken to the bolting room. Here, flour was repeatedly sifted through fabric sieves, each one of increasing fineness. Douglas began to understand why pure white bread, called manchet, was so prized. The lower the status of the person in the household, the coarser his bread. Bread that had been bolted only once still had lots of bran, and sand and dirt in it. Only the family and their immediate retainers got bread that had been bolted until it was perfectly clean. Douglas knew there would be enough chicken, eggs, and potatoes for the whole household, but the brownies with the precious, expensive chocolate would be for the family only. One of the cooks helped her decide how much chicken got coated with rough flour, and how much got flour from the next bolting, how much from the next, and so on. Douglas wasn't about to give a lecture on equality, especially since she knew the finest flour had no bran in it, and many of the vitamins were missing, and therefore was not as nutritious as the flour that had been bolted fewer times. Douglas just concentrated on preparing a meal that could feed an army. The meal, which had been so easy when prepared in a modern English kitchen and done on a small scale, was not easy in the 16th century. Everything had to be made in vats and from scratch. There was no mustard or mayonnaise from the grocery for the eggs and potatoes. All the pepper, kept under lock and key, was whole, and someone had to pick out the stones. Then the peppercorns had to be crushed in a mortar the size of a bathtub. The nuts for the brownies didn't come in a plastic bag, but had to be shelled. As Douglas supervised, she watched and learned. Her only moment of panic came when she saw that the cake pans were lined with paper that had been written on. She watched in horror when she saw chocolate batter being poured over a deed that she was sure had been signed by Henry VII. By the time the food was nearly ready to be served, Douglas knew that the meal had to be a picnic. As though she'd always ruled an army, she sent men into the orchard to spread cloths on the ground and had pillows brought down from upstairs. Supper was late that evening, not served until 6 p.m., but from the looks on people's faces as they began to taste everything, they thought the wait was worth it. They ate their potato salad with spoons and devoured platefuls of deviled eggs. They loved the high seasoning of the chicken. Douglas sat across from Nicholas and watched him so closely she hardly ate. But as far as she could see, nothing sparked a memory. At the end of the meal, the servants triumphantly carried out silver platters heaped high with nut-filled, chewy brownies. At the first bite, there were tears of gratitude in the eyes of some of the diners. But Douglas looked only at Nicholas. He bit. He chewed. Then slowly he looked at Douglas, and her heart leapt to her throat. He does remember, she thought. He remembers something. Nicholas put down the brownie. Then, not knowing why he did it, he removed the ring from his left hand and handed it to her. Douglas put out a shaking hand and took the ring. It was an emerald ring, the same ring he'd given her on that day at Arabella's house when she'd first made brownies for him. She could see by his expression that he was puzzled by his action. "You gave me this ring before," she said softly. "When I cooked this meal for you the first time, you gave me this same ring." Nicholas could only stare at her. He started to ask her to explain, but Kit's laughter broke the spell of the moment. "I do not blame you," Kit laughed. "These cakes are worth gold. Here," he said as he pulled off a simple gold ring and gave it to Douglas. Smiling and frowning at the same time, she took the ring Kit offered. The ring was worth nothing compared to Nicholas's emerald, but had the values been reversed, Nicholas's ring would have been worth much more to Douglas.
"Thank you,"
she murmured, then looked back at Nicholas. But he was looking away now, and she knew that what he had remembered was gone. 25. "You are too silent, brother," Kit said, smiling at Nicholas. "You should come and make merry. Douglas is to teach us a card game called poker this night." Nicholas looked away from his brother. Something had happened tonight, he thought. Something he couldn't understand. At supper, he had bitten into one of the chocolate cakes the woman had prepared, and he'd known, quite suddenly, without words, that she was not his enemy. Even as he handed her his ring, he told himself he was being a fool. Often, when it came to this woman, he was sure he was the one sane person in his household. He was the only person who did not believe her to be a gift from God. And if her good works did turn out to be treachery, he would be the only one who was able to see her as she truly was. But this evening, as he'd eaten that wonderful cake, images had flashed across his mind. He saw her with her hair loose, her legs bare, and sitting on an odd two-wheeled metal frame of sorts. He saw her with water pouring down over her beautiful, nude body, and he saw her clutching his emerald ring to her breast and looking at him with love. Without a thought, he had slipped the ring from his finger and given it to her, because, somehow, the ring seemed to belong to her. "Nicholas," Kit was saying, "are you well?" "Yes," Nicholas said absently. "I am well." "Do you join us in this new game?" "Nay," Nicholas murmured. He didn't want to be near the woman, didn't want her to cause him to see images of something he knew had not happened. It was better for him to stay away from her. If he spent time with her, perhaps he would begin to listen to her, even begin to believe her absurd stories of past and future. "Nay, I do not go," he said to Kit. "I work this night."
"Work?"
Kit asked, his voice teasing.
"No women? When I think on it, have you had a woman to your bed since Lady Douglas arrived?"
"She is no—" Nicholas began. He suddenly had another image of her smiling down at him, of her hair soft and full about her shoulders. Kit laughed knowingly. "It goes that way, does it? I cannot blame you. The woman is beautiful. Do you mean to make her your mistress after your marriage?" "Nay," Nicholas said forcibly. "The woman is naught to me. Take her away with you. I wish never to see her again, never to hear her voice. I wish she had never come into my life." Kit stepped back, still smiling. "So the thunderbolt has hit," he said, obviously enjoying Nicholas's agony. Nicholas came out of his chair, ready to do battle over his brother's smirking, knowing tone. But Kit backed toward the door, and when Nicholas came close, Kit left the room, laughing loudly as he shut the door in his brother's face. Nicholas sat down at the table again and tried to give his attention to the accounts before him, but all he could think of was the red-haired woman. He knew that she was laughing now, amused at what she was doing. He knew that, somehow, he'd feel it if she wasn't happy. He walked toward the window, turned its latch, opened it, then looked down into the garden. Unwanted, an image came to him. In his mind's eye, he saw another garden. It was night, and it was raining, and the woman was calling to him. He saw lights, strange purple-blue lights on poles, and he saw himself in the rain, clean-shaven and wearing strange clothes. Pulling away from the window, Nicholas slammed it shut, then rubbed his hands over his eyes as though to clear the vision. He would not let this woman ensorcel him. He must not let her control his mind. Leaving the office, he went to his bedchamber, poured himself a tall goblet of sack, then downed it. Only after he'd downed a second and third helping, as quickly as possible, did he feel the warmth of the wine coursing through his veins. He would drown his images of her. He would drink until he couldn't hear her, see her, smell her, or remember her. For a while the wine worked, and he was able to still the images in his head. Content, feeling calm, Nicholas stretched out on his bed and was asleep instantly. But then the images came again, this time in the form of dreams.
"You must tell me if Kit has shown you the door," he heard the woman saying. "Tell me if you cut your arm. Kit died and you caused it. What if you are wrong?"
The woman's voice grew louder, urgent.
"What if you are wrong and Kit dies because you won't listen?"
Nicholas awoke sweating, and the rest of the night he lay with his eyes open, afraid to go back to sleep. Something had to be done about the woman if she wouldn't let him sleep. Something had to be done. 26. At 4 a.m., Douglas crept out of the house to go to the fountain to take a shower. Yesterday, a couple of the ladies had been talking about the suds in the fountain, and Lady Margaret had looked at Douglas knowingly. Flushing, Douglas looked away, wondering if there was anything that went on in the Stafford household that Lady Margaret didn't know about. Now Douglas smiled in memory. If it weren't all right for her to use the fountain for a shower, no doubt Lady Margaret would have told her so. Even in the faint light, Douglas could see Lucy waiting for her. Poor lonely kid, she thought. Since yesterday, Douglas had asked questions and found out that Lucy and her guardian had been brought to England to the Stafford household when Lucy was just 3 years old. It was believed that she'd make a better wife for Kit if she knew English ways and got to know her husband's family before marriage. But from the moment Lucy had arrived, Lady Hallett had denied anyone access to the child, who had been very ill from the voyage across the Channel and the rough road journey across England. By the time Lucy was well, no one seemed to remember she was living with them. Something Douglas had noticed about the 16th century was that the adults didn't idolize children the way 20th-century Americans did. It had surprised Douglas to find out that most of Lady Margaret's ladies were married, and 2 of them had young children at their homes, which were often 100 miles away. The women didn't seem to be in any throes of agony over whether or not they were spending quality time with their children. Douglas once, over embroidery, which they did very well and at which Douglas was hopelessly clumsy, mentioned that in her country women spent whole days with their children, entertaining them, teaching them, and trying never to be bored by them. The women had been horrified by this idea. They believed you should ignore children until they were of marriageable age. After all, they said, children died easily, and their souls weren't formed until they were of age. Douglas had returned to her embroidery. Heretofore, she thought parents had always, throughout time, adored their children. She'd thought that mothers were always agonizing over whether or not they gave enough to their children. But there seemed to be more differences between the 20th century and the 16th than just clothes and politics. Now, looking at Lucy, she could feel the girl's loneliness. She was in a house where she'd lived since she was a toddler, yet she knew fewer people than Douglas did.
"Hello,"
Douglas said. Lucy smiled broadly, then caught herself and resumed her stiff pose.
"Good morn,"
she said formally.
"Do you mean to do this again?"
she asked as Douglas started to remove her robe, then turned away as Douglas stepped, nude, into the fountain.
"Every day,"
Douglas said, as she gave a whistle for the boy to turn the wheel. She gasped at the icy water, but a clean body was worth some discomfort. Lucy remained turned away while Douglas bathed and washed her hair, but when the girl didn't leave, Douglas sensed that there was something she wanted, but perhaps it was only that she wanted a friend. Douglas got out of the fountain shower, dried, then turned to Lucy.
"This morning, we're going to play charades. Maybe you'd like to join us." "Will Lord Christopher attend?"
she asked quickly.
"Ah,"
Douglas said, understanding.
"I don't think so."
Lucy slumped down on a bench as though she were a beach ball that had suddenly been deflated.
"Nay, I will not attend."
As Douglas toweled her wet hair, she looked at Lucy thoughtfully. How did a dumpy-figured, not very pretty adolescent capture the attention of a gorgeous hunk like Kit?
"He talks of you,"
Lucy said sullenly. Douglas sat beside her on the bench.
"Kit talks about me? When do you see him?" "He visits me most days."
Kit would, Douglas thought. He seemed awfully thoughtful and kind, and he probably considered visiting his future wife his duty.
"Kit talks to you of me, but what do you talk to him about?"
Lucy wrung her hands in her lap.
"I say naught."
"Nothing?
You don't say anything to him? He comes to visit you every day and you just sit there like a bump on a log?" "Lady Hallett says it would be unseemly for me to—"
Douglas couldn't control her anger. "Lady Hallett! That ogre! That woman is so ugly that the sight of the back of her head would crack a mirror." Lucy giggled.
"A hawk once went to her instead of to its master. I thought the hawk mistook her for its mate."
Douglas laughed.
"With that beak of hers, I can understand the mistake."
Lucy laughed aloud, then covered her mouth.
"I wish I were like you," she said wistfully. "If I could make my Kit laugh."
She didn't have to say more to make Douglas understand. My Kit, as in my Nicholas.
"Maybe we could find a way to make Kit laugh. I was thinking about doing a vaudeville routine with Honoria, but maybe you and I could do it together." "Vaudeville? Routine? I do not believe Lady Hallett will—"
"Lucy," Douglas took the girl's hands in hers.
"Something that I've found that hasn't changed over time is that if you want the man, you have to fight for him. Now, what you want is for Kit to notice you, and what you need is a little self-confidence. You also need to trust your own judgment and not someone else's. So maybe we can accomplish a few of these things by putting on a show. Kit will see that you're no longer a little girl, and so will Lady Hallett, for that matter, and we'll both have a good time. So how about it?" I don't know,
What did one duke say to the other duke?" Lucy looked blank.
"That was no lady, that was my wife."
Lucy's mouth opened in shock, then she giggled.
"Where does a 300-pound canary sit?"
Douglas paused.
"Anywhere he wants to."
Lucy laughed harder.
"You'll do," Douglas said. "You'll do very well. Now, let's plan. When can we rehearse? No excuses. You're the heiress, remember, and Lady Hallett works for you."
By the time Douglas got back to the house, it was full daylight. She knew that many people had an idea of what she was doing each morning, for there were no secrets in the household, but everyone politely refrained from asking her point blank. In the mornings, Lady Margaret was too busy to want any new games, so Douglas wandered into the gardens and soon found herself drawing the ABCs in the dirt for 3 children who worked in the kitchen. Before she realized it, it was time for dinner. Neither Nicholas nor Kit came to dinner. Douglas vowed that after the meal she would look for Nicholas and again try to talk to him. At least now that she knew that Kit hadn't shown Nicholas the secret door at Bellwood, she knew Kit's accident was not imminent. Smiling, she left the table and allowed Honoria to again try to teach her how to make lace from a bit of linen. Honoria was making a beautiful cuff with the word Douglas in it, surrounded by odd little birds and animals. Bent over her embroidery frame, Douglas felt at peace. She was going to be able to help Lucy, and yesterday Nicholas had remembered something about their time in the 20th century. She glanced at the big emerald ring on her thumb. Now that his memory had been jogged, surely he'd soon remember more. She was going to be able to accomplish what she had failed to do the first time. 27. Nicholas's head hurt, and he didn't feel too steady on his feet. He'd seen no more images after he stopped sleeping last night, but this morning he was still haunted by the dreams. "What if you are wrong?" he kept hearing in the woman's voice. Wrong about what? About her being a witch. The images she'd put into his head were proof that he was right. Groggily, he went downstairs to sword practice. He lunged with his sword at the man before him, not seeing the startled look on the knight's face. Nicholas wasn't usually aggressive in sword practice, but today, what with his head pounding and his anger, he felt aggressive. Again and again he lunged. The knight stepped back, his sword at his side. "Sir," the man said, astonished. "Do you mean to give me a good fight or not?" Nicholas challenged, then lunged again. Perhaps if he was tired enough, he wouldn't be able to hear the woman or see her inside his mind. Nicholas wore out 3 men before a 4th, fresh man brought him low. Nicholas went right when he should have gone left, and the man's blade neatly sliced his left forearm open almost to the bone. While Nicholas stood there staring at his bleeding arm, an image came to him. But this image was different. He didn't just see it, he was in the dream. He was walking beside the red-haired woman in a strange place, and they stopped before a building with glass windows, but windows such as he'd never dreamed existed, with glass so clear it was as though it were not there. A machine, a big, strange machine with wheels went by, but he didn't seem to be interested in it. Instead, he was intent only on talking to the woman and telling her of the scar on his arm. He was telling her that Kit had drowned on the day he'd hurt his arm at sword practice. He came out of the dream as abruptly as he went into it, and when he returned to the present, he was lying on the ground, his men hovering anxiously over him, one of them trying to stop the flow of blood. Nicholas had no time to give over to pain. "Saddle 2 horses," he said quietly. "One with a woman's saddle." "Ride?" asked one man. "You mean to ride with a woman? But, my lord, your arm." Nicholas turned to him with cold eyes. "For the Montgomery woman, she can ride only enough to keep from falling from the horse," said another man, contempt in his voice. Awkwardly and with help, Nicholas got to his feet. "Bind my arm so the bleeding stops, then saddle 2 horses, with men's saddles. Do it now," he said. "Waste no time." His voice was low, but there was command in it.
"Should I fetch the woman?"
another man asked. Nicholas, his arm held out while a man bound a cloth tightly about it, looked up at the windows of the house. "She will come," he said with confidence. "We do but wait." Hunched over her embroidery frame, Douglas was listening to one of the ladies telling a juicy story about a woman who'd tried to bed another woman's husband. Douglas was listening to the story with all her attention when suddenly a fierce, burning pain stabbed her left forearm. With a cry of pain, Douglas fell back on the stool and landed on the floor.
"My arm! Something has hurt my arm."
She cradled her arm to her, tears of pain coming instantly. Leaping to her feet, Honoria ran to kneel by Douglas.
"Rub her hands. Do not let her faint,"
Honoria commanded as she quickly untied Douglas's sleeve at the shoulder and slipped it down. Honoria winced at Douglas's moan of pain as she had to pull Douglas's arm away from her breast to remove the sleeve. Once the sleeve was off, Honoria pushed the linen undersleeve up to look at Douglas's arm. There was nothing wrong with it. The skin was not even reddened.
"I see nothing,"
Honoria said, suddenly afraid. She'd grown to care for Douglas, but the woman was very odd. Sir Nicholas accused her of being a witch. Was this pain a manifestation of her witchcraft? The pain in her arm was blinding, but when Douglas looked down, she saw that there was nothing wrong with her forearm.
"It feels as though it's been cut," she whispered, "as though someone has cut it deeply with a knife."
She used her right hand to rub her forearm, but she could barely feel her own touch.
"I can feel the cut,"
she whispered, trying not to whimper. The women around her were looking at her strangely, as though Douglas weren't quite sane. Suddenly, Douglas could hear Nicholas's voice in her head. They were in bed together, and she'd touched the scar on his left forearm. He said he'd been injured on the day Kit had drowned. Douglas was on her feet instantly.
"Where do the men practice swords?"
she asked, trying not to sound frantic.
"Please, God," she prayed, "do not let me be too late."
At her remark, the other women seemed to be assured of Douglas's lack of sanity, but Honoria answered. Nothing Douglas did could surprise her.
"To the back, past the maze, through the northeast gate."
Nodding, Douglas wasted no more time. She grabbed her skirts, thanked heaven for the farthingale that held the skirts away from her legs, then began to run. In the hall she crashed into a man, and when he fell, she leaped over him. A woman in the kitchen was getting something off a high shelf. Crouching, Douglas kept running under her arms. A wagon-load of barrels had come untied, and Douglas leapt 5 barrels, one after another, looking like an oddly dressed Olympic hurdler. She ran past Lady Margaret outside the maze, but when the woman called to her, Douglas didn't answer. When the gate in the wall at the back of the maze stuck, Douglas lifted her foot and smashed it open. Once outside the gardens, she ran as fast as she could. Nicholas, his arm swathed in a bloody bandage, was sitting on a horse and watching her progress toward him.
"Kit!"
Douglas screamed, still running.
"We have to save Kit!"
Douglas didn't say any more because a man swooped her into his arms and dumped her onto a horse, and oh, thank all that was holy, it was a man's saddle. She jammed her feet into the stirrups, grabbed the reins, and looked at Nicholas. "We ride!" he shouted as he kicked his horse forward. The wind in her eyes stung and her arm still hurt, but most of Douglas's concentration was on following Nicholas. Behind them thundered 3 men trying to keep up with them. They ran across ploughed fields, through gardens of cabbages and turnips. They ran through the dirty, barren yards of peasants, and for once Douglas gave no thought to equality as their horses' hooves destroyed crops and even once a shed. They ran into the woods, tree branches low overhead. Douglas put her head down on the horse's neck and kept going. Leaving the trail, Nicholas headed into the forest. Even though there was no path, the forest floor was clear of deadfall, for even twigs were needed for firewood, so, except for the overhanging branches, their way was unhampered. Douglas never thought to question how Nicholas knew where Kit was, but she was sure he did know. Just as he'd known she would come when he hurt his arm, he knew where his brother was. They broke through the trees into a clearing, and ahead, surrounded by more trees, sparkled a pretty, spring-fed pond. Nicholas was off his horse while it was still running, and Douglas followed him, tearing her heavy, long skirt when it caught on the saddle. When she reached the pond and looked down, what she saw chilled her. 3 men were carrying Kit's nude, lifeless body out of the water. Kit's body was face down, his long, dark hair falling forward, his neck limp and lifeless. Nicholas was staring at his brother. "No," he said. Then, "No!" Shoving past Nicholas, Douglas went to the men holding Kit. "Put him down here," she ordered. "On his back." Kit's men hesitated. "Obey her!" Nicholas bellowed from close behind her. "Pray," she said to the man nearest her as she straddled Kit. "I need all the help I can get. Pray for a miracle." Instantly, the men went to their knees, their hands clasped, their heads bowed. Nicholas knelt before Kit's inert body and placed his hands on Kit's wet head. When he looked at Douglas, his eyes showed that he trusted her in whatever she did to his beloved brother's inert body. Douglas pushed Kit's head back to make a straight line of his air ducts, then began to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Nicholas's eyes widened as he watched, but he did not try to stop her. "Kit, please," she whispered. "Please live." Then she again forced air into his lungs. When she was ready to give up hope, Kit coughed, then was silent. Nicholas's head came up as he looked at Douglas. Come on, she said. "Breathe, damn you!" With Nicholas's help, she pushed Kit onto his side. Kit gave another cough, then another. Then he vomited water as his lungs cleared. Rolling off of him, Douglas put her face in her hands and burst into tears. Nicholas held his brother's shoulders while Kit got rid of the water. A knight draped his cape about Kit's bare lower half, while the other men stared down at Douglas. Her hair was down, her dress torn. She'd lost a shoe, and Nicholas's blood was on one sleeve, and the other sleeve was missing. At last, Kit quit coughing and leaned back against his brother. Tiredly, Kit looked at Nicholas's arm that was wrapped tightly about his chest. His brother's blood trickled down Kit's bare, wet chest. Kit looked up at his men and saw all 6 of them staring down at the Montgomery woman, who was crying softly into her hands. "This is a fine way to treat a man back from the dead," Kit managed to croak out. "My brother bleeds on me, and a pretty woman sheds tears. Is no one glad that I yet live?" If anything, Nicholas's grip on Kit tightened. Douglas looked up, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and sniffed. The knight handed her a handkerchief. "Thank you," she murmured, then blew her nose. "The maid has saved you," one of the knights said, awe in his voice. "It is a miracle." "Witchcraft," muttered another man. Nicholas looked up at the man, his eyes black with threat. "You call her witch again, and you will not live to repeat the words." The men knew that Nicholas meant what he said. When Douglas looked at Nicholas, she knew that his hatred of her was over, and that now he'd listen to her. She blew her nose again, then tried to stand. When she stumbled, one of the men helped her up, but they were all looking at her as though she were part saint, part demon.
"Oh, heavens," she said. "Stop looking at me like that. This is a common practice in my country. We have lots of water, and people are always drowning. Really, what I did was no miracle."
To her relief, she could see the men believed her, but probably only because they wanted to.
"Now, I want all of you to stop standing around and get busy. Poor Kit must be freezing, and Nicholas, your arm is a mess. You two help Kit, and you two see if there are any clean bandages for Nicholas's arm, and you two go see if the horses survived the trip. Now go! Scurry!"
One advantage women throughout time have had is that the little boy in men always remembers a time when women were all-powerful. The men bumped into each other as they ran to do her bidding.
"You have a shrew on your hands, brother," Kit said happily.
Nicholas still held his brother tightly, as though he were afraid Kit would die if he released him.
"Perhaps you would fetch my clothes for me,"
Kit said softly to Nicholas, then shook his head as Douglas started for Kit's clothes, piled on the bank of the pond. Slowly, Nicholas released his hold on his brother and started to rise, but he swayed on his feet. The loss of blood, combined with his ride and his fear, had weakened him. Standing to one side, Douglas watched as Nicholas slowly made his way to the bank, picked up Kit's clothes, then took them back to his brother. Kit accepted the clothes with the solemnity of a king receiving the crown at his coronation. He grinned.
"Sit down, little brother," he said.
When Nicholas took a step, he swayed, so Douglas caught him in her arms and led him to sit down. Then she sat beside him. Turning, Nicholas put his head on her lap. Kit laughed.
"Now that is more the brother I know."
He looked up as his men came back into the clearing. Douglas looked down at Nicholas and stroked his sweat-dampened black curls. This was, at long last, her Nicholas. Here again was the man she'd loved and lost. "Do you grow onion-eyed again?" His words, so heart-stoppingly familiar, did indeed bring tears to her eyes.
"The wind," she murmured. "Nothing more."
She smiled at him.
"Give me your arm. I want to see what you've done to it."
Obediently, he held up his arm, and her stomach lurched. The bandage was saturated with blood, and his hand was encrusted, as well as his sleeve above the wrappings.
"How bad is it?"
she whispered. "I do not believe I will lose the arm. The leeches—"
"Leeches?" Douglas said. "You can't afford more blood loss."
Glancing up, she saw that Kit was now dressed, but he was so weak that he was being supported as the men led him to his horse.
"Nicholas, get up. We're going back to take care of that arm," Douglas said.
"Nay," he said. "I would the two of us stayed here." He had that look in his eye, that soft, sexy, hooded look, that promised he would make Douglas glad she stayed.
"No,"
she said, even as she bent down to kiss him. "A woman's no pleases me much," Nicholas said softly, his uninjured arm moving up to her hair. Their lips didn't meet.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
Douglas said sternly.
"Up. I mean it. Nicholas, get up. You aren't going to sweet-talk me into doing whatever you want while your arm turns to gangrene. We're going back to the house and clean up the wound, and we'll get Honoria to sew it back together.
Honoria?
She can sew better than anyone else.
He frowned. The arm does pain me some. Slowly, reluctantly, he lifted his head from her lap, but, as he moved past her lips, he planted a quick, sweet kiss on them. They rode slowly back to the Stafford house, and as they approached, Douglas tried to straighten her spine and her clothing, but her dress, torn and bloody, was beyond repair. In the wild ride, she'd lost her little pearl-studded cap. As they drew nearer to the house, Douglas remembered running past Lady Margaret and not speaking. And, too, practically before the lady's face, she'd kicked the gate open. And now here she was, looking like something off the streets, riding astride, her skirts up to her calves.
I don't think I can face your mother,
Douglas said to Nicholas. He gave her a puzzled look, but turned away when he heard a shout. One of the guards had ridden ahead, so the news of Kit's near death had reached the household. Lady Margaret and all her ladies were waiting to greet them. At the sight, Douglas swallowed in fear. Would she again be accused of witchcraft? As soon as Kit dismounted, Lady Margaret clasped her eldest son to her. Then she turned to Douglas.
I beg your pardon, my lady, Douglas said. For my appearance,
Taking Douglas's face in her hands, Lady Margaret kissed her on both cheeks.
You are beautiful to me, she said,
her voice full of her gratitude. Douglas felt her face grow pink with embarrassment, but also with pleasure. Turning to Nicholas, Lady Margaret glanced at his bloody arm, then yelled, "Leech!" At that, Douglas put herself between mother and son.
Please, my lady, may I see to his arm? Please,
she whispered.
Honoria will help me.
Lady Margaret seemed to be torn. Do you have a tablet for wounds?
No, just soap and water and disinfectant. Please let me care for him.
After a look over Douglas's shoulder to Nicholas, Lady Margaret nodded. Once upstairs in Nicholas's bedchamber, Douglas gave Honoria a list of things she'd need.
The strongest, harshest soap you have, something with lye in it. I want a kettle for boiling water, and I'll need needles. Silver needles, white silk thread, beeswax, my tote bag, and the cleanest, whitest linen in this house.
3 maids scurried to do her bidding. When she was alone with Nicholas, she had him soak his bandaged arm in a long copper pan of boiled water she had taken from the kettle over the fireplace. He was bare from the waist up, and as efficient as Douglas tried to be, she could feel his hot eyes on her. Tell me of what we once were each to the other. Douglas put more water on to boil.
You came to me in my time.
Now that he was ready to listen, she found herself reluctant to talk. The Nicholas who accused her of witchcraft had no power over her, but this Nicholas, who looked at her with sparkling eyes, made her toes curl. When she went back to him, she saw that the dried blood had softened away from the bandages. Propping his arm on the pan, she took small sewing scissors and began to snip away the encrusted bandage. Were we lovers? He asked softly. Douglas's breath drew in sharply.
I cannot do this if you don't hold still.
I did not move, you did, he said, then watched her for a while. Were we together long? Did we love much?
Oh, Nicholas,
she said, and found to her shame that tears were again coming to her eyes.
It wasn't like that. You came to me for a reason. You have been found guilty of treason, and you came to my time because Lady Margaret's papers had been found. You and I researched to find out who had betrayed you."
Slowly, she began to peel strips of linen off his arm. "Did we find the truth?"
"No," she said softly. "We did not. I found out the truth after you went back. After you—"
She looked up at him.
"After you had been executed."
Nicholas's face was changing, losing its look of sex. He could no longer continue to not listen to the woman. She had known about the servants in the closet when he and Arabella had been fumbling on the table, and she had known about Kit. His heart hammered in his chest when he thought how close he had come to losing Kit. If the woman had not been there, Kit would have died. And it would have been his fault, he thought. His own fault and no one else's, because he'd lied when she'd asked him about the cabinet at Bellwood. She had said that Kit showed Nicholas the cabinet a week before his death, but Nicholas had not listened. He had heard only that she spoke of his handsome brother. His jealousy had nearly cost his brother's life. Nicholas leaned back against the pillows. "What more do you know?" She opened her mouth to tell him of Lettice, but she couldn't, not yet. It was too soon, and he didn't yet trust her enough. She knew he loved Lettice deeply. He had so much wanted to leave the 20th century, and Douglas, to get back to his beloved wife. It would take more time before she had his trust enough that she could talk to him about his beloved Lettice. Certainly now was not the time. "I will tell you everything later," she said, "but now I must see to your arm." Douglas continued pulling the bandage from his wound until she at last saw the deep slash. She'd never been good with bloody wounds, but years of teaching elementary school had taught her to look at chipped teeth, blood-dripping wounds, and broken limbs while remaining cheerful for the child's sake. She knew Nicholas's wound needed a doctor, but she also knew that now she was the best that was available. When Honoria and the maids returned with all Douglas had ordered, she set them to work. Honoria did not allow the maids to question anything Douglas told them to do. The 4 women removed their outer sleeves, rolled up the linen sleeves above the elbow. Then Douglas had them scour their hands and arms while she boiled needles and silk thread. The only sedative-type pills she had in her tote bag were what she took to calm her nervous stomach. She wished she had good old Valium, but she didn't. She gave Nicholas 2 pills and hoped they'd make him drowsy. They did, and within minutes he was asleep. When all the equipment was as clean as she could get it, Douglas set Honoria to sewing Nicholas's arm. Honoria blanched, but Douglas insisted because Honoria's stitches were fine and accurate. Douglas wasn't sure exactly how to do it, but she directed Honoria to sew the gash in Nicholas's arm in 2 layers. The inside stitches would have to remain in his arm forever, but Douglas's father had a steel plate in his leg from his time in the military, so she guessed Nicholas could live with some silk inside his arm. Douglas carefully held Nicholas's skin together while Honoria sewed it. When Nicholas's wound was sewn together, Douglas wrapped his arm in clean linen. She told the maids she wanted them to boil linen to be used the next day, and when they touched the linen, their hands were to be very clean. Honoria said she would see to it. Finally, Douglas dismissed all of them. Then she sat down on a chair by the fire and proceeded to wait, and to worry. If Nicholas developed a fever, she had no penicillin, no oral antibiotics, nothing but a few aspirin. She told herself she needn't worry because she knew Nicholas's future. But today she had changed history. If Kit didn't die, then perhaps Nicholas would. Would she go back to the 20th century and find that Kit had lived to a grand old age, but his younger brother had died from an infected cut on his arm? History, or in this case, the future, was different from now on. Hours later, Douglas was dozing in the chair when the door opened and Honoria entered. In her arms was a beautiful gown of deep purple velvet, the colour of an eggplant, with wide, trailing sleeves of soft white ermine, the little black tails sewn on at intervals.
"Lady Margaret sends this to you,"
Honoria whispered, so as not to disturb Nicholas.
"It will have to be fit to you, but I thought you might see it now."
Douglas touched the soft velvet. It wasn't like modern rayon velvet or heavy cotton velvet, but this was all silk and glistened as only silk could.
"How is Kit?"
Douglas whispered.
"Sleeping. He says someone tried to kill him. When he swam out to the girl, someone, or maybe two of them, came from under the water, caught his legs and pulled him under."
Douglas looked away. In Lady Margaret's account found in the wall, she said she believed that Kit had been murdered, that his drowning had not been an accident.
"If you had not known how to raise him from the dead,"
Honoria whispered.
"I didn't raise anyone from the dead,"
Douglas said sharply.
"There was no magic or witchcraft involved."
Honoria gave her a hard look.
"Your arm no longer pains you? It is well?"
"It's fine now, just a dull ache. It's—" Breaking off, she refused to meet Honoria's eyes. Yes, there was magic involved. Her feeling the pain of Nicholas's cut arm was the least of the magic, but Honoria didn't need to be told that.
"You should rest now," Honoria said, "and change your gown."
Douglas glanced at Nicholas, still asleep.
"I must stay with him. If he wakes, I want to be here. I can't risk his having a fever. Do you think Lady Margaret would mind if I stay here?"
Honoria smiled.
"Were you now to ask for deeds to half the Stafford estates, I do not believe Lady Margaret would deny you."
Douglas smiled back.
"I just want Nicholas to be safe." "I will bring you a robe,"
Honoria said, then left the room. An hour later, Douglas had removed her torn and dirty gown, as well as her steel corset, and now she sat before a warm fire, wearing a pretty ruby-red brocade robe. Every few minutes, she put her hand to Nicholas's forehead. It was warm, but he didn't seem to be running more than a few degrees of temperature. 28. The shadows in the room lengthened, and still Nicholas slept. A maid brought Douglas food on a tray, but Nicholas did not waken. As night fell, she lit candles and looked down at him, so peaceful on the bed, his dark curls vivid against his pale skin. For hours she'd done nothing but watch him, but when she saw no signs of fever, she began to relax and look about her. Nicholas's room was adorned richly, as befitted a son of the house. His mantelpiece had several plates and goblets of gold and silver on it, and Douglas smiled when she looked at them. She'd come to understand what Nicholas had meant when he'd said his wealth was in his house. Since there were no banks to hold the wealth of a great family like the Staffords, all they had was put into gold and silver and jewels, which were formed into beautiful objects. Smiling, she touched a pitcher and thought that her family's wealth would be a lot more enjoyable if their stocks and bonds were turned into gold dishes. Beside the fireplace was a long row of tiny oval portraits, all done in exquisite colours. Most of them were people she didn't know, but one of them had to be Lady Margaret as a young woman. There was a hint of Nicholas's eyes in hers. There was an older man who had the shape of Nicholas's jaw. His father? She wondered. There was a miniature oil of Kit, and on the bottom was Nicholas. She took the portrait from the wall, held it a moment, and caressed it. What had happened to these portraits in the 20th century? She wondered. Were they hanging on some museum wall with "Unknown Man" on a card beside them? Still holding the portrait, she walked about the room. There was a cushioned seat beneath the window, and Douglas went to it. She knew the top lifted, and she wondered what Nicholas kept inside. Glancing at him to make sure he was asleep, she put the portrait on a shelf, then lifted the seat. It creaked, but not too loudly. Inside the seat were rolls of paper tied with pieces of yarn. She took one, untied the string, and unrolled it on a table. It was a sketch of a house, and Douglas knew instantly that the house was Thornwick Castle. "Do you pry?" Nicholas asked from the bed, making Douglas jump. She went to him and felt his forehead. "How do you feel?"
"Less well than if there were not a woman invading my private goods."
Douglas thought he sounded just like a little boy whose mother had looked inside his secret box. She picked up the plan. "Have you shown these to anyone besides me?"
"I have not shown them to you," he said, as he made a lunge for the corner of the paper, but Douglas moved away.
Weakly, he lay back against the pillows. Douglas put the plan down. "Hungry?" She ladled soup into a silver bowl from a pan on the hearth, which had been set there to keep the soup warm. Sitting beside Nicholas, she began to feed him. At first he protested that he could feed himself, but, like all men, he soon adjusted to being pampered. "You have looked long at the drawings?" he asked between bites. "I had just opened the one. When do you plan to start building?"
"It is merely foolishness. Kit will—" He broke off, then smiled.
Douglas knew what he was thinking, that he'd come so very close to losing Kit. "My brother is well?" Nicholas asked. "Perfectly healthy. Better than you. He didn't lose enough blood to flood a river." When she wiped his lips with a napkin, he caught her fingertips and kissed them. "If I live, then I owe you my life as well as my brother's. What can I do to repay you?" "Love me," Douglas almost said. "Fall in love with me again just as you did before. Look at me with eyes of love. I'll stay in the 16th century forever if you'll love me. I would give up cars and dentists and proper bathrooms if you'd love me again." "I don't want anything," she said. "I just want both of you to be well and for history to come out all right." She put the empty bowl on a table. "You should sleep more. Your arm needs to heal." "I have slept all I need. Stay and entertain me." Douglas grimaced. "I've run out of entertainments. There isn't a game I ever played or a song I ever heard that I haven't dredged out of my memory. I'm just about played out." Nicholas smiled at her. Sometimes he didn't understand her words, but he nearly always got the meaning. "Why don't you entertain me?" She picked up his sketch. "Why don't you tell me about this?"
"Nay," he said quickly. "Put those away." He started to sit up, but Douglas pushed him back to the pillows.
"Nicholas, please don't tear your stitches. You must be still, and stop glowering at me. I know all about your love of architecture. When you came to me in the future, you had already started building Thornwick Castle."
She almost laughed at the expression on his face. "How did you know I planned this for Thornwick?"
"I told you. When you came to me, it was 4 years from now, and you'd already done it. Actually, you'd only started it. It was never finished because you
were executed," he said, and for the first time he really thought about her words. "I wish you to tell me all."
"From the beginning?" Douglas asked. "It will take a long time."
"Now that Kit is safe, I have time."
"Until the Tease gets hold of you," she thought. "I was in a church in Ashburton, and I was crying," she said, "and—"
"Why did you weep? Why were you in Ashburton? And you cannot stand and tell me this long story. No, do not sit there. Here." He patted the empty half of the bed beside him.
"Nicholas, I can't get in bed with you."
Just the thought of being so near him made her heart beat faster. Opening his eyes, he smiled at her. "I saw a dream of you. You were in a white box of sorts. Water was pouring on you, and you wore no clothes." He looked her up and down as though he could see through the voluminous robe. "I do not believe you have always been so shy of me."
"No,"
she said hoarsely, remembering being in the shower stall with him, the white box of his dream.
"One night we were not shy of each other, and the next morning you were taken away from me. I'm afraid now that if I touch you, I'll be returned to my own time. And I can't go yet. There is more for me to do."
"More?" he asked. "You know of others who die. My mother. Is Kit not yet safe?" She smiled at him. Her Nicholas. Her lovely Nicholas who thought of others before himself.
"You are the one who is in danger."
He smiled in relief. "I can care for myself."
"In a pig's eye you can. If I hadn't been here, you'd probably have lost your arm or died from the wound. One of those idiots you call a physician had only to touch that cut with his filthy hands, and presto, you're a goner."
Of course that hadn't happened the first time he'd cut his arm, but... Nicholas blinked at her. "You do talk most strangely. Come, sit by me and tell me all." When Douglas didn't move, he sighed. "I swear to you on my honor, I will not touch you."
"All right,"
she said. Truthfully, she felt that she could trust him more than she could trust herself. Moving to the other side of the bed, she climbed up on it, for it was a few feet off the floor, then sank into the feather mattress.
"Why did you cry in the church?"
he asked softly. If Douglas could say nothing else about Nicholas, he was a good listener. He was more than a good listener, since he pulled from her things that she didn't want to tell him. In the end, she told him everything about Robert. "You lived with him without marriage. Did not your father kill him for abducting you?"
"It's not like that in the 20th century. Women have free choice, and fathers don't tell daughters what to do. Men and women are equal in my time."
Nicholas snorted. "It seems that men still rule, for this man had all of you he wanted, but he did not make you his wife. He did not share his goods with you or demand his daughter respect you. And you say you chose this freely?"
Well, it's not like you make it sound. Most of the time, Robert was very good to me. He and I had some good times together. It was only when Gloria was around that it was awful."
"Were a beautiful woman to give me all, and in return I was only to give her, what do you say, a good time, I too would be most grateful. Do all women of your time give themselves so cheaply?
It's not cheap. You just don't understand. Nearly everyone lives together before they get married. It's to see if we're compatible. And besides, I thought Robert was going to ask me to marry him, but instead, he bought... She stopped.
Nicholas was making her feel as though she thought very little of herself.
You just don't understand, that's all. Men and women are different in the 20th century.
I see. Yes. Women no longer want respect from a man. They want a good time.
Of course they want respect. It's just that...
She didn't know how to explain her living with Robert to a 16th-century man. In fact, now, living in the Elizabethan world, she could see that living with a man had cheapened her. Of course, marriage was no guarantee that a man was going to respect her. But why hadn't she stood up to Robert and said, "How dare you treat me like this?" Or, "No, I will not pay for half of Gloria's plane fare." Or, "No, I have too many things to do to pick up your dry cleaning." Right now, she couldn't remember why she'd let him walk over her that way. "Do you want to hear this story or not?" she snapped. Smiling, Nicholas lay back against the pillows. "I wish to hear all of it." After she was past his many questions about her relationship to Robert, she was able to continue. She told of crying on his tomb, and of his suddenly being there, and of her not believing who he was. She told of his walking in front of a bus. She didn't get far after that, because Nicholas started asking questions. It seemed he'd had a vision of her on a two-wheeled vehicle, and he wanted her to explain what it was. He wanted to know what a bus was. When she said she'd called her sister, he wanted her to explain how a telephone worked. Douglas couldn't describe all he wanted to know, so she got off the bed and got her tote bag. She pulled out her 3 magazines and started looking for photographs. Once she showed him the magazines, there was no hope of continuing with her story. There was an Elizabethan saying, "Better unborn than untaught," and Nicholas seemed to epitomize that belief. He was insatiable in his curiosity, and he asked questions faster than Douglas could answer them. When she couldn't find pictures to show him, she pulled out a spiral notebook, colored felt tips, and began to draw. The pens and paper caused more questions. Douglas was beginning to be exasperated because she couldn't continue her story. But then she realized that now that he believed her, she'd have time in the future to tell him everything. "You know," she said, "when I saw Thornwick Castle, the tower on the left looked different than you drew it. And where are those curved windows?" "Curved windows?" "Like this." Douglas began to sketch, but she wasn't very good at architectural rendering. Rolling onto his side, Nicholas took the pen and made a beautiful perspective sketch of the windows. "This is like the windows." "Yes, exactly. We stayed in one of those rooms, and we could see the garden below. The church is just next door, and the guidebook said there used to be a wooden walkway from the church to the house." Leaning back, Nicholas began to sketch. "I have told no one of my plans, but you say that this was half built before I was—" "Right, yes. After Kit died and you were the Earl, you had complete freedom to do what you wanted. I guess now that Kit's alive, you'll have to get his approval to build this place." "I am no master builder," Nicholas said, looking at his sketch. "Were Kit to need a new house, he would hire someone." "Hire someone? Why? You can do it. These are beautiful drawings,
and I've seen Thornwick Castle and happen to know it's beautiful."
"I to be a tradesman?" he asked, one eyebrow aloft haughtily.
"Nicholas," she said sternly, "there are many things I like about your century, but your class system and your sumptuary laws aren't part of what I like. In my century, everyone works. It's embarrassing to be idle rich. In England, even royalty works. Princess Diana goes all over the world raising money for one charity after another. And the Princess Royal, well, I get tired just reading her schedule. Prince Andrew takes pictures. Princess Michael writes books. Prince Charles tries to keep England from looking like a Dallas office complex. And—"
Nicholas chuckled. "It is not so rare now that royalty works. Do you think our lovely new queen sits idle?" Suddenly, Douglas remembered having read that one of the reasons Nicholas was executed was that some people were worried that he might go to court and seduce the young Queen Elizabeth.
"Nicholas, you aren't thinking of going to court, are you? You wouldn't want to be one of her courtiers, would you?"
"One of her?" Nicholas asked aghast. "What do you know of this woman who is queen? Some say Mary of Scotland is the true queen, and that the Staffords should join forces with others to put her on the throne."
"Don't do that! Whatever you do, don't put your money on anyone but Elizabeth."
As she spoke, Douglas wondered if she was changing history. If the Staffords and all their money had been put at Mary's disposal, would she have taken the throne? If Elizabeth weren't queen, would there have been a time when England was the reigning world power? If England weren't a world power that sent settlers to America, would America be speaking English?
"Heavy,"
she said under her breath, mocking a young cousin of hers. "Who will Elizabeth marry?" Nicholas asked. "Who will she put on the throne beside her?"
"No one. And don't start on me because we've already had this argument. Elizabeth marries no one, and she does a super job of running the country and a lot of the world with it. Now, are you going to let me tell you the rest of our story, or are you going to keep telling me that what did happen didn't?"
He grinned at her. "You gave yourself to a man for free, and I came to save you. Yes, please, continue."
"That's not exactly what happened, but—"
Trailing off, she looked at him.
He had saved her. He'd appeared in that church, sunlight flashing off his armor, taken her away from a man who didn't love her, and shown her the true give and take of love. With Nicholas, she could be herself. She never had to think about having to please him. She just seemed to naturally please him. When she was growing up, she tried so hard to be as perfect as her older sisters, but it seemed that every schoolteacher she ever had had all of her sisters in her classes before Douglas, and by comparison, Douglas was always a disappointment. Douglas daydreamed, but her sisters never did. Douglas wasn't much good at sports, but her sisters had excelled. Her sisters had had millions of friends, but Douglas was always a bit shy and had always felt like an outsider. Her parents had never compared her to her sisters. They never seemed to notice that the tennis trophies, equestrian trophies, baseball trophies, spelling bee medals, and science fair ribbons all belonged to their eldest daughters. Douglas had once won a third prize yellow ribbon at church for the best apple pie, and her father had proudly hung it up beside his other daughters' blue ribbons and purple best of show ribbons. The yellow had looked so strange, and, to Douglas, so embarrassing, that she took the ribbon down. All her life it seemed that Douglas had wanted to please people, but somehow
She'd never been able to. Her father kept saying that whatever she did was okay with him, but Douglas merely had to look at her sister's accomplishments, and she knew she needed to do something great. Robert had been an attempt to impress her family. Maybe Robert, a distinguished surgeon, was supposed to be the biggest trophy of all. But Nicholas had saved her, she thought. Not in the way he meant. He hadn't saved her because he'd pushed Robert out a door. No, he'd saved her by respecting her, and, because of him, Douglas had begun to see herself through his eyes. When she thought about it, Douglas doubted very much if her sisters could have handled what had happened as well as she had. All of them were so sensible and so level-headed, they would probably have called the police on a man in armour who said he was from the 16th century. Not one of them would have been soft-hearted enough to take pity on a poor, crazy man. "What makes you smile so?" Nicholas asked softly.
"I was thinking about my sisters. They're perfect people, not a flaw in them. But I just realized that perfect can sometimes be a little lonely. Maybe I do try to please people, but I guess there are worse things. Maybe I should just find the right person to please."
Nicholas was obviously confused by this. He took her hand and began to kiss the palm.
"You please me much."
She snatched her hand away.
"We can't touch each other," she said, stammering.
He looked at her through his lashes, his voice low.
"But we have touched, have we not? I remember seeing you. I seem to know of touching you." "Yes," Douglas whispered. "We have touched."
They were alone on the bed, the room dark except for the golden glow of 3 candles.
"If we have touched, then it will not matter if we touch again in this life."
His hands were reaching for her.
"No," she said, her eyes pleading. "We cannot. I would be returned to my own time."
Nicholas didn't move closer to her, and he couldn't understand why he stopped. But he could feel the urgency in her. Never before had a woman's no stopped him, because he soon found the woman hadn't really meant no. But now, on the bed with this most desirable woman, he found himself listening to her words. Leaning back against the pillows, he sighed.
"I am too weak to accomplish much," he said heavily.
Douglas laughed.
"Sure, and if you believe that, I have some land in Florida to sell you."
Nicholas grinned, understanding her meaning.
"Come, then, sit close by me and tell me more of your time and of what we did there."
He held up his uninjured arm, and Douglas, against her better judgment, moved near him. Pulling her very close to the side of him, he wrapped his strong right arm about her. She pushed at him for a moment, then sighed and snuggled against his bare chest.
"We bought you some clothes,"
she said, smiling in memory.
"And you attacked the poor clerk because the prices were so high. Afterward, we went to tea. You loved tea. Then we found you a bed and breakfast." She paused. "That was the night you found me in the rain."
Nicholas was listening to her with half an ear. He wasn't yet sure he believed her story of past and future, but he was sure of how she felt in his arms. Her body next to his was something he remembered very well. She was explaining that he'd seemed able to hear her. She said she wasn't quite sure how it worked, but she'd used it the first day she'd come to the 16th century. She had called to him in the rain, and he had come to her. She chided him for his rudeness on that day and for making her ride on the back of the horse. Later, when she was in the room in the attic, she had again called him. Nicholas didn't need further explanation of this, for he seemed to always feel what she felt. Now, as she lay in his arms, her head on his chest, he could feel her sense of comfort, but at the same time he felt her sexual excitement. He'd never wanted to make love to a woman as much as he wanted to make love to her. But something stopped him. She was telling of going to Bellwood and how he had shown her the secret door.
"I believed you after that," she said. "Not because you knew of the door, but because you were so hurt that the world remembered your misdeeds instead of all the good you had done. No one in the 20th century knew for sure that you had designed Thornwick Castle. There was nothing left behind to prove that you were the designer."
"I am not a tradesman. I will not—"
She looked up at him. "I told you that in our world it's different. Talent is appreciated."
He looked down at her, her face close to his, and put his fingertips under her chin. Ever so slowly, he brought his lips to hers and kissed her gently. Then he pulled back, startled. Her eyes were closed, and her body was soft and pliant against his. He could take her, he knew that. But still, something was stopping him. When he moved his hand from her chin, he found that it was trembling. He felt like a boy with his first woman, except that the first time Nicholas had bedded a woman, he had been eager and enthusiastic, not trembling as he was now.
"What do you to me?" he whispered. "I don't know,"
Douglas said, her voice husky.
"I think maybe we were meant to be together. Even though we were born 400 years apart, we were meant for each other."
He ran his hand down her face, then her neck, shoulder, and arm. "Yet I am not to bed you. I cannot take the clothes from your body and kiss your breasts, kiss your legs, kiss—"
"Nicholas, please," she said,
pushing out of his arms.
"This is difficult enough as it is. All I know is that when we were together in the 20th century, after we made love, you disappeared. I was holding you and you slipped right out of my grasp. I have you again now, so I don't want to lose you a second time. We can spend time together, we can talk, and we can be together in every way except physically." She paused. "That is, if you want me to stay with you."
As Nicholas looked at her, he felt the pain she'd felt at their separation. But at the moment, he wanted to make love to her more than he wanted to understand anything. Douglas saw what he was thinking, so when he lunged at her, she rolled off the bed.
"One of us has to keep his wits. I want you to get some rest. Tomorrow we can talk more."
"I do not want to talk to you," he said sullenly. Laughing, Douglas remembered all the things she'd once done to entice him. She didn't need high heels now.
"Tomorrow, my love. I must go now. It's almost dawn, and I must meet Lucy and—"
"Who is Lucy?"
"Lady Lucinda something or other. The girl Kit's to marry."
Nicholas snorted. "A fat lump, that." Douglas's anger flared.
"Not beautiful like the woman you're to marry, is she?"
Nicholas smiled. "Jealousy becomes you."
"I'm not jealous, I'm—"
She turned away. Jealousy didn't begin to describe what she felt for Lettice, but she said nothing. Nicholas had already made it clear that he loved the woman he was to marry, so she was sure he wouldn't listen to anything Douglas said against her.
"I have to go," she said at last, "and I want you to sleep."
"I would sleep well if you would but stay with me."
"Liar," she said, smiling.
She didn't dare go too near him again. She was tired from the excitement of the day and from a night without sleep. Lifting her tote bag, she stepped to the door, gave one last look at his bare chest, his skin dark against the white of the pillows. Then hurriedly, before she changed her mind, she left the room. Lucy was waiting for her by the fountain, and after Douglas had showered, they rehearsed their vaudeville act. Douglas was going to play the straight man, the dummy who asked the questions, so Lucy would get all the laughs. At daybreak, Douglas made her way back to the house, and Honoria was waiting for her, holding up the purple velvet dress.
"I thought I might take a nap,"
Douglas said, yawning.
"Lady Margaret and Lord Christopher await you. You are to be rewarded." "I don't want any reward. I just want to help."
Even as she said it, she knew her words were a lie. She wanted to live with Nicholas for the rest of her life. 16th century, 20th century, she didn't care which if she could just stay with him.
"You must come. You may ask for whatever you wish. A house, an income, a husband, Think they'd let me have Nicholas?" "He is pledged," Honoria said softly. "I know that only too well. Shall we start getting me harnessed?"
After Douglas was dressed, Honoria led her to the presence chamber, where Lady Margaret and her oldest son were playing a game of chess.
"Ah,"
Kit said when Douglas entered. Then he lifted her hand and kissed it. "The angel of life who gave me back mine." Smiling, Douglas blushed.
"Come, sit,"
Lady Margaret said, pointing to a chair. A chair, not a stool, so Douglas knew she was being greatly honoured. Kit stood behind his mother's chair. "I wish to thank you for my life, and I wish to give you a gift, but I know not what you would wish. Name what you would have of me, and think high," he said, eyes twinkling. "My life is worth much to me."
"There is nothing I want," Douglas said. "You have given me kindness. You have fed and clothed me most sumptuously. There is nothing more I could want." "Except Nicholas," she thought. "Could you gift-wrap him and send him to my apartment in Maine?"
"Come," Kit said, laughing. "There is something you must want. A chest of jewels, perhaps. I have a house in Wales that—"
"A house," Douglas said. "Yes, a house. I'd like you to build a house in Thornwick, and Nicholas is to draw the plans for it."
"My son?" Lady Margaret asked, aghast.
"Yes, Nicholas. He's made some sketches for a house, and it will be beautiful. But he must have Lord Christopher's backing."
"And you would live in this house?" Kit asked.
"Oh, no. I don't want to own it. I just want Nicholas to be allowed to design it."
Both Kit and Lady Margaret stared at her. Douglas looked at the women around them, sitting at their embroidery frames. They were gaping. Kit recovered first. "You may have your wish. My brother will get his house."
"Thank you. Thank you so very much."
No one in the room spoke again, so Douglas stood up.
"I believe I owe you a game of charades,"
she said to Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret smiled.
"You no longer need to earn your keep.
My son's life has paid for you. Go and do what you wish."
Douglas at first started to protest that she didn't know what to do with herself, but then she figured she'd think of something.
"Thank you, my lady,"
she said, and bobbed a curtsy before leaving the room. Freedom, she thought, as she went back to Honoria's bedroom. No more having to entertain people. Good thing, since her store of songs was down to the McDonald's jingle. Honoria's maid helped Douglas remove her new dress and corset. Her old corset that was beginning to rust through its silk covering, and she went to bed smiling. She had prevented Nicholas from impregnating Arabella, and she'd saved Kit. All that was left was to get rid of Lettice. If she could do that, she would change history. She fell asleep, smiling. 29. What followed was, for Douglas, the happiest week of her life. Everyone in the Stafford household was pleased with her, and it seemed that she could do no wrong. She figured it would wear off in a few days, so she planned to enjoy it while it lasted. She spent every minute she could with Nicholas. He wanted to know all about her 20th-century world, and he never tired of asking questions. He had difficulty believing her talk of automobiles, and airplanes he didn't believe at all. He went through everything in her tote bag. In the bottom were a couple of foil-wrapped tea bags, and Douglas made him a cup of tea with milk. As he'd done the first time, he kissed her soundly in pleasure at the taste. In return for telling him of the 20th century, he told her of his life. He showed her dances, took her hawking one day, then laughed at her when she refused to allow the lovely bird on her arm to fly away so it could kill its prey. He showed her buzzards in pens that were fed nothing but white bread for days to clean the carrion from their craws before they were butchered and eaten. They argued about educating the lower classes, and that led to a squabble about equality. When Nicholas said her America sounded violent and lonely, Douglas wished she hadn't told him so much. He asked her hundreds of questions about the immediate future of England, and especially about Queen Elizabeth. Douglas so wished she remembered more of what her father had told her, so she could tell Nicholas. He seemed fascinated with the idea of sea travel and with exploring her new country.
"But you'll be here, married to Lettice. You won't be able to go anywhere if you're executed."
As she'd already found out, Nicholas would not listen to her when she spoke of his execution. He had a young man's belief that he was invincible, and that nothing could hurt him. "I will not raise an army to protect my lands in Wales because they are not my lands. They are Kit's, and if he is alive, then the future I once had will not be." She had no argument for him. When she asked him who he thought had tried to kill Kit, Nicholas merely shrugged and said it was no doubt some ruffian. Douglas still couldn't get used to the idea of a land where there was no federal government and no police force. The nobility, besides having all the money, had all the power. They judged disputes, hanged people when they wanted to, and answered only to the Queen. If the peasants had a good family to rule them, they were lucky, but many were not so fortunate. One day, Douglas asked Nicholas to take her to see a town. He raised an eyebrow at her and told her she would not like it, but he agreed to take her. He was right. The peace and relative cleanliness of the Stafford household had not prepared her for the filth of a medieval town. 8 of Nicholas's men accompanied them to protect them from highwaymen. As they rode along the rutted road, Douglas looked at every shadow behind every tree. Being attacked by a dashing highwayman in a romantic novel was one thing, but she knew that, in reality, highwaymen were dangerous. The town was dirty beyond anything Douglas had ever imagined. People emptied kitchen slops and chamber pots into the streets. She saw adults who she was sure had never had a bath in their lives. At the corner of a bridge over a little river were tall pikes with rotting human heads on them. She tried to look at all of it and see only the good. She tried to memorize what houses looked like and what the streets were like. If she did return to her time, she wanted to tell her father everything she'd seen. But try as she might, she was so overwhelmed by the bad that it was all she could see. The houses were so close together that women passed things from the windows to each other. People shouted, animals screamed, and someone was beating on metal with a hammer. Filthy, diseased children ran up to them, clutching their legs and begging. Nicholas's men kicked them away, and Douglas, instead of feeling sympathy, felt herself recoiling from their touch. When Nicholas turned and saw her pale face, he ordered his men to start for home. Once they were again in the open air, Douglas could breathe. When Nicholas called a halt, tablecloths were spread under some trees and food was brought out. Nicholas handed her a goblet full of strong wine. With trembling hands, Douglas took the wine and drank deeply. "Our world is not like yours," Nicholas said. In the past days he had questioned her on every aspect of modern society, and his questions had included bathing and sewage drains. "No," she said, trying not to remember what that town had looked and smelled like. America had many homeless, but they did not live like these people did. Of course, she had seen some well-dressed people in the town, but the sight of them could not take away from the stench. "No, a modern town is not like that." He stretched out beside her while she drank her wine. "Do you still wish to remain in my time?" She was looking at him, but between them were the images of what she had just seen. If she stayed with Nicholas, that town would be part of her life. Whenever she left the safety of the Stafford house, she would see rotting heads on pikes and streets filled with the contents of chamber pots. "Yes," she said, looking into his eyes. "I would stay if I could." He lifted her hand and kissed it. "But I'd make the midwives wash their hands." "Midwives? Ah, then you plan to have my children?" The thought of bearing a child without a proper doctor and hospital terrified her, but she didn't tell him that. "A dozen at least," she said. Her sleeve was too tight to push up, but she could feel his hot lips through her clothing. "When shall we begin making them? I should like more children." Her eyes were closed, her head back. "More?" Suddenly, something that Nicholas said came back to her. A son. He'd said he had no children, but he'd once had a son. What exactly had he said? She pulled her arm from him. "Nicholas, do you have a son?" "I, an infant. But you need not worry, his mother died long ago." She was concentrating hard. A son. What had Nicholas said? "I had a son, but he died in a fall the week after my brother drowned." "We have to return," she said. "But we will eat first." "No." She stood up. "We have to see about your son. You said he died a week after Kit drowned. Tomorrow will be a week. We must go to him now." Nicholas didn't hesitate. He left a man to pack the food and dishes, while he and the other men and Douglas tore back to the Stafford house. They jumped off their horses at the front gate. Lifting her skirts, Douglas ran after Nicholas. He led her to a wing of the house she'd never been in before, then threw open a door. What Douglas saw horrified her more than anything she'd yet seen in the 16th century. A little boy, barely over a year old, was wrapped from his neck to his feet in tight bindings of linen, and he was hanging from a peg on the wall. His arms and legs were pinned to him exactly like a mummy. The bottom half of the bindings were filthy, where he'd relieved himself but not been changed. Below him on the floor was a wooden bucket to catch excess drippings. Douglas could not move as she stared in horror at the child, whose eyes were half open, half closed. "The child is fine," Nicholas said. "No harm has come to him." "No harm?" Douglas said under her breath. If a child in the 20th century were treated like this, it would be taken from its parents. But Nicholas was saying the child was fine. "Take him down," she said. "Down? But he is safe. There is no reason to—" Douglas glared at him. "Down!" With a look of resignation, Nicholas took the boy by the shoulders, and, holding him at arm's length so he'd drip onto the floor and not on his father, he turned to Douglas. "And what am I to do with him?" "We are going to bathe him and dress him properly. Can he walk? Talk?" Nicholas looked astonished. "How am I to know this?" Douglas blinked. There was more than mere time between their two worlds. It took Douglas a while, but she got a big wooden bucket brought to the room and filled with hot water. Nicholas complained and cursed, but he unwrapped his smelly, dirty son and plunked him into the warm water. The poor child was covered with diaper rash from the waist down. Douglas used some of her precious soft soap to gently wash him. At one point, the boy's nurse came in and was very upset, saying Douglas was going to kill the child. At first, Nicholas wouldn't get involved, probably because he agreed with the nurse, Douglas thought. But when Douglas glared at him, he made the woman leave. The warm water made the boy perk up, and Douglas guessed that the bindings had been so tight the boy had been in a bit of a stupor. She said as much to Nicholas. "It keeps them quiet. Loosen the swaddlings, and they weep most loudly." "Let's wrap you in bindings like that, hang you on a peg, and see if you don't cry bloody murder." "A child has no sense." Obviously he was puzzled by her actions and her thoughts. "He has the brain now that he'll go to Yale with." "Yale?" "Never mind. Have safety pins been invented yet?" Douglas had to improvise diapers. Nicholas protested when she used one diamond and one emerald brooch to fasten the corners of the boy's linen diaper. She wished she had some zinc ointment for his rash. When at last the child was clean, dry, and powdered, thanks to another hotel giveaway sample from her tote bag, she handed the boy to his father. Nicholas looked horrified and bewildered at the same time, but he took the boy, and after a moment he even smiled at him. The child smiled back. "What's his name?" Douglas asked. "James." She took the boy from Nicholas. He was already a very good-looking child, with his father's dark hair and blue eyes, and he had a tiny cleft in his chin. "Let's see if you can walk." She put the boy on the floor, and, after a few stumbles, he walked to Douglas's outstretched arms. Nicholas stayed with her, watching as she spent an hour playing with the boy. And when Douglas put him down for the night, she found out more about Elizabethan childcare. James's crib had a hole in the middle, and the child was strapped in at night, his bottom over the hole, and once again a bucket was put under him. Nicholas did little more than roll his eyes when she demanded that the child be given a proper mattress. The nurse complained, and Douglas could see her point. If the child had no rubber pants, by morning the mattress would be filthy. And how does one clean goose feathers? She solved the problem by putting a piece of waxed cloth, such as rain gear was made out of, over the mattress. The nurse did as Douglas bid, but she was grumbling when Dougless and Nicholas left. Nicholas was chuckling as they left the room. "Come and have supper with me," he said. "We will celebrate the cleansing of my son." Taking Douglas's hand, he tucked it under his arm. 30. Nicholas leaned back on the bench and watched Douglas playing with his son. The sun was bright, the air heavy with the scent of roses, and as far as Nicholas could tell, all was perfect in the world. It had been 3 days since she'd taken the boy off the peg and out of swaddling, and during those 3 days the child had spent a great deal of time with them. But then, so had many people spent time with them. Nicholas was amazed to discover how much Douglas had involved herself in the short time she'd been with the Stafford family. Early mornings she rehearsed, as she called it, with the fat heiress, and yesterday she and the heiress had put on a ridiculous play while wearing even more ridiculous peasant clothes. They had sung a song about "travellin' along, singin' a song," then told jokes that bordered on blasphemy. Throughout the play, Nicholas had refused to laugh, because he knew she had done this work for Kit. She had even told Nicholas so. The rest of his family had laughed uproariously at the play, but Nicholas refused to do so. Later, when he got her alone, she had laughed at him and accused him of being jealous. Jealous? Nicholas Stafford jealous? He could have any woman he wanted, so why should he be jealous? She had smiled so knowingly that, to stop her, he had grabbed her to him and kissed her until she couldn't remember her own name, much less think of another man. Now, leaning back against the garden wall and watching her toss a ball to his son, he felt at peace. Was this love? He wondered. Was this the love that the troubadours sang of? How could he be in love with a woman he hadn't taken to bed? Once he'd thought he was in love with a half-gypsy girl who had done splendid things to his body. But with this Douglas, all they did was talk and laugh. She had nagged him so much about the sketches she'd found while snooping in his belongings that he had started making new drawings. Kit had told Nicholas that he could begin building Thornwick Castle in the spring. During their days spent together, he and Douglas talked and sang together, rode and walked, and he found himself telling her things about himself that he had never told another soul. 2 days ago, a portrait painter had come to the Stafford household, and Nicholas had commissioned him to paint a miniature oil of Douglas. It should be finished soon. Looking at her now, he was beginning to wonder if he could live without her. But regularly she mentioned leaving. She talked about what he must do when she was gone. She talked of cleanliness until he could bear no more. But she kept saying cleanliness was of utmost importance. When she was gone, he couldn't bear to think of not being with her. Many times during the day he'd found himself thinking, I must tell Douglas that. She said that in her time men and women were partners, and they shared thoughts and ideas. He knew his mother's last husband had often asked Lady Margaret's opinion, but he couldn't remember his stepfather saying, "How was your day?" as Douglas asked. And there was the child. The child was a bother, of course, but there were times when he enjoyed the boy's smiles. The boy looked up at Nicholas as though his father were a god. Yesterday, Nicholas had taken the boy into the saddle before him, and the child's squeals of laughter had made Nicholas smile. Suddenly, Douglas laughed at something the boy did, and brought Nicholas back to the present. The sunlight was shining on her hair, but then the sunlight seemed to come out only when she was near. He wanted to touch her, hold her, make love to her, but the threat of her disappearance kept him from pulling her into his bed. Oh, he kissed her when he could, and touched every part of her body he could reach. They snuggled together in the evenings, alone in some deserted nook, and watched the firelight or the stars out an open window. He touched her and held her, but they went no further. The possibility of her leaving was too great for him to risk. A boy came to tell Nicholas that Lady Margaret wanted to see him, so, reluctantly, he left the garden and went into the house. His mother awaited him in her private closet off her bedchamber. "Have you told her?" Lady Margaret asked, her face stern. Nicholas didn't have to be told what she meant. "Nay, I have not." "Nicholas, this has gone too far. I have been lenient with the woman because she saved Kit's life. But your behaviour—" She trailed off because there was no need to say more. Nicholas went to the window, opened it, and looked down into the garden. He could just see Douglas below. "I would spend my life with the Montgomery woman," he said softly. Lady Margaret slammed the window shut and glared at her son. She had eyes that could pierce a man. "You cannot! The dowry for Lettice Colpin has been accepted, and part of it spent to buy sheep. The woman brings land with her and a good name. Your children will be related to the throne. You cannot throw that away for this woman who is nothing." "She is all to me." Lady Margaret glared at him. "She is nothing. 2 days ago, the rider returned from Lanconia. There is no Montgomery king. This Dougless Montgomery is no more than a fast-tongued—" "Say no more," Nicholas said, cutting her off. "I have never believed her to be of royal blood, but she has come to mean more to me than bloodlines and property." Lady Margaret groaned. "Do you think you are the first to love? When I was a girl, I loved my cousin, so I refused to marry your father. My mother beat me until I was willing." She narrowed her eyes at Nicholas. "And she was right. Your father gave me 2 sons who lived to manhood, while my cousin gambled his fortune away." "Douglas is not likely to gamble my fortune away." "Nor will she increase your fortune." Lady Margaret calmed herself. "What ails you? Kit is to marry a fat child, while you are to marry one of the great beauties of England. Lettice is much more beautiful than the Montgomery woman." "What do I care for money and beauty? Lettice has a heart of stone. She marries me, a younger son, only for my connection to the throne. Let her find another who will overlook her lack of warmth and will see only the perfection of her face." "You mean to unkiss this bargain? You will break your betrothal?" Lady Margaret was aghast. "How can I marry one woman when another owns my heart?" Lady Margaret gave a derisive snort of laughter. "I did not raise you to be a fool. Keep the Montgomery woman after your marriage. Make her a maid to your wife. I cannot believe Lettice will mind that you do not go to her every night. Get Lettice with child, then go to your Montgomery woman. It was an arrangement my second husband had, and I did not mind, although he gave his woman 3 children and me only 1, and that one died," she added bitterly. Nicholas turned away from his mother. "I do not believe Douglas would agree to such an arrangement. In her country, I do not believe such things are done." "Her country? Where is this country of hers? It is not Lanconia. Where does she get these games and amusements? Where do these strange implements she carries come from?
She adds on a machine. She has pills that are magic. Is she from the devil? Do you wish to cohabit with one of the devil's own?
She is no witch. She's from... He stopped and looked at his mother. He could not tell her the truth about Douglas. Douglas had made a remark about the household loving her now because she had saved Kit, but that it would soon cease. Lady Margaret glared at her son.
Do you sell yourself to her? Do you believe whatever story she tells you? The woman is a liar, and... She hesitated. She interferes too much. She has you drawing houses like a tradesman. She has the girl Kit is to marry dressing like a peasant. She takes children from the nursery. She teaches the servant children to read and write, as though that were needed.
But you have encouraged all of this, Nicholas said in astonishment. I was the one who preached caution when she came. You took the tablet she offered.
I did. I was much amused by her at first, and I would be amused now were not my youngest son thinking himself in love with her.
Lady Margaret softened and put her hand on Nicholas's arm.
Love God. Love your children when they are grown, if you must. But do not give your love to a lying woman. What does she want from you? What does she want from all of us? Listen to me, Nicholas. Beware of her. She changes too much in our family. She wants something.
No, Nicholas said softly. She wants naught but to help. She has been sent.
Sent? She has been sent here by whom? Who sent her? What can she gain?
Lady Margaret's eyes widened.
Kit said men tried to pull him under when he nearly drowned. Did the Montgomery woman arrange to have him drowned, then pretend to save him? Such a trick would gain her much in our family. Or mayhap she meant for him to die. 'Twere Kit dead, you would be Earl, and she has you in her palm.
No, 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 Nicholas said. Her character is not like that. She did not know about Kit because I had lied to her about the door at Bellwood. Lady Margaret's handsome face showed her confusion at his words.
What do you know of her?
Naught. I know naught bad of her.
You must believe me, the woman wants only good for us. She has no evil intent. Then why does she want to prevent your marriage?
She does not, Nicholas said, but turned away. When he had first met Douglas, she had said several derogatory things about Lettice, but lately she had said nothing. Nicholas realized his mother's words were making him doubt Douglas. Lady Margaret moved to stand before her son.
Does the Montgomery woman love you? She asked softly.
Aye, she does, he answered.
Then she will want what is best for you, and Lettice Culpin is best. The Montgomery woman must see that she can bring no dowry to the marriage. She has lied about having an uncle who is king, so I doubt if she has any relative who matters. What is she? The daughter of a tradesman?
Her father teaches.
Ah, Lady Margaret said. The truth at last. What can she offer the Stafford family? She has nothing.
She put her hand on Nicholas's arm.
I do not ask you to give her up. She will stay in this house with you, or go with you and your wife. Breed with the woman. Love her. Make free with her.
Her face became stern again.
But you cannot make her your wife. Do you understand me? Staffords do not marry the penniless daughters of teachers.
I understand full well, madam, Nicholas said, eyes dark with anger. I, more than anyone,
feel the weight of my family's name on my shoulders. I will do my duty and marry the beauteous, cold-hearted Lettice."
"Good," Lady Margaret said, then lowered her voice. "I should hate for something to happen to the Montgomery woman. I have grown fond of her."
Nicholas stared at his mother for a moment, then turned and left the room. He stalked angrily to his bedchamber, and there, alone, he leaned against the door and closed his eyes. His mother's words had been clear enough. Do your duty and marry Lettice Colpin, or something will happen to Douglas. Even as he thought the words, he knew how Douglas would react to his marrying another woman. Douglas would not remain in his household to wait on his wife. To lose Douglas and gain Lettice, he thought. To trade Douglas's eyes of love for Lettice's cold, calculating eyes. The first time he had met Lettice, he had been taken with her beauty. Dark eyes, dark hair, full red lips. But Nicholas had been around enough beautiful women that he was soon able to see beneath her beauty. She walked about the Stafford household, her eyes on gold vessels, tallying them, her mind like a scale, weighing how much gold the Staffords owned, how much silver. Nicholas had tried to seduce the woman, but had failed. He had failed, not because Lettice was unwilling, but because she was uninterested. Kissing Lettice was like kissing warm marble. Duty, he thought. His duty was to marry the woman who had more money, the woman with the bluest blood. "Douglas," he whispered, then closed his eyes. Tonight he must tell her, he thought. Tonight he had to tell Douglas of his impending marriage. He could put it off no longer. 31. "You can't marry her," Douglas said, quite calmly. "My love," Nicholas said, walking toward her, his hands outstretched. He had asked her to go riding with him, then had taken her to a neighbouring estate where there was a mature maize in the garden. The hedges were 12 feet tall, and the way in and out was complicated. He knew she didn't know her way out of the maze, and therefore she was less likely to run from him when he told her what he had to. "I must marry her," Nicholas said. "It is my duty to my family." Douglas told herself to remain calm. She told herself that she had a job to do, and that she must explain to Nicholas why he couldn't marry Lettice. But when faced with having the man she loved tell her he was going to marry another, logic fled. "Duty," she said through her teeth. "No doubt it's a great hardship for you to marry a beautiful babe like Lettice. I'll just bet you're dreading it. And I guess you want me, too. Is that it? A wife and a lover? Only I can't be your lover, can I?" She glared at him. "Or maybe I can be. If I went to bed with you, would that keep you from marrying that evil woman?" Nicholas was moving toward her, trying to take her in his arms, but he halted. Evil? Lettice is greedy, perhaps, but evil? Douglas's fists were clenched at her sides. "What do you know of evil? You men are all alike no matter when you were born. All you can see is the outside of a person. If a woman is beautiful, she can have any man she wants, no matter how rotten she is inside. And if a woman is ugly, nothing else matters." Nicholas dropped his hands. His eyes were angry. "Aye, that is all that interests me. I care naught for duty or family or for the woman I love. Tearing the clothes from Lettice's divine body is all that interests me." Douglas gasped, feeling as though he'd slapped her. She wanted to leave the maze, but she knew she didn't know the way out. She turned back to him.
Anger was holding her upright, but, quite suddenly, the anger left her. She collapsed on a bench, her face in her hands.
"Oh, God," she whispered.
Nicholas sat beside her and pulled her into his arms, holding her while she cried against his chest. "The marriage is something I must do. It has been arranged. I do not wish it, not now, not since I have you, but it is what I must do. Were something to befall Kit, I would be Earl, and it is my duty to produce an heir."
"Lettice can't be child,"
Douglas said against his chest. He pulled a handkerchief from inside his slops. "What?" Douglas blew her nose.
"Lettice can't have children."
"How do you know of this?"
"Lettice was the one who caused your execution. Oh, Nicholas, please don't marry her. You can't marry her. She will kill you."
Douglas was calming somewhat and beginning to remember what she must tell him.
"I was going to tell you, but I thought we would have more time together. I wanted you to trust me more before I told you. I know how much you love Lettice, and—"
"Love her? I love Lettice Culpin. Who has told you this?"
"You did. You told me she's one of the major reasons you wanted to return to the 16th century, because you loved her so very much."
Pulling away from her, he stood up. "I came to love her." Douglas sniffed and blew her nose again.
"When you came to me, you'd been married to her for 4 years.
"It would take more than 4 years to make me love that woman," Nicholas muttered.
"What?"
"Tell me more of this love I bore for my wife." There was a knot in Douglas's throat, so she had difficulty speaking, but she did her best to explain all that he'd said to her. He questioned her thoroughly, asking about their last days together. Douglas held on to one of his big hands with both of hers while she answered his questions. At last, he put his fingertips under her chin and lifted her face. "When I was with you before, I knew I must return. Perhaps I did not want to cause you pain when I left. Perhaps I meant to prevent your loving a man who would not stay." Douglas's eyes widened, tears sparkling.
"You said that," she whispered. "On our last night together. You said you wouldn't touch me because I'd grieve too much for you."
Smiling at her, he smoothed a damp tendril of hair away from her face. "I could not love Lettice were I to live with her 1,000 years."
"Oh, Nicholas,"
she said, then threw her arms around his neck and began kissing him.
"I knew you'd do the right thing. I knew you wouldn't marry her. Now everything will come out right. You won't be executed because Lettice won't have any reason to try to kill you or Kit, and she won't get hooked up with Robert Sidney because Arabella hasn't had your baby. Oh, Nicholas, I knew you wouldn't marry her."
Nicholas pulled her arms from around him and held her hands, his eyes locked with hers. "I am pledged to marry Lettice, and I shall leave for the marriage in 3 days' time." When Douglas struggled for release, he held her hands firmly. "My way is not yours. My time is not the same as yours, and I have not the freedom you have. I cannot marry to suit myself only." He leaned closer to her and put his lips to her cheek. "You must understand me. My marriage was arranged years ago, and it is a good alliance. My wife will bring property and relatives into the Stafford family."
"Will this property and these relatives help you when the Axeman removes your head?" she asked angrily. "Will you go to your death thinking how good this marriage was?"
You must tell me all. What you tell me will help me prevent an accusation of treason." She jerked out of his grasp, then walked to the far side of the grassed area at the heart of the maze.
"You'll be able to prevent your execution as well as you could have prevented Kit's drowning. If I hadn't been here, your brother would be dead and your lovely Lettice would be marrying an earl."
A smile twitched at the corners of Nicholas's mouth. "Were I the earl, I would not marry Lettice. No doubt my mother would marry me to your fat Lucy."
"You did marry Lettice after you became the earl. Maybe you owed her something and had to marry her."
"Ah, yes, the sheep," Nicholas said, smiling.
"You can laugh at me if you want, but I can assure you that when you came to me, you weren't laughing. Facing an executioner's axe doesn't make a person feel jovial."
Nicholas sobered. "Nay, it would not. You would tell me of Lettice. Tell me all that you know." Douglas sat down on the bench, at the far end from him, away from his touch. As she stared ahead at the green wall of trimmed hedge, she didn't look at him. She started slowly, at the very beginning, telling him of reading Lady Margaret's papers that were found in a hole in a wall. She told how Nicholas had finagled an invitation into the Harwoods' home, where they'd met Lee and Arabella.
"We read the papers and asked questions all weekend, but we found out little. In the end, you drew your sword on Lee, and he told you that the traitor's name was Robert Sidney. You and I both thought you'd return to this century after that, but you didn't. You stayed."
She closed her eyes for a moment.
"After that, we had a wonderful time together. But then we—"
The pain of that morning in the church when Nicholas had disappeared was still fresh.
"We made love, and the next day you went back. Later, I found out you'd been executed."
She drew a deep breath and told him more. She told of afterward meeting Lee, and Lee's telling her of finding Lady Margaret's account of the truth of what had happened, the truth that became known only after Nicholas's death. She told how Lettice had planned to marry a Stafford, produce an heir, and put the child on the throne of England. She repeated Lady Margaret's belief that Lettice had had Kit killed, so she'd be marrying an earl instead of a younger son.
"After you married her, she tried to persuade you to raise yourself at court. She wanted to gain as many people to back her as possible, but you refused."
"I do not like court," Nicholas said. "Too many people conspire against one another." She turned to look at him.
"You refused to stay at court with your wife, so she tried to kill you. When I met you, you had a long, deep scar on your calf where you had fallen from a horse about a year after your marriage. Your mother wrote that you had many accidents after your marriage."
When Nicholas didn't speak, Douglas continued. She told him that Lettice had begun to look for someone to help rid her of Nicholas, and she'd found Robert Sidney.
"He hated you for being his wife's lover and impregnating her. Lady Margaret thinks he killed both Arabella and the baby."
"But this time I did not impregnate Arabella," Nicholas said softly.
"True,"
Douglas said, smiling, then continued.
"When you started to raise an army to fight in Wales, it was easy for Lettice to get Robert to tell the Queen it was treason. Queen Elizabeth was jittery about Mary of Scotland anyway, and maybe she'd heard rumors that the Staffords were considering joining with Mary."
Douglas looked at him, at his beautiful face, at his blue eyes. She reached out her hand and put her palm on his soft, dark beard.
"They cut off your head,"
she whispered, blinking back tears. Nicholas kissed her palm. Douglas dropped her hand and looked away.
"After your Death. Robert Sidney blackmailed Lettice into marrying him. He wanted to put his own child on the throne. Only the beauteous Lettice, the woman a man had died for, was barren. She could have no children.
Douglas grimaced.
Lee said it was all ironic. Lettice destroyed the Stafford family for a child she would never have.
There was silence between them for a while. And what of my mother? She looked back at him.
The Queen confiscated all that the Staffords owned, and Robert Sidney married her to Dickie Harwood.
Harwood? Nicholas said with disgust.
It was either that or starve to death. The Queen gave Sidney a couple of your estates. Then someone pushed your mother down a flight of stairs and broke her neck.
She paused at Nicholas's intake of breath.
After that, there were no more Staffords. Lettice had managed to wipe out all of you.
When she turned back to look at him, his face was pale. Nicholas got up and walked toward the hedge. He stood in silence for a while, thinking over her words, then turned back to her. What you say could have happened once, but could not now. She understood what he was saying, that now it would be all right to marry Lettice. Anger began to swell her veins.
You wouldn't be such a fool to marry her after what I've told you, would you?
But your story could not happen now. Arabella does not carry my child, so Robert has no reason to hate me. Kit is alive, so I have no reason to raise an army. And if Kit must raise the army, you will be assured that I will petition the Queen's permission. Douglas came to her feet.
Nicholas, don't you understand that you don't know the future? When you were in my time, the books said you had died 3 days before your execution. After you returned, the books told of your execution. History is so very easy to change. If you marry Lettice, when I return, will I read that Kit was killed another way? That maybe Lettice came up with another way to have you executed? Maybe she'll find someone else to help her. I'm sure there are other men with pretty wives who hate you.
Nicholas smiled at the last. A man or two.
You're laughing at me? I am talking life and death, and you stand there laughing at me.
He pulled Douglas's rigid body into his arms.
My love, it is good that you care so much, and it is good that you have warned me. I will be cautious from now on.
She pushed away from him. Her voice and body showed her anger.
You are thinking like a man, she accused. You think that no woman could ever really do you harm, don't you? I tell you all of this, and you chuckle at me. Why not wink at me and pat me on the head as well? Why not tell me to go back to my sewing and leave men things like life and death to males who are capable of understanding?
Douglas, please, he said, reaching out his hands.
Don't you touch me. Save your touches for your lovely Lettice. Tell me, is she so beautiful that she's worth all the tragedy that she'll cause? Your death, Kit's death, your mother's death, the end of the noble Stafford family.
Nicholas let his arms fall to his sides. Do you not see that I have no choice? Am I to tell my family and the Culpins I must break the betrothal because a woman from the future says my bride might kill all of the Staffords? I would be considered a fool, and you would not be treated well.
You risk everything because of what people might say.
Nicholas searched for a way to explain what must be, so that she could understand. In your time, do you not contract bargains? Legal bargains on paper?
Of course. We have contracts for everything. We even have marriage contracts. But marriages should be made for love, not—
My class does not marry for love. We cannot. Look you about. See the wealth of this house. This is but one house my family owns. These riches have come to us because my ancestors married for estate, not for love. My grandfather married a shrew of a woman, but she brought 3 houses with her and much plate.
Nicholas, I understand the theory, but marriage is so intimate. It's not like signing a contract to do some work for someone. Marriage has to do with love and children, and a home and safety, and having a friend.
So you live in poverty with the one you love? Does this love feed you, clothe you, keep you warm in winter? There is more to marriage than what you say. You are poor, so you cannot understand. Her eyes blazed.
For your information, I am not poor, not by a long shot. My family is very rich, lots of money. But just because my family has money doesn't mean I don't want love, or that I'd sell myself to the highest bidder.
How did your family obtain its wealth? He asked softly.
I don't know. We've had it forever. My father said that our ancestors married—
She broke off and looked at him with wide eyes. Your ancestors married who?
Nothing. It was a joke. He didn't mean anything.
Who? Nicholas asked.
Rich women, she said angrily. He said our ancestors were quite good at marrying rich women.
Nicholas said nothing, just stood there looking at her. Her anger left her, and she went to him, putting her arms about his waist, holding him tightly.
Marry for money, she said. Marry the richest woman in the world. But please don't marry Lettice. She is bad. She'll hurt you, Nicholas. Hurt all of you.
Nicholas pushed her out to arm's length to look into her eyes. Lettice Colpin is the highest I can hope for. I am a younger son, a mere knight. I have naught but what Kit allows me. I am fortunate he is so generous as to allow me to live at his expense. The lands Lettice brings to this family will benefit us all. How can I not do this for a brother who has given me so much?
Lettice isn't the best you can hope for. Lots of women like you. You can get someone else. If you have to marry someone for money, we'll find her. Somebody rich but not ambitious like Lettice.
Nicholas smiled down at her. Having a woman in bed is not the same as a marriage alliance. You must trust me on this. Lettice is a good match for me. No, do not frown. I will be safe. Do you not see? The danger of her is in not knowing. Now that I know, I can save my family and myself.
If she finds out that you aren't interested in overthrowing the Queen, or even in going to court, perhaps she will break the engagement.
For all that she is related to the throne and has money, her family is not so old as mine. If what you say about her plans is true, she will not release me. What woman does not believe that she can bend a man to her will?
Then she's going to kill you, Douglas said. Are you going to check every saddle cinch to see if it's been cut? What about poison in your food? What about a wire stretched across the stairs? What if she hires thugs to beat you up? What about drowning, burning?
He chuckled in a patronizing way. I am pleased you care. You shall help me keep watch.
Me?
She pulled away from him.
Me?
Aye. You shall stay in my household. He gave her a look through his lashes. You shall attend to my wife. It took Douglas a moment to react.
"Attend to your wife," she said evenly. "You mean like help her dress? Check that her bath water isn't too hot, that sort of thing?"
Her calm tone didn't fool him.
"Douglas, my love, my one and only love, it will not be so bad. We will spend much time together. Do we spend the time together with or without a permission slip from your wife?" "Douglas," he pleaded, "you can ask this of me after the way you talked about my living with Robert. At least with Robert I was his only woman. But you're asking me to wait on that killer. What am I supposed to do at night while you're trying to produce an heir with her?"
Nicholas stiffened. "You cannot ask me to be celibate. You say you cannot share my bed for fear of returning."
"Oh, I see. I can be celibate. That's perfectly okay. But you, Mr. Macho Stud, you have to have a different woman every night. What do you do on the nights when Lettice tells you no? Chase the maids into the arbor?"
"You may not speak to me like this," he said, his eyes darkening with anger.
"Oh, I can't I? If someone travels 400 years just to warn another person, and that person won't listen for no reason except his own vanity, then the party of the first part can say any damn thing she pleases. Go ahead. Marry Lettice. See if I care. Kill Kit. Kill your mother. Lose your estates you think are so bloody valuable. Lose your head."
She shouted the last part, then pushed past him and ran through the maze, tears blinding her. She was lost within 3 minutes, and she just stood where she was, crying. Maybe a person couldn't change history. Maybe it was predestined that Kit was going to die and Nicholas was going to be executed. Maybe it was never meant that the Stafford family should continue to live. Maybe no one could change what was going to happen. Nicholas came to her, but he didn't speak, and Douglas was glad. She knew that mere words would not change what each felt must be done. Silently, she followed him out of the maze. 32. For Douglas, the next 3 days were hell. Everyone in the Stafford household was very excited about Nicholas's forthcoming marriage, and it was all anyone could talk of. The food, the clothes, who would be there, who from the Stafford household would get to go, and who would stay at home with Lady Margaret, were all topics of conversation. Huge carts were packed with the goods Nicholas and Kit would take with them to the Culpin estate, where the wedding would be held. With a feeling of doom, Douglas watched the preparations for the long visit. Nicholas and Kit were taking not only their clothes with them, but furniture and servants as well. To Douglas, it seemed that every item that was loaded onto the carts was a weight on her heart. She tried to talk to Nicholas, tried and tried and tried. But he wouldn't listen. Duty meant more to him than anything else in the world. He would not forsake his duty to his family for any reason on earth, not for love, not even to avoid the possibility of his own death. On the night before the day Nicholas was to leave, Douglas felt the worst she ever had. Only the day Nicholas had returned to the 16th century and left her in the church was comparable. At night, after the maid had helped her undress, she removed her thin, silky slip from her tote bag and put it on. With her borrowed robe about her, she went to Nicholas's bedchamber. Outside his room, she put her hand to the door. She knew he was awake. She could feel it. Without knocking, she opened the door. He was sitting up in bed, the rough sheet covering his legs, leaving his chest and hard, flat stomach bare and exposed. He was drinking from a silver tankard, and he didn't look up when she entered.
"We must talk,"
she whispered. The room was silent except for the crackle of a fire and the sputter of candles. "Nay, we have no more to say," he answered. "We both must do what we must."
"Nicholas,"
she whispered. But he still didn't look at her. She slipped the concealing robe from her. The nightgown she wore wasn't outrageous by 20th-century standards, but it was when compared to Elizabethan modes of dress. Its thin straps, low neck, and clinging fabric left nothing to the imagination. She crawled across the bed to him like a tigress on the stalk.
"Nicholas,"
she whispered,
"do not marry her."
When she was near him, he looked at her, and the wine sloshed from his tankard. "What do you?" he asked hoarsely, his eyes at first shocked, then hot.
"Perhaps you'll stay with me this night,"
she said, drawing nearer to him. Nicholas looked down the front of her nightgown, and when he put out a hand to touch her shoulder, his hand trembled.
"One night,"
she whispered, moving her face close to his. Nicholas reacted instantly. His arms were around her, his lips on hers. He was drinking of her, taking of her, as he'd wanted to do for so long. The fabric of her nightgown tore away as his hands and his lips were on her breasts, his face buried in them.
"This one night for your promise,"
Douglas was saying, her head back. She was trying to remember what she had to do before Nicholas's lips and hands drove all thoughts from her mind.
"Swear to me,"
she said. "All that I have is yours. Do you not know that?" he said, his lips moving lower on her body, down her stomach. His hands were on her hips, his fingers digging into her flesh.
"Then do not go tomorrow," she said. "This one night for tomorrow."
Nicholas's strong hands were lifting her hips up, and the remains of the gown were sliding farther down. "You may have all my tomorrows."
"Nicholas, please."
Douglas was trying to remember what she meant to say, but Nicholas's touch was making her unable to think.
"Please, my love, I do not believe I will be here after tonight, so you must swear to me."
After a moment, Nicholas raised his head and looked up at her, up past her lovely body to her face. His mind was reeling with the sensations of touching this woman who had come to mean so much to him. But he was beginning to hear her. "What would you have me swear to you?" he asked in a low voice. Douglas lifted her head.
"I will spend tonight with you if you'll swear not to marry Lettice after I'm gone,"
she said evenly. For a long moment, Nicholas looked at her, his bare body poised over her half-nude body, and Douglas held her breath. She had not come to this decision easily, but she knew that, even if it meant losing Nicholas forever, she had to stop this marriage. He rolled off of her and the bed in one smooth motion, pulled on a loose robe, then went to stand before the fire, his back to her. When he spoke, his voice was low and husky. "Do you think so little of me to believe I would risk the loss of you for one night's pleasure? Do you think so little of yourself to sell yourself to me for a promise?" His words were making Douglas feel very small. She pulled her torn gown up over her shoulders.
"I couldn't think of any other way,"
she said as an excuse.
"I'd do anything to stop your marriage."
He turned to look at her, his eyes dark with emotion. "You have told me of your country and of your ways. Do you think yours is the only way? This marriage means naught to me, yet it means all to you.
I can't have you risk your life for—"
His eyes blazed. You risk our life for her, he said angrily. You tell me again and again that you cannot come to my bed, yet you are here now dressed as a... Douglas pulled the sheet over her bare shoulders, feeling like a strumpet.
I only meant to try to get you to promise you wouldn't marry her,
she said, feeling near to tears. He went to the bed, looming over her. What love is this you bear for me? You come creeping to my bed, appealing to me like a whore. Only you do not want gold. Nay, you want me to dishonor my family, to put aside what means most to me. Douglas put her hands over her face.
Don't, please. I can't bear this. I never meant...
He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her hands away. Do you have any idea how much I dread the morrow? That I dread the woman who I must make my wife? Were I free, were I in your time, I could freely choose where I love. But here and now I cannot. Were I to marry you, I could not feed you. Kit would no longer give me a place to live, food to eat, clothes to...
Kit's not like that. Surely there would be a way for us to live. You help Kit with the estates, so he'd not throw you out. He'd...
Nicholas's hands tightened on her wrists. Can you not hear? Can you not understand? I must make this marriage.
No,
she whispered.
No.
You cannot stop what must be. You can only help me.
How? How can I help you? Can I stop an axeman's blade?
Aye, he said. You can. You can stay by me for always.
Always? While you live with another woman, sleep with her, make love to her?
He released her hands. So you do this, he said, looking at her bare shoulders above the sheet. You would take yourself from me for all eternity, rather than see me with another woman.
No, that's not it. It's just that Lettice is evil. I've told you what she'll do. Choose another woman.
He gave a smile that had no mirth in it. You would allow me another wife? Allow me to touch another woman when I cannot touch you? You are willing to stand to one side for the rest of our lives? Douglas swallowed. Could she live in the same house with him while he lived with another woman? What would she do? Be a maiden aunt to Nicholas's children? How would she feel when, each night, he went off to bed with another woman? And how long would he continue to love her if he couldn't touch her? Were either of them strong enough for a platonic love?
I don't know, she said softly. I don't know if I could stand by and see you with another woman. Nicholas, oh, Nicholas, I don't know what to do.
He sat on the bed beside her and gathered her into his arms. I will not risk losing you for 100 women like Lettice. You are worth all to me. God has sent you to me, and I mean to hold you. She put her head on his chest, parting the robe so her cheek was on his skin. In spite of herself, tears came to her eyes.
I am frightened. Lettice is...
a mere woman. No more, no less. She possesses no great wisdom, no amulets of power. If you are by me, she can do me or my family no harm.
By you?
Her hand went under his robe, touching his skin.
Can I stay by you and not touch you?
He moved her roaming fingers from inside his robe. "You are sure you will return if I—"
"Sure,"
she answered firmly.
"At least, I think I'm sure."
He held her fingers up and looked at them as a starving man might look at a feast. "It would be much to lose were we to try, would it not?"
"Yes,"
she said sadly.
"Much, much too much."
He dropped her hand. "You must go. I am a man, and you tempt me more than I can bear." Douglas knew she should go, but she hesitated. Once again she put her hand on Nicholas's skin. "Go," he commanded. Quickly she rolled away from him, then ran from the room. She went back to Honoria's room and slipped into bed, but she didn't sleep. Tomorrow the man she loved, no, more than loved, the man who meant so much that even time could not separate them, was leaving to marry another woman. What was she to do when Nicholas returned with his beautiful wife? Douglas had heard so much of Letitia's beauty that she would have hated the woman even if she knew nothing else about her. Should she curtsy and congratulate her? Something like, "Hope you enjoy him, and I certainly hope he's as good a lover with you as he was with me." Douglas had a vision of Nicholas and his pretty wife laughing together over some private joke. She saw Nicholas sweeping Lettice into his arms and carrying her off to the room they shared. Would they put their heads together over meals and smile at each other? Douglas slammed her fist into the pillow, making Honoria stir. Men were such fools. They never saw past a pretty face. When a man asked about a woman, all he wanted to know was she pretty? No man ever asked if a woman had morals, whether she was honest, kind, did she like children or not. Douglas imagined a beautiful Lettice torturing a puppy in front of Nicholas, but Nicholas not noticing because dear, luscious Lettice had looked at him through fluttering lashes. "Men," Douglas muttered. But even as she said it, she didn't mean it. Nicholas had not allowed himself to be seduced tonight because he was afraid he'd lose Douglas. If that wasn't love, what was?
"Maybe he was saving himself for Lettice,"
Douglas said into the pillow. And that's when she began to cry. The sun came up, and still Douglas cried. It was as though she couldn't stop. Honoria did everything she could to cheer Douglas up, but nothing worked. Douglas could see, hear, think of nothing but Nicholas and the beautiful woman he was to marry. When Douglas thought of the hideous non-choices she had, she began to cry harder. She could stay in the 16th century and watch Nicholas with his wife, watch them talking together, watch while Lettice was given an honoured place in the family as a son's wife. Or she could threaten Nicholas that he had to give up his wife, or she, Douglas, would leave the house. And if she left the Stafford household, what would she do? How could she earn her living in the 16th century? Drive a taxi? Maybe become an executive secretary? She was rather good with computers. She'd been in the Elizabethan age long enough to see how well a lone woman would fare without a man. She couldn't so much as go 2 miles from the house without fear of being set upon by thieves. And even if she could leave him, that would mean he'd be left in the hands of the scheming Lettice. So what could she do if she couldn't leave and she couldn't stay? She could work harder at seducing Nicholas. Then, after one lovely night of passion, she would be returned to the 20th century, without Nicholas, alone, never to see him again. She imagined herself at home in Maine, sitting by herself and thinking that she would give all she possessed to see Nicholas, to speak to him just one more time. By that time, She'd be so lonely she wouldn't care if he were with 100 women, if she could just see him one more time.
"Women's lib doesn't cover this situation," she said through her tears.
The ideal of equality for women said you weren't supposed to put up with the man in your life having affairs. So she guessed she certainly wasn't supposed to let him marry someone else. It was all or nothing. To have Nicholas, she had to share him. She'd have to share him physically, mentally, share him in every way possible. To leave him meant absolute, eternal loneliness for Douglas, and possibly death for Nicholas and his family. Every thought made her cry harder. Days went by and still she cried. Honoria made sure that Douglas was dressed each day, and she tried to see that she ate, but Douglas couldn't eat. She didn't care about eating or sleeping. Her mind was on Nicholas. At first, the other people in the Stafford household were sympathetic to Douglas's tears. They knew why she cried. They had seen the way she and Nicholas looked at each other, the way they touched. Some of them sighed and remembered their first loves. They felt sorry for Douglas when Nicholas went off to be married, and they saw the way Douglas cried in heartbroken grief. But their sympathy wore thin when Douglas's tears went on day after day after day. They became so annoyed that they began to ask themselves what use the woman was. Lady Margaret had given Douglas everything, but now Douglas was giving nothing in return. Where were the new games, the new songs the woman should be providing? On the 4th day, Lady Margaret called Douglas to her. Douglas, weak from fasting and endless tears, stood before Lady Margaret, her head down, her cheeks wet, her face swollen and red. Lady Margaret was silent for a moment as she looked at Douglas's bent head and heard the soft weeping.
"Cease," Lady Margaret commanded. "I am most tired of your tears."
"I can't,"
Douglas said, hiccuping.
"I can't seem to stop."
Lady Margaret grimaced.
"Have you no spine? My son was a fool to believe himself to love you."
"I agree. I'm not worthy of him."
Sitting down, Lady Margaret contemplated Douglas's bent head. She knew her younger son well enough to know that this woman's tears would wrench his too soft heart. Before he left, Nicholas was saying he could not do his duty and marry the Culpin woman. How would their marriage fare if he returned and found this strange red-haired wench crying for love of him? Lady Margaret had always been able to reason with Kit, but Nicholas, like his father, had a stubborn streak. She did not think Nicholas would do it, but what if he returned, saw the red-eyed face of this Douglas, and attempted to set his marriage aside? Lady Margaret continued to look at the bent head before her. The woman must go from this house. Yet why did she hesitate in sending her away? For that matter, why had she allowed this woman into the Stafford house? At first, Nicholas had been enraged that his mother had so trusted the oddly dressed, oddly spoken young woman enough to take an unknown tablet from her. Yet Lady Margaret had taken one look at the woman's face, and she had trusted her with her life. Nicholas had been so angry after that. Lady Margaret smiled in memory. Nicholas had locked the girl in a filthy cell at the top of the house, and she'd stayed up there, eaten by fleas, while Lady Margaret had argued with her son over the girl's fate. Nicholas had wanted to toss her into the road, and, in truth, Lady Margaret had known he was right. But something prevented her. Something inside her made her refuse to throw the girl out. It was Nicholas who had gone to get the girl. He had been trying to reason with his mother, Reason is what he called his stubborn insistence that he was right, when, abruptly, he got up, left the room, and went to fetch the girl. Lady Margaret smiled more broadly when she thought of the girl's absurd story of being a princess from far-off Lanconia. Lady Margaret hadn't believed her for a moment, but the foolish story had given her a reason for keeping the girl near her, against Nicholas's strenuous protests. Those first days had been divine. The girl was lively and entertaining beyond all reasoning. Even her speech was amusing, and her actions never failed to delight, puzzle, and fascinate. The girl was stupid about so many things, such as dressing and even eating, yet she was very clever about some things. She knew more about medicine than any physician. She told curious stories about the moon and the stars and the earth being round. She had devised a short, wide chair that was stuffed with down and had fabric nailed over it. She called it an easy chair, and had given it to Lady Margaret. She didn't know it, but she had half the household rising early to hide in the gardens to watch her bathing in the fountain, using a marvellous foam on her hair and skin. In private, Lady Margaret had inspected the wonders in her bag, had even used the little brush and something called toothpaste. Oh, the girl was entertaining all right. At one point, Lady Margaret had hoped she would never leave. But then Nicholas had fallen in love with her. Lady Margaret had not at first cared. Young men often fell in love. At 16, Kit had been in love with one of her ladies-in-waiting. Lady Margaret saw that the woman took Kit to bed and taught him a thing or two. Then she'd sent Kit to the kitchens, where she knew a voluptuous servant girl was working. Within a week, Kit had been in love with the serving wench. Lady Margaret had had no such troubles with Nicholas. Nicholas had never needed an introduction to women. Over the years he had given his body freely, but never his heart. She should have known that when Nicholas did give his heart, he would give it so completely that 100 voluptuous serving girls would not be able to take it back. At first, Lady Margaret had been glad when Nicholas had shown such extraordinary interest in this Dougless Montgomery. Lady Margaret had thought that when Nicholas returned with his bride, since Douglas loved him, the red-haired woman would not be tempted to leave the Stafford household. Lady Margaret would miss the girl's humour and knowledge if she were gone. But as the days progressed, Lady Margaret refused to see just how attached Nicholas was becoming to her. When at last Lady Margaret had really looked at her household, what she saw did not please her. Her youngest son loved the woman to the point of obsession. Her eldest son spoke of giving the girl great riches, and Kit's future wife talked of little else except what Douglas said or did, as did the rest of the household. Douglas says children should not be swaddled. Douglas says the wound must be washed. Douglas says my husband had no right to beat me. Douglas says a woman should have control of her own money. Douglas says, Lady Margaret thought. Who ran the Stafford household? Did the Staffords, or this girl who lied about her relatives? And now she stood before Lady Margaret, weeping as she had done for days. Lady Margaret clenched her teeth when she thought of how the tears of this one woman were affecting everyone. But worse, she knew that these tears would affect Nicholas. Nicholas, who said he loved her. Nicholas, who talked of breaking a betrothal because of this woman who had nothing, who was nothing. Yet this woman, to whom Lady Margaret had given so much, now threatened everything in her family. Were Nicholas to disavow his contract with the Culpin family? No, She did not like to think what could happen. The red-haired woman must go. Lady Margaret's mouth set into a firm, hard line.
The runner has come from Lanconia. You are no princess. You are related to no one in the royal house. Who are you? Just a woman. No one special, Douglas said, sniffing. We have given you all that our house has to offer, yet you have lied to us. Yes, I have.
Douglas kept her head down, agreeing with everything. There was nothing anyone could say to her to make her feel worse. The marriage was to take place this morning. Today, Nicholas would marry his beautiful Lettice. Lady Margaret took a breath.
On the morrow, you will leave us. You will take what clothes you came in, no more, and you will be sent forever from the Stafford house.
It took a moment for Douglas to understand. She looked at Lady Margaret, blinking at her through tear-filled eyes.
Leave? But Nicholas wishes me to stay, to be here when he returns. Do you think his wife will wish to see you? My foolish son has grown too attached to you. You do him harm. I would never harm Nicholas. I came here to save him, not to hurt him.
Lady Margaret glared at her.
From whence do you come? Where did you live before you came here?
Douglas clamped her mouth shut. She could say nothing, absolutely nothing. If she told Lady Margaret the truth, Douglas's life would be worth nothing, and there would never be a chance of her seeing Nicholas again.
I will provide entertainments,
Douglas said, her voice desperate.
I know more songs, more games, and I can tell you many more stories about America. I could tell you about airplanes and automobiles and...
Lady Margaret put up her hand.
I weary of your amusements. I cannot feed and clothe you. Who are you? A peasant's daughter? My father teaches and I teach too. Lady Margaret, you can't throw me out. I have nowhere to go, and Nicholas needs me. I have to protect him as I protected Kit. I saved Kit's life, remember? He offered me a house then. I'll take it now.
You asked for your reward and received it. Due to you, my son works as a tradesman.
But...
Douglas put out her hands, pleading. You will go. We harbour no liars here.
I'll wash dishes,
Douglas said, pleading.
I'll be the family physician. I can't do worse than the leeches.
You will leave! Lady Margaret half shouted, her eyes glistening like precious stones. I will have you no longer in my house. My son asked to be released from his betrothal for you.
He did?
Douglas almost smiled.
He never told me.
You disarray my household. You bewitch my son till he does not know his duty. Be you glad I do not have a whip taken to you.
This is better? Sending me out there? Into those people? Sending me away from Nicholas?
Lady Margaret stood up, then turned her back on Douglas. I will not argue with you. Say your farewells this day, and on the morrow you will be sent from my house. Now go. I do not wish to see you again. Numbly, Douglas turned and left the room. Not seeing anything, she made her way back to Honoria's room. Honoria took one look at her face and guessed what was wrong.
Lady Margaret has sent you away,
Honoria whispered. Douglas nodded.
Do you have a place to go? One who will take care of you?
Douglas shook her head.
I will be leaving Nicholas to that evil woman. Lady Lettice?
Honoria asked, puzzled.
The woman is cool, perhaps, but I do not believe she is evil. You don't know her. You do. I know a great deal about her. I know what she's going to do.
Honoria had learned to ignore these odd remarks of Douglas's. She thought perhaps that she didn't want to know all there was to know about Douglas.
Where will you go? I have no idea. Do you have relatives?
Douglas gave a weak smile.
Probably. I imagine there are some 16th-century Montgomerys about somewhere. But you do not know them. I only know Nicholas.
Nicholas, who was by now no doubt married. She had thought she had choices, that she could choose to stay or go, but now it looked as though her fate had been decided for her.
I know Nicholas, and I know what will happen,
she said tiredly.
You shall go to my family,
Honoria said firmly.
They will love your games and songs. They will care for you.
Douglas managed a bit of a smile.
That's very kind of you. But if I can't stay with Nicholas, I don't want to stay here at all.
Honoria's face whitened.
Suicide is against God.
God, Douglas whispered, and tears came to her eyes.
God did this to me, and now it's all going wrong.
She closed her eyes.
Please,
she whispered, eyes closed.
Please, Nicholas, don't marry her. I beg you, please.
Concerned, Honoria went to Douglas and felt her forehead.
You are warm. This day you must remain in bed. You are ill. I am past ill,
Douglas said as she allowed Honoria to push her down on the bed. She barely felt Honoria's hands unfastening the front of her dress as she closed her eyes. Hours later, she opened her eyes to see a darkened room. She was in Honoria's bed wearing only her linen gown, her hair down. Her pillow was wet, so she knew she had been crying while she slept.
Nicholas,
she whispered. Married now. Married to the woman who would kill him, who would eventually kill all the Staffords. Douglas closed her eyes again. When she awoke next, it was night outside, and the room was very dark. Honoria was asleep beside her.
Something is wrong,
Douglas thought.
Very wrong.
She remembered Lady Margaret telling her that she must leave the Stafford family. But there was something else.
Nicholas,
she whispered.
Nicholas needs me.
She got out of bed and went into the hall. All was quiet. Barefoot, she went down the stairs, her feet moving about under the dried river rushes on the floor. She went out the back toward the garden, following where instinct and some indefinable pull led her. She went across the brick terrace, down the stairs, along the raised walk, then turned into the knot garden. There was only a quarter moon, so it was very dark, but she didn't need to see, for she had an inner sight. As she approached the garden, she heard the fountain splashing, the fountain where she had showered each morning until Nicholas left. She had not been outside since Nicholas rode away. There, standing in the fountain, his body nude, covered in soap lather, was Nicholas. Douglas didn't think, and certainly used no reason. 1 minute she was outside the fountain, and the next she was in Nicholas's wet arms, holding him, kissing him with all the desperation and fear that she felt. Everything happened too suddenly for her to stop and think. She was in his arms. They were on the ground. She was nude. They came together with a clash of pent-up desire that made Douglas cry out. Nicholas, not gently, no, not gentle at all, bent her body backward over a stone bench and rammed into her with blinding force. Douglas held onto his shoulders, her nails digging into his skin, put her legs about his waist and held on. Fast, furious, frantic, they tore at each other. Their bodies, covered with sweat, stuck together as they rose and fell together, again, again, again. When at last they finished, Nicholas put his strong hands under her and lifted her to meet his final deep, deep thrust. Douglas cried out as the world darkened and her body stiffened as she found release. It was a while before she recovered herself and could see again, think again. Nicholas was grinning at her, his teeth white. Even in the darkness she could see his happiness. But Douglas was beginning to think.
"What have we done?"
she whispered. Nicholas unwrapped her legs from his body and pulled her to stand before him. "We have just begun." She was blinking at him, trying to make her mind work, because her body was trembling at the touch of him. The tips of her breasts were touching his chest, and they were tingling.
"Why are you here? Oh God, Nicholas, what have we done?"
She started to sit on the bench, but he pulled her into his arms. "Later, there will be time for words," he said. "Now I will do what I have much wanted to do."
"No,"
she said as she pushed away from him. She was fumbling about for the remnants of her gown.
"We have to talk now. There will be no time later. Nicholas,"
her voice was rising,
"we will have no more time."
He pulled her back into his arms. "You do still insist you will disappear? Here, look you. We have tasted, merely tasted of one another, yet you do remain." How could she tell him? She collapsed on the bench, her head down.
"I knew you were here. I felt you. And just as I knew you needed me, I know that this is our last night together."
Nicholas didn't speak, but after a moment he sat down on the bench beside her, very close, but their nude bodies were not touching. "I have always felt you," he said softly. "This night you heard my call, but it has always been so with me. After I left, He paused. "I felt your tears. I could hear nothing but your weeping. I could not see Lettice for seeing you in your tears." Putting out his hand, he took hers. "I left the woman. I said naught, not even to Kit. I took my horse and rode. When I should have been saying vows, I was riding to you. It took until now to reach you." This is what she had wanted. But now that it was here, the enormity of what he'd done scared her. She looked at him.
"What will happen now?"
"There will be anger," he said. "Anger on both sides. Kit. My mother will." He looked away. Douglas could see how torn he was between duty and love. But now she wouldn't be here to help him. She squeezed his hand.
"You will not marry her even after I'm gone?"
He turned blazing eyes toward her. "You would leave me now?" Tears came again to her eyes as she flung herself against him.
"I would never leave you if I had a choice. But I don't. Not now. Now there is no choice. I will go soon, I know it. I can feel it."
He kissed her, then smoothed her hair back.
"How much time?"
he whispered.
"Dawn. No more. Nicholas,
He silenced her with a kiss. "I would rather hours with you than a lifetime with another. Now, no more talk. Come, we will love away these hours." He stood up, then pulled her up beside him and led her into the still-running fountain, where he began to lather her with the last of her soft soap. "You left this behind," he said, smiling at her.
"Forget that this is the end," Douglas thought. "Forget it. Time must stand still for this one night." "How did you know I showered here?"
she asked, her voice stumbling. "I was one of those who watched." She stopped soaping herself, and Nicholas's hands stilled at her look.
"Watched? Who watched me?"
"All," he said, grinning. "Did you not notice the men's yawns? They rose most early to hide themselves."
"Hide?"
Her anger was rising.
"And you were one of them? You allowed this? You let men spy on me?"
"Were I to have stopped you, I would have halted my own pleasure. It was a dilemma."
"Dilemma? Why, you—"
She lunged at him. Nicholas sidestepped, then caught her, pulling her close to him. He forgot about soaping her as he bent his head and began kissing her breasts, the water pouring down on top of them. "I have dreamed of this," he said, "since my vision."
"The shower," she murmured. "The shower."
Her hands were entangled in his hair as his mouth moved lower and lower. He was on his knees before her.
"Nicholas, my Nicholas."
They made love again, as they had done before in the water. For Nicholas, it was a discovery of her body, but for Douglas, she had had weeks of remembering and wanting. Her hands were all over him, memorizing, remembering, finding new places she had not touched or tasted before. By the time they finished, it was hours later. The water had stopped flowing, and Douglas guessed that whoever was turning the wheel was too tired to continue. She and Nicholas lay in each other's arms on the sweet grass.
"We have to talk,"
she said at last. "Nay, do not." She snuggled closer to him.
"I must. I wish with all my heart that I didn't have to speak, but I must."
"On the morrow, when the sun touches your hair, you will laugh at this. You are no woman from the future. You are here with me now. You will remain with me for all time."
"I wish."
Her voice grew hoarse and she swallowed. Her hand was roaming over his body, touching him. The last time. The last time.
"Nicholas, please," she said. "Listen to me."
I will listen. Then I will love you again."
"When you left before, no one remembered you. It was as though you hadn't existed. It was so horrible for me."
She buried her face in his shoulder.
"You had come and gone, but no one remembered. It was as though I'd made you up."
"I am most forgettable." She raised on her elbow to look at him, to touch his beard, his cheek, to caress his eyebrows, to kiss his eyelids.
I will never forget you.
Nor I you. He lifted a bit to kiss her lips, but when he wanted more, Douglas pulled away.
The same may happen when I leave. I want you to be prepared if no one remembers me. I don't know what to say. Don't make yourself crazy trying to make them remember.
No one will forget.
They probably will. What if the songs I taught you were remembered? It could ruin some very good Broadway shows in the 20th century.
She tried to smile, but didn't quite make it.
I want you to swear some things to me.
I will not marry Lettice. I doubt now I will be asked again, he said sarcastically.
Good. Oh, very, very good. Now I won't have to read about your execution.
She ran her fingertips over his neck.
Promise me you'll take care of James. No more swaddling, and play with him sometimes.
He kissed her fingertips and nodded.
Take care of Honoria. She's been so good to me.
I will find her the best of husbands.
Not the richest, the best. Promise?
When he nodded, she went on.
And anyone who's delivering a baby has to wash his or her hands first. And you have to build Thornwick Castle and leave records behind that show that you designed it. I want history to know.
He was smiling at her. Naught else. You will have to remain by my side to remind me of all this.
I would,
she whispered.
I would, but I cannot. May I have the miniature of you?
You may have my heart, my soul, my life. She clasped his head in her arms.
Nicholas, I can't bear it.
There is naught bad to bear, he said, kissing her arm, her shoulder, his lips travelling downward. Perhaps Kit will give me a small estate, and we... She pulled away to look at him.
Wrap the miniature of you in oiled cloth, something that will protect it over the next 400 years, and put it behind the... What's the stone thing that holds up the beams?
A corbel.
At Thornwick Castle, you'll make a corbel that's a portrait of Kit. Wrap the miniature and put it behind the corbel. When I return, I'll go get it.
He was kissing her breast.
Did you hear me?
I heard all. James, Honoria, midwives, Thornwick, Kit's face. With each word, he punctuated it with a little sucking kiss on her breast. Now, my love, he whispered, come to me. He lifted her body and set her down on top of him, and Douglas forgot everything on earth except the touch of this man she loved so much. He stroked her hips, her breasts as they moved together, up and down, slowly at first, then building faster. Nicholas rolled with her until she was on her back, and his passion rose as he entered her deeply, her body rising to meet his. They arched together, both with their heads back. Then they collapsed, Nicholas on top of her, holding her very tightly. I love you, he whispered. I will love you for all time. Douglas clung to him, holding him as tightly as she could.
You will remember me? You won't forget me?
Never, he said. Never will I forget you. Were I to die tomorrow, my soul would remember you.
Don't speak of death. Speak only of life. With you I am alive. With you I am whole.
And I with you He rolled to one side and pulled her close to him. "Look you, the sun comes up."
"Nicholas, I'm afraid."
He stroked her damp hair. "Afraid of being seen unclad? It is not something we have not seen before."
"You,"
she said, laughing.
"I'll never forgive you for not telling me."
"I will have a lifetime in which to make you forgive me."
"Yes,"
she whispered.
"Yes, it will take a lifetime."
He glanced at the lightening sky. "We must go. I must tell my mother what I have done. Kit will no doubt be here soon."
"They will be very angry, and my part in this won't help matters any."
"You must go to Kit with me. I will be shameless. I will tell my brother he must give us a place to live in memory of your saving him." Douglas looked up at the sky, saw it was growing lighter by the minute. She could almost believe she was going to be able to stay with him.
"We'll live in a pretty little house somewhere,"
she said, her words beginning to gain speed.
"We'll have only a few servants, 50 or so," she said, smiling. "And we'll have a dozen kids. I like kids. And we'll educate them properly and teach them how to wash. Maybe we can invent a flush toilet."
Nicholas chuckled. "You wash too much. My sons will not."
"Our sons. I'm going to have to explain to you about women's equality."
He stood up, then pulled her into his arms. "Will this explaining take long?"
"About 400 years," she whispered.
"Then I will give you the time."
"Yes," she said, smiling.
"Time.
We will have all the time we need."
He kissed her then, kissed her long and hard and deeply. Then his kiss lightened. "Forever," he whispered. "I will love you throughout time." One moment, Douglas was in his arms, his lips on hers, and the next, she was in the church at Ashburton, and outside, a jet flew overhead. 33. Douglas didn't cry. What she was feeling was too deep, too profound for her to cry. She was sitting on the floor in the little church in Ashburton, and she knew that behind her was Nicholas's marble tomb. She couldn't bear to look at it. Couldn't bear to see the warm flesh of Nicholas translated into cold marble. She sat there where she was for a while and looked at the church. It looked so old and so plain. There was no colour on the beams or on the walls, and the stone floors looked bare with no rushes on them. In the first pews were some needle-pointed pillows, and now they looked crude. She was used to seeing Lady Margaret's women's exquisite needlework. When the door of the church opened and the vicar came in, Douglas sat where she was.
"Are you all right?"
the vicar asked. At first, Douglas couldn't understand him. His accent and his pronunciation were foreign-sounding.
"How long have I been here?"
she asked. The vicar frowned. This young woman was so very strange. She walked in front of speeding vehicles. She insisted she was with a man when she was alone. And now she had just walked into the church and was asking how long she had been here.
"A few minutes, no more,"
he answered. Douglas gave a weak smile. A few minutes. A lifetime in the 16th century, and she had been away only a few minutes. When she tried to stand, her legs were weak, and the vicar helped her rise.
"Perhaps you should see a doctor," the vicar said.
A psychiatrist, perhaps, Douglas almost answered. If she told her story to a psychiatrist, would he write a book and make what happened to Douglas into a movie of the week?
No, I'm fine, really, she whispered. I just need to get back to my hotel and...
And what? What was there for her to do now that Nicholas was gone? She took a step forward.
Don't forget your bag.
Douglas turned to see her old tote bag on the floor by the tomb. The contents of that bag had helped her throughout her time in the Elizabethan age. Looking at it, she felt a closeness to the bag. It had been where she had been. She went to it and on impulse unzipped the top of it. She didn't have to inspect the contents to know that everything was there. The bottle of aspirin was full. None of the pills she had given away were missing. Her toothpaste tube was full, not flat. No cold tablets were missing. No pages gone from her notebook. Everything was as it had been. She lifted the tote bag, slung the strap onto her shoulder, then turned away. But abruptly she halted. Then she turned and glanced back at the base of the tomb. Something was different. She wasn't at first sure what it was, but something had changed. Careful not to look at the sculpture of Nicholas, she stared at the base.
Is something wrong?
The vicar asked. Douglas read the inscription twice before she realized what was different.
The date,
she whispered.
The date? Ah, yes, the tomb is quite old.
Nicholas's death date was 1599, not 1564. Bending, she touched the numbers, trying to make sure she was seeing correctly.
35 years.
He had lived 35 years past when he was supposed to have been executed. It was only after she had touched the date that she looked up at the tomb. The sculpture was of Nicholas, but it was very different now. It was not a portrait of a young man dead in his prime, but of an older man, a man who had been able to live out his life. She looked down the length of him, saw that his clothes were different. He wore the longer knee breeches of 1599 instead of the short slops of 30 years earlier. She caressed his cold cheek, traced the lines the sculptor had put at the corners of his eyes.
We did it,
she whispered.
Nicholas, my love, we did it. I beg your pardon, the vicar said.
When Douglas looked at him, she gave him a dazzling smile.
We changed history,
she said. Then, still smiling, she walked outside into the sunshine. She stood in the graveyard for a moment, feeling disoriented. The gravestones were old, yet an hour before stones with these dates had been new. Douglas gasped in horror at her first sight of a car, and as she gasped, she felt her lungs expand. No steel corset confined her ribcage. For a moment, she had a deep sense of everything being wrong. She felt naked and drab in her plain clothes. She looked down at her boring skirt and blouse with distaste, and her back felt as though it had nothing to support it now that her corset was gone, and her leather boots pinched her feet. Another car went by, and the speed of it made Douglas feel dizzy. She walked to the gate, opened it, then stepped onto the sidewalk. How odd to have concrete under her feet. As she walked, she looked with awe at the buildings about her. There were huge expanses of glass. The shop signs had writing on them. Who can read them? She thought, remembering that where she had been, few people could read, so signs were painted with pictures of what was sold in the shops. How clean everything was, she thought. No mud, no chamber pot emptyings, no kitchen slops, no pigs foraging. The people in the street were odd-looking too. They all wore the same drab clothes as she did, and they all seemed to be equal. No beggars dressed in filthy rags, no ladies with pearls on their skirts. Douglas slowly walked down the street, staring wide-eyed, as though she'd never seen the 20th century before. The smell of food made her turn and enter a pub. For a moment, she stood in the doorway and looked about. Obviously, the place was supposed to be a facsimile of an Elizabethan tavern, but it missed by a long way. It was too clean, too quiet, too lonely, she thought. The people sitting at the tables were isolated from one another. Not at all like the gregarious, nosy Elizabethans. At the back of the pub was a chalkboard with the menu on it. Douglas ordered 6 courses, taking no notice of the waitress's raised eyebrows. Then she went to a table to sit down and sip her beer. The thick glass mug felt odd, and the beer tasted as though it were half water. On the bar was a rack of guidebooks to the historic houses of Great Britain. Douglas handed the barman a £10 note, then took the book back to her booth and began to read it. Bellwood was open to the public, just as it had been before. She looked for Nicholas's other houses and found that they were no longer listed as being ruins. All 11 of the houses Nicholas had once owned were still standing, and 3 of them were owned by the Stafford family. Douglas blinked hard as she reread the passage. The guidebook said that the Stafford family was one of the oldest and wealthiest in England, that in the 17th century they had married into the royal family, and that the present Duke was a cousin to the Queen.
Duke,
Douglas whispered.
Nicholas, your descendants are dukes.
When the food came, Douglas was a bit startled at the way it was served, without ceremony, all the dishes being put on the table at once. As she ate, she kept reading the guidebook. Except for Bellwood, all Nicholas's houses were private residences and not open to the public. She turned to Thornwick Castle. It too was a private residence, but a small section of it was open to the public on Thursdays.
The current Duke feels that the beauty of Thornwick, designed by his ancestor, the brilliant scholar Nicholas Stafford, must be shared with the world, she read.
Brilliant scholar, she whispered. Not the ladies' man he had once been called, not a rogue, not a wastrel, but a brilliant scholar. She closed the guidebook and looked up. The waitress was hovering over her with an odd expression on her face.
Something wrong with your fork?
She asked.
Fork?
Douglas couldn't think what the woman was talking about. The waitress continued to stare at Douglas until she looked down at her empty plate. There beside it lay an unused fork. Douglas had eaten her meal with a spoon and a knife.
It's all right, I just...
She couldn't think of what to say, so she gave the woman a weak smile and looked at the bill. The amount, enough to buy 100 medieval dinners, made her blanch, but she paid it. And before she left, she asked the waitress what day of the week it was, something she couldn't remember, and was pleased to find out that it was Wednesday. Outside again, she didn't allow herself to stand still. If she stayed in one place too long, she knew that she'd start to think. She'd think about Nicholas, about losing him, and about never seeing him again. She practically ran to the train station to catch the first train to Bellwood. She had to see what had changed. On the train ride, she made herself read the guidebook, anything to fill her mind. By now, she knew the way to Bellwood from the train station very well. According to 20th century time, She had visited the house only the day before, the day when she'd heard of Nicholas's execution. The guide hadn't been very pleasant. After all, she remembered Douglas as having opened and closed the alarmed door and disturbing her tour. Douglas bought her ticket and guidebook for the tour, and when she got in line, the same guide was at the head. In the house, Douglas, who had once thought it was so beautiful, now saw it as bare and drab and lifeless. There were no plates of gold and silver on the hearths, no exquisite needlework on the tables, no cushions on the chairs. But most of all, there were no richly dressed people moving about, no people laughing, and no music anywhere. They were at Nicholas's room before Douglas could recover from her distaste for the barren house. She stood to one side, looked up at Nicholas's portrait, and listened to the guide. The story was different now. Very, very different. The guide could not use enough superlatives when describing Nicholas.
"He was a true Renaissance man," the guide told them. "The epitome of what his era hoped to achieve. He designed beautiful houses that were 100 years ahead of his time. He made great advances in the field of medicine, even writing a book on disease prevention that, had it been adhered to, would have saved thousands of lives."
"What did the book say?"
Douglas asked. The guide gave her a hard look, obviously remembering the door-opening incident.
"Basically, Lord Nicholas talked of cleanliness and said that doctors and midwives must wash their hands before touching a patient. Now, if you'll follow me, we shall see—"
Douglas left the tour after that, went out the entrance, and walked to the village library. She spent the afternoon reading the history books. Every scrap of information was different now. She saw the names of people she had known and come to love. They were just names in history books to other readers, but to her they were flesh and blood people. After 3 husbands, Lady Margaret never married again and lived into her 70s. Kit had married little Lucy, and one book said Lucy had come to be a great benefactress who encouraged musicians and artists. Kit had run the Stafford estates well, until he died of a stomach ailment at age 42. Since he and Lucy had had no children, the earldom and estates went to Nicholas. As she read about Nicholas, she touched the printed words, as though they could make him seem closer. When she read that Nicholas had never married, quick tears came to her eyes, but she blinked them away. Nicholas had lived to the grand old age of 62, and during his life he had done many great things. The books went into detail about the beauty and creativity of the buildings he had designed. His use of glass was far ahead of its time, one author wrote. One book told of Nicholas's ideas about medicine, how he had crusaded for cleanliness. Had his advice been taken, the author said, modern medicine would have had its start hundreds of years earlier. Far ahead of his time, the books said again and again. She leaned back in her chair. No Arabella on the table. No diary being found that told of what a womanizer Nicholas was. No betrayal. No conspiracy between his wife and his friend. And most important, no execution. She left when the library closed, walked to the station, and took a train back to Ashburton. She still had a room at the hotel, and her clothes were there. Once in her hotel room, she had difficulty adjusting to the modernness of it, especially the bathroom. She took a shower, but couldn't bear the hot water or the hard, sharp forcefulness of the showerhead. She turned the knobs until the water was a lukewarm drizzle and felt more at home. The flushing of the toilet seemed like a waste of water to her, and she kept staring at the big mirror in wonder. After a room service supper, she put on her flimsy nightgown and felt like a lewd woman. And when she went to bed, she felt lonely without Honoria beside her. Surprisingly, she went to sleep immediately, and if she dreamed, she did not remember doing so. In the morning, she had difficulty with the hotel when she asked for beef and beer for breakfast, but the English, better than any other people on earth, understood eccentrics. She reached Thornwick Castle by 10 a.m., just as the gates were opening. She bought a ticket and started on the tour. The guide talked at length about the Stafford family, some of whose members still owned the house, and especially about their brilliant ancestor, Nicholas Stafford.
"He never married," the guide said with twinkling eyes, "but he had a son named James. When Nicholas's older brother died and left no children, Nicholas inherited, and when Nicholas died, the Stafford estates went to James."
Douglas smiled, remembering the sweet little boy she had played with. The guide continued,
"James made a brilliant marriage and tripled the family fortunes. It was through James that the Stafford family really made its money."
And he would have died if Douglas had not intervened. The guide went on to the next generation of the family and the next room, but Douglas slipped away. When she'd seen Thornwick before, it had been half in ruins, but Nicholas had shown her the corbel with Kit's face high on the wall of what would have been the second floor. Unfortunately, the second floor was not open to the public. But Douglas had been through too much to allow anything to stop her. She opened a door that said "No admittance" and found herself in a small sitting room furnished in English chintz. Feeling like a spy, but also knowing that she had to do what she did, she went to the doorway and peered out. The hall was clear, so she tiptoed down it, thinking that carpet on the floor made sneaking much easier than noisy rushes. She found a staircase and went up to the second floor. Twice she had to hide when she heard footsteps, but no one saw her. In Nicholas's time, there would have been so many servants running about that it would have been impossible for an intruder to get to the second floor unnoticed. But those days were long gone. Once on the second floor, she had trouble orienting herself as she tried to remember just where the corbel would be. She searched 3 rooms before she entered a bedroom and saw it, high up above a beautiful walnut dresser. She plastered herself between the dresser and the wall as a maid walked out of the adjoining bath. Douglas held her breath as the maid straightened the bedspread, then left the room. Alone again, Douglas went to work. She pulled a heavy chair beside the dresser, climbed on it, then, after 3 tries, managed to climb on top of the dresser. She had just put her hand on the old stone corbel when the door opened. Douglas flattened herself against the wall. The maid came in again, this time with an armload of towels that blocked her from seeing Douglas. She didn't breathe until the woman left. When the door closed, Douglas turned and touched Kit's stone face. The stonework looked to be solid, and she wished she'd had the foresight to bring a screwdriver or small crowbar. She pulled and tugged at the face, and was almost ready to give up when the stone moved in her hand. She broke her nails and skinned her knuckles, but she was at last able to pull the face away. A long piece of stone protruded from the back of the face and fit neatly into the corbel. Standing on tiptoe, Douglas looked behind the head. Inside a hollowed-out place was a small, cloth-wrapped package. Quickly, she took the package, slipped it into her pocket, then shoved the corbel back into place and climbed down. She didn't take the time to put the chair back as she hurried from the room. She made it, without being seen, back to the tour, just as the group was in the last room.
"And here we have the lace display," the guide was saying. "Most of the lace is Victorian, but we do have a very special piece of lace from the 16th century.
Douglas gave the guide all of her attention.
"It seems that although Lord Nicholas Stafford of the 16th century never married, there was a mysterious woman in his past. On his deathbed, he asked to be buried with this piece of lace, but there was some confusion, and Lord Nicholas went to his grave without the lace. His son, James, said the lace was always to be kept in a place of honour in the family, since it had meant so much to his beloved father."
Douglas had to wait for the other tourists to move before she could see into the case. There, under glass, yellowed now and worn-looking, was the lace cuff Honoria had been making for her. The name Douglas was worked into it.
"Douglas?" a tourist said, laughing. "That's a man's name. Maybe old Nick didn't marry because he was a little—" He waved his hand. "You know."
Douglas spoke before the guide could.
"For your information, Douglas was a woman's name in the 16th century, and I can assure you that Lord Nicholas Stafford was not a little—"
She glared at him.
"You know."
Storming past him, she left the house. She walked into the gardens, and while other tourists exclaimed over their beauty, Douglas thought they looked messy and neglected. She went to a quiet corner, sat on a bench, then took the package from her pocket. Slowly, she unwrapped it. Touching the waxed cloth bindings that had last been touched by Nicholas so long ago made her fingers tremble. The miniature portrait of Nicholas came to light, as rich and bright as the day it had been painted.
"Nicholas,"
she whispered, as she put her fingertips on the painting.
"Oh, Nicholas, have I truly lost you completely? Are you gone from me forever?"
She looked at the miniature, touched it, and when she turned it over, she saw something engraved on the back. Holding it up to the light, she read the inscription. "Time has no meaning. Love will endure." He had signed it with an N, a D over the top of it. Leaning back against the old stone wall, she blinked away tears.
"Nicholas, come back to me," she whispered. "Please come back to me."
She sat there for a long time before she rose. She'd missed lunch, so she went to the tea shop and sat down with a plate of scones and a pot of strong black tea. She'd bought a guidebook at Bellwood and one at Thornwick, and as she ate and drank, she read. With every word she read, she told herself that what had happened had been worth the pain of losing the man she loved. What did the love between two people matter when, by giving up their love, they had changed history? Kit had lived, Lady Margaret had lived, James had lived, and Nicholas had lived. And with their lives, the family honour had been saved, so that today a Stafford was a duke and part of the royal family. Against all that, what did one piddling little love affair mean? She left the tea shop and walked to the train station. She could go home now, she thought, home to America, home to her family. No more would she be an outsider, and never again would she have to pretend to be someone she was not. On the train ride back to Ashburton, she told herself that she should be jubilant. She and Nicholas had accomplished so much. How many other people had had the good fortune to be able to change history? Yet Douglas had been given that opportunity. Through her efforts, the Stafford family was doing well. There were beautiful buildings standing because she had encouraged Nicholas to use his talent for designing. There were... Her thoughts trailed off. It was no use telling herself what she should feel, because what she did feel was miserable. In Ashburton, she slowly walked back to the hotel. She'd need to call the airlines and make a reservation. In the lobby, Robert and Gloria were waiting for her. At the moment, she didn't think she could handle a confrontation. She hardly looked at Robert.
"I'll get the bracelet,"
she said, then turned away before he could speak. Catching her arm, he halted her.
"Douglas, could we talk?"
She stiffened, preparing herself for his abuse.
"I told you I'd get the bracelet for you, and I apologize for keeping it."
"Please," he said, and his eyes were soft. Douglas looked at Gloria. Gone from the girl's face was the smug, "I'm going to get you" look. Wary, Douglas went to sit on a chair across from father and daughter. Lucy and Robert Sidney, Douglas thought. How much Gloria looked like Kit's bride-to-be, and how much this Robert resembled a 16th-century Robert. Douglas thought of how she and Nicholas had changed the lives of both of those people. Robert Sidney had been given no reason to hate Nicholas because Arabella had not been impregnated on a table. And Douglas had helped Lucy gain some self-confidence. Robert cleared his throat, then spoke.
"Gloria and I have been talking, and we decided that maybe we weren't quite fair to you."
Douglas stared at him, her eyes wide. At one point in her life, she had looked at Robert while wearing a blindfold. She saw only what she'd wanted to see. She had endowed him with characteristics that he didn't have. Now, looking back at their life together, she saw that he'd never loved her.
"What do you want from me?"
she asked tiredly.
"We just wanted to apologize," Robert said. "And we'd like for you to join us on the rest of the trip." "You can sit in front,"
Gloria said. Douglas looked from one to the other, puzzled, not by their words, for Robert would often apologize to get her to do what he wanted, but by the sincere looks on their faces. It was almost as though they really meant what they were saying.
"No," she said softly. "I'm going home tomorrow."
Robert reached out and took her hand.
"Home to my house, I hope."
His eyes were bright.
"To the house that will be ours as soon as we're married."
"Married?" Douglas whispered.
"Please, Douglas, I'm asking you to marry me. I was a fool not to see how good we were together."
Douglas gave a bit of a smile. Here was what she'd wanted so much. Marriage to a respectable, stable man. She took a deep breath and smiled more broadly. For suddenly, she didn't feel like selling herself so cheaply. She was no longer the baby of the family who wasn't as good as her big sisters. She was a woman who had been transported to a foreign time, and not only had she survived, she had succeeded in accomplishing a monumental task. No longer did she need to prove herself to her too-perfect family by bringing home an achieving husband. No, Douglas was the achiever now. She picked up Robert's hand and put it back on his lap.
"Thanks, but no thanks," she said pleasantly.
"But I thought you wanted to get married." He looked to be genuinely confused.
"And Daddy said I could be your maid of honor,"
Gloria said.
"When I do get married, It will be to someone who wants to give to me, Douglas said, then looked at Gloria. And I will choose my own bridesmaids.
Gloria turned red and looked down at her hands.
You've changed, Douglas,
Robert said softly.
I have, haven't I? She answered, wonder in her voice. I really, truly have changed. She stood up. I'll get your bracelet now.
When she started toward the stairs, Robert followed her, Gloria remaining in the lobby. He didn't speak to her until she unlocked her room and went inside. Following her inside, he shut the door behind him.
Douglas, is it someone else?
She took the diamond bracelet from where she'd hidden it in her suitcase and held it out to him.
There is no one,
she said, feeling the loss of Nicholas.
Not even the man you said you were helping to research? The research is done, and he's gone.
Permanently?
As permanently as time can manage.
She looked away a moment, then back at him.
I'm quite tired now, and I have a long flight tomorrow, so I'll say goodbye. When I get back to the States, I'll clear my things out of your house.
Douglas, please reconsider. We can't end what we've had because of a little argument. We love each other.
When she looked at him, she thought about how at one time in her life she thought she loved him.
But now she knew their relationship had been one-sided, with Douglas doing all the pleading, all the trying to please.
What has changed you? She asked. How could you leave me stranded in a foreign country with no money just a few days ago, and now be here asking me to marry you?
Robert's face turned a bit red, and he looked away sheepishly.
I really do apologize about that.
When he looked back at her, his face was filled with sincerity, and also a little confusion.
It was the oddest thing. You know, all your family's money used to make me furious. I put myself through medical school while living on canned beans, yet you'd always had everything. You have a family who adores you and a history of wealth that goes back centuries. I hated the way you used to play at living on your teacher's salary, because I knew you could get all the money you ever wanted if you just ask. When I left you at that church, I knew Gloria had your bag, and I was glad. I wanted you to see what it was like to have to survive without money, to have to rely on yourself, as I've always had to.
He took a breath and his face softened.
But then, yesterday, everything changed. Gloria and I were in a restaurant, and quite suddenly, I wished you were with us. I wasn't angry at you anymore. Does that make sense? All the anger I felt for your having been given everything just evaporated. Gone, as though it had never been there.
He went to her and put his hands on her shoulders.
I was a fool to let someone like you get away. If you'll let me, I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. We don't have to get married if you don't want to. We don't have to live together. I'll court you if you'll allow me. I'll court you with flowers and candy and balloons. What do you say? Give me another chance?
Douglas stared at him. He said that yesterday his anger had left him. All her days in the 16th century had passed in just a few minutes of 20th century time, and during her time with Nicholas, she had defused the anger of Robert's and Gloria's lookalikes. Could this Robert's anger have been based on his bitterness over what had happened in the 16th century? When Robert had first seen Nicholas, he had looked at him with rage. Why? Because Nicholas had once impregnated his wife? And Gloria seemed to be no longer angry with Douglas, because Douglas had helped an earlier incarnation of Gloria? Because an earlier Gloria no longer believed the man she loved wanted Douglas? Douglas gave her head a shake to clear it. Were I to die tomorrow, my soul would remember you, Nicholas had said. Did Robert and Gloria have the souls of people who had lived before? Will you give me another chance? Robert repeated. Smiling, Douglas kissed him on the cheek. No, she said. Although, I thank you very much for the offer. When she pulled away from him, Douglas was glad to see he wasn't angry. Someone else? He asked again, as though his ego could stand that rejection better than her choosing to have no one rather than him. Sort of. Robert looked at the bracelet in his hand. If I'd bought an engagement ring instead of this, well, who knows? He looked back at her. He's a lucky S.O.B. whoever he is. I wish you all the luck in the world. He left the room, shutting the door behind him. Douglas stood in the empty room for a moment, then went to the telephone to call her parents. She wanted to hear the sound of their voices. Elizabeth answered. Are Mother and Dad back yet? Douglas asked. No, they're still at the cabin. Douglas, I demand that you tell me what is going on. If you're in one of your scrapes again, you'd better tell me so I can get you out of it. You aren't the one in jail this time, are you? Douglas was amazed to find that the words of her perfect older sister didn't anger her, nor did they make her feel guilty. Elizabeth, she said firmly, I would appreciate it if you didn't speak to me in that manner. I called to tell my family that I am coming home. Oh, Elizabeth said. I didn't mean anything. It's just that usually you're in one mess or another. Douglas did not speak. Okay, I apologize. Would you like me to meet you and Robert at the airport, or does he have his car? Robert won't be with me. Oh, Elizabeth said again, allowing time for Douglas to explain. When Douglas was silent, Elizabeth went on. Douglas, we'll all be very glad to see you. And I'll be glad to see you. Don't meet me, I'll rent a car. And, Elizabeth, I've missed you. There was a pause, then Elizabeth said, Come home and I'll cook a celebration dinner. Douglas groaned. When did you say Mother was returning? All right, so I'm not the world's best cook. You cook, I'll clean up the kitchen. It's a deal. I'll be there day after tomorrow. Douglas, Elizabeth said, I've missed you too. Douglas put down the telephone and smiled. It seemed that not only had history changed, but so had the present. She knew, felt inside herself, that never again was she going to be the butt of the family's jokes, because no longer did she feel incompetent, as though she couldn't handle her own life. She called Heathrow, booked her flight, then began to pack. 34. Douglas had to get up very early to catch the train to London. Then she took a long, expensive taxi ride to the airport. The sense of accomplishment that had sustained her since she'd left the 16th century was leaving her, All she felt now was very tired and very alone. She'd fallen in love with Nicholas twice. Every passing second seemed to bring memories back to her. She remembered when he'd been in the 20th century, and the wonder on his face as he touched a book of colour photographs. She remembered the way he'd been fascinated with watching the taxi driver shift gears, and the Playboy magazine in the drawer at Arabella's. When she went to the 16th century, and he hadn't remembered her, and he'd even seemed to hate her, she'd thought he'd changed. But he hadn't. He was still the man who put his family before himself. And when he began to include Douglas in his family, he had loved her as completely as he did them. When the boarding of the plane was called, Douglas waited until the last minute to get on. Maybe she shouldn't leave England. If she remained in England, she would be closer to Nicholas. Maybe she should buy a house in Ashburton and visit his tomb every day. Maybe, if she prayed enough, she would be returned to him, or him to her. She tried to control herself, but the tears started anyway. Nicholas was truly and completely gone from her. Never again would she see him, hear him, or touch him. Tears were blinding her so much that as she boarded, she walked into the man in front of her, and her tote bag slid off her shoulder onto the lap of a first-class passenger.
"I'm so sorry,"
she said, looking into the blue eyes of a very handsome man. For a moment her heart pounded, but she made herself turn away. He wasn't Nicholas. His eyes weren't Nicholas's eyes. She took her tote bag from the man while he stared up at her with interest. But Douglas wasn't interested. The only man who interested her was sealed inside a marble tomb. She made her way back to her seat, shoved her tote bag under the seat in front of her, then looked out the window. As the plane began to taxi down the runway, and she realized that she was leaving England, she began to cry in earnest. The man in the aisle seat beside her, an Englishman, buried his face deeper into his newspaper. Douglas tried to make her tears stop. She gave herself little pep talks about how much she'd been able to accomplish, and reminded herself that losing Nicholas was a small price to pay for all the good she'd done. But each thought made her cry harder. By the time the plane was aloft and the fastened seatbelt sign was off, she was crying so hard that she didn't see what happened next to her. The man from first class, a champagne bottle and 2 glasses in his hand, asked the man next to Douglas to exchange seats. "Here," he said. She could see through her tears a tall glass of champagne being held out to her. "Go on, take it. It'll do you good."
"You're an American,"
she said through tears. "Yes, I'm from Colorado. And you?"
Maine."
She took the champagne, drank too fast, and choked.
I have cousins in Colorado."
"Oh, where?"
"Chandler."
Her tears weren't flowing as fast. "Not the Taggerts." She looked up at him. Black hair and blue eyes, just like Nicholas. The tears sped up again. She nodded. "I used to go to Chandler with my father sometimes, and I met some of the Taggerts. I'm Reed Stanford, by the way." He held out his hand to shake hers, but when she didn't move, he picked up her hand off her lap and clasped it in his. "Nice to meet you." He didn't release her hand, but looked at it, saying nothing. Until Douglas snatched her hand away. "Sorry," he said.
"Mr.
Stanford."
Mr. Stanford,"
she said, sniffing.
I don't know what I did to give you the impression that I'm an easy pickup, but I can assure you that I'm not. I think you'd better take your champagne and return to your own seat."
She was trying to be regal, but her effort lost something, since her nose was red, her eyes swollen, and tears were running down her cheeks. He didn't take the glass, and he didn't leave. He was beginning to make Douglas angry. Was he some pervert who liked crying females? What in the world had happened in his childhood to cause him to be turned on by tears?
"If you don't leave, I'll have to call the attendant."
He turned to look at her. "Please don't," he said. And there was something in his eyes that made Douglas halt as she reached for the call button. "You must believe me. I've never done anything like this in my life. I mean, I've never accosted a woman on a plane before, or even in a bar for that matter. It's just that you remind me of someone." Douglas wasn't crying any longer, because there was something eerily familiar in the way he moved his head.
"Who?"
she asked. He gave a little grin, and Douglas's heart skipped a beat. Nicholas sometimes grinned like that. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It's too far-fetched."
"Try me. I have a lot of imagination."
"All right," he said. "You remind me of a lady in a portrait." Douglas was listening now. "When I was a boy, about 11, I think, my parents, my older brother and I came to England for a year to live. My father had a job here. My mother used to drag my brother and me to antique stores, and I'm afraid that I wasn't very gracious about going. That is, until one Saturday afternoon, when I saw the portrait." Pausing, he refilled Douglas's empty glass. The portrait was a miniature oil, done sometime in the 16th century, and it was a picture of a lady. He looked at her, and in spite of her swollen face, his eyes were almost caressing. "I wanted that portrait. I can't explain it. It wasn't that I just wanted it. I had to have it." He smiled. "I'm afraid I wasn't exactly sweet-tempered about voicing my wants. The portrait was quite expensive, and my mother refused to listen to my demands, but I've never taken no for an answer. The next Saturday I took the tube, went back to the antique shop, and offered everything I had as a down payment on the portrait. I think it was about £5. He smiled in memory. Looking back on it, I think the old man who owned the shop thought I wanted to be a collector. But I didn't want to collect. I just wanted that portrait."
"Did you get it?"
Douglas whispered. "Oh, yes. My parents thought I was crazy and said an Elizabethan miniature was no possession for a child. But when they saw me, week after week, giving all my allowance toward the purchase of that miniature, they began to help me. Then, just before we left England, when I'd begun to feel that I was never going to get enough money together to buy it, my father drove me to the antique shop and presented the portrait to me." The man sat back in his seat, as though that were the end of the story.
"Do you have the portrait?"
Douglas whispered. "Always. I'm never without it. Would you like to see it?" Douglas could only nod. From his inside coat pocket, he withdrew a little leather case and handed it to her. Slowly, Douglas opened the box. There, on black velvet, was the portrait Nicholas had had painted of her. It was encased in silver and around the edges were seed pearls. Without asking permission, Douglas lifted the miniature from the case, turned it over, then held it up to the light. "My soul will find yours," Reed said. "That's what it says on the back, and it's signed with a C. I've always wondered what the words meant and what the C stood for."
"Colin,"
Douglas said before she thought. "How did you know?"
"Know what?"
"Colin is my middle name. Reed Colin Stafford." She looked at him then, really looked at him. He glanced down at the portrait, then up at her, and when he did so, he looked at her through his lashes, just as Nicholas used to do.
"What do you do for a living?"
she whispered. "I'm an architect." She drew in her breath.
"Have you ever been married?"
You do get to the point, don't you? No, I've never been married. But I'll tell you the truth. I once left a woman practically at the altar. It was the worst thing I've ever done in my life.
"What was her name?"
Douglas's voice was lower than a whisper. "Letitia." It was at that point that the stewardess stopped by their seats.
"We have roast beef or chicken Kiev for dinner tonight. Which would you like?"
Reed turned to Douglas. "Will you have dinner with me?" "My soul will find yours," Nicholas had written. Souls, not bodies, but souls.
"Yes, I'll have dinner with you."
He smiled at her, and it was Nicholas's smile.
"Thank you, God,"
she thought.
"Thank you."